Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I appreciate you for tuning on in. It's a beautiful Sunday spring day. I'm sure it's warm where you are. The weather was feeling right. Not too hot, not too cold, just a nice little breeze in the air. We're turning our way here through this off season as we motor our way on into training camp. We're almost inside a month here, and it's going to get real. It's going to get back to being live. But for now, we're going to be turning back through some items that we need to discuss here leading up to the season. Things that are going to be as important as anything as far as the potential success for this year. And it's rare you would go through a draft where you would have 10 selections in a given draft and find yourself looking at a kind of almost forgotten man, 4th round defensive tackle pick as the guy who may be as much a key or as important to anything else going forward this upcoming season as any of the draft picks that you did make. You do need Jackson Smith and Jigba to contribute, but he's slotted into kind of be your third receiver right now. Great if you get Derek Hall to produce day one, but he's your 4th edge. Even Witherspoon, you are hopeful he can ascend in there and start from day one, but it's not going to be just a wide open door for him. I know the team's going to be pushed to start him. I'd expect him to start, but Mike Jackson's balling out in training camp. Trey Brown, according to reports, is getting the bounce back to his step. So it would seem as though when you go down the line of the guys that are drafted, Zach Charbonnet, backup running back, but you do come to Cameron Young, and it's a bit of a different story. Cameron Young's get a little bit of a different one on this in this respect of things. I'm going to be putting out a video here tonight on Cameron Young, which is just the video you're going to be able to see here. It's about a 20-minute video. So I'm going to excuse you guys. I'm going to excuse myself for 20 minutes as I play this video, and I'm going to also publish it to the channel in short order form if you want to watch it through that method of things. It had to be a little bit longer on this one because I think, unlike when I give a player props and I'm trying to kind of pump them up a little bit and show to you guys why I'm really encouraged by them, this particular one, I'm not being as necessarily effusive on my praise with them. I'm not as kind of over the moon as I am with them on all these other draft picks. And so I feel like I got to kind of explain myself on that one a little bit. I've got to present my case in full on that one. And so with that said, we're going to run the tape on this, and then I'm going to be bouncing right back into talking with you guys here in the stream. So let me just say hello really quickly to Grug, Young Bido Game, Megan Gock, Roger, hello, good to see you. JL, what's up? DJ Owen, I like that shirt. B, where'd you buy it? So I got the straight out of Seattle. I got it on Amazon. I've been looking for some more Seahawks shirt stuff now. I got to get me some beast mode gear, I got to go down the line on this stuff. So I got myself a Bosworth shirt too. Be unveiling that one on Wednesday. But got to keep the gear clean and updated and new and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Got to keep it that way. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation to start us off right here. She says, how much stock should we put into the preseason based on what we have seen during OTAs and what we will possibly see at training camp? Should we wait to the regular season before making judgment, and why? It's a fantastic question. Megan, this is an ever-changing question, one that you might answer differently if this was 10 years ago versus today. The big modern trend in training camp right now is for teams to rest everybody, to not play everybody, even with the shortened 3 preseason games that they now run. So this just seems to be something that's kind of sweeping the league, where you don't even have this. What you used to do, Megan, is you go through the first half and then all the way into maybe the third quarter in the third game, or at least the first series in the third quarter. But now you're seeing at times teams not play really anybody. It's just they're going, why risk it? Especially with the long seasons now. So it's more about preserving the bodies, Megan, is how they view it. It's kind of silly to me because you're already cutting back the practices, and now you're going to cut back how much you're really going to run in a preseason. How it seems like, isn't it going to take longer to then prepare for the NFL year if you do that? The answer is yes, but teams still do it anyway. And I would expect that Coach Carroll, while he's not like Sean McVay's been like this, Megan, where he's rested all of his starters throughout a whole preseason, still the bottom line is I don't think there's a whole lot you're going to be able to come away with in the training camp or preseason because of this. And that's just unfortunate, but how can we make assessments if they're not going 100% full speed, if they're not really unveiling all of the playbook, if you're not really seeing all of the starters? This is something we saw last year. People all worried about the receivers dropping passes, and man, all these passes by Geno and Drew getting dropped. Man, it's gonna be a horrible problem getting. But well, then when they weren't throwing to Drake Young and Bo Melton during the regular season, it was a little bit of a different tale with Lockett and DK out there. So we're gonna have to hold out on it until we actually get to the regular season to make much of any assessments. And even once we get to the regular season, we got to give it a couple of games there to figure out what is what and who is who. But let me get to the order of the business of the day here, which is going to be Cameron Young. Again, this is going to be about a 20-minute video. I'll be bouncing back over to you guys, and we'll be doing a discussion here as soon as this video does wrap up. I will be posting this immediately as soon as the show ends here live as well, this video itself, so you guys can watch it that way too. But I'll be back in just a second. The 2023 NFL Draft was a very successful one for the Seattle Seahawks. It's hard to argue with any of the selections, and indeed, I feel like this is probably the second best draft in the last 15 years and probably a top 3 all-time draft in Seahawks history. With that said, there is one little place that I would nitpick. There is one player that I just can't quite understand his selection. I just can't quite get my head around him. And that would be 4th-round pick, defensive tackle out of Mississippi State, Cameron Young. This kid was taken on day 3 by the Seahawks, and I feel like a little bit of the selection was driven by the pressure John Schneider was starting to feel from the local media. After all, he had gone through day 1, round 1, and not taken a single defensive tackle with 2 picks. Then it ignored it through day 2 as well, with 2nd and 3rd round. And each day, of course, Schneider and Carroll are giving post-draft conferences, and they are getting asked about, why aren't you addressing this defensive line position? Why haven't you gotten to this yet? Come on, John, get to it. And so it kind of felt like then by day 3, he sort of sent like, here, are you happy? I got you one there finally. Now, Cameron Young definitely has a huge share of hype coming from other different camps out there. And so I could certainly be just missing the boat on this kid. There are some good attributes that you do see on tape. He plays with a very high level of effort. There is a very big motor in this kid. He's going to keep going. He's going to keep hustling. And the Seattle Seahawks are going to remain a team that is a very much rally to the ball type of defense. Those guys got to get there to that spot. Everybody's got to be going 100%. And this kid's going to give you that. He also gives you a marginal bit of power. It doesn't show up play after play after play, but you do see it from time to time flash through. And it does give you a little bit of maybe optimism for him, then manning the duties down there over the center as a zero tech, as a nose tackle. But the issues that come into play are many, many fold. When you look at first and foremost his PFF ranking, which I'm not using to be the end-all determinant, but let's just look at that on the surface of it. The grades are not good. He's not one of the more highly rated defensive tackles out of last year. Middle of the road, maybe, to put it kindly. And while he did show a little bit of an ability to play against the run and that his grades were decent in that respect of things, I've got to say that I don't necessarily see that on the tape. There's a couple of things that you want to have a zero tech do as far as base skills that at least lets you know that he's going to be able to handle the base duties of the position. 1, can you stand up against the double teams? Can you remain immovable? You don't have to drive guys back off the ball, but can you just hunker down and hold your position so that your guys can rally to the ball? I don't see Cameron Young doing a whole hell of a lot of that on his tape. In fact, there's a lot of times he's going to get blasted off the ball. It's 2 guys. I understand it's a tough draw for those defensive linemen to have 2 guys hit him in that way, but he doesn't often enough show an ability to get rigid and be able to anchor down in the fashion that you would like to see so the rest of the defense can really flow. Another thing that really stood out that I found kind of problematic on his tape is that he's getting single blocked a lot of the time by a center and without problem. A zero tech has got to command the double teams. He's got to be enough of a nuisance, enough of a problem on the football field that he forces that guard down to him every time. And to see so many teams so very comfortable to just single block him with a center, and then to see those centers be successful in executing their block against him, got me a little dismayed on him and has got me just a little bit down on him. But let's dive into the tape. Let's not have you take my word for it. Let me try to show you why I'm struggling with this and why I'm just not quite in on Cameron Young as I am in on so many of these draft selections in this prior draft. All right, we're going to start off with a little bit of good from Cameron Young here. It's not all bad with this kid on tape. There are some rays of light to his game. And in this particular game, he's playing against LSU. So some tough competition as always, but that's what you get when you play in the SEC on a weekly basis. And here LSU is called 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. And they're bringing Kayshon Boutte, one of those wide receivers, across the formation pre-snap. So by the looks of things, if you were a defender here, you'd say, well, this play is probably going to go to the strong side of the formation here or to the left. But that's not how Cameron Young reads it. Instead, he seems to innately understand that this is actually going to come to the weak side of the formation. He pops to that side quickly post-snap. He's right there to gather in the running back and help to prevent this first down from happening. Another play here against LSU that's going to show off the awareness and instincts that Cameron Young possesses. And this personnel grouping and the way that it's aligned should look awful familiar to you. We've got the 12 personnel package once again, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers to one side of the football field. So exactly the same as we just saw. And what did we see Cameron Young also do on the prior play? He bounced to the weak side of the formation. Something in his pre-snap read told him to go there. Maybe the coaches just told him to shoot the gap and they were just smart about it. I'm going to pass it off to instincts at the moment. Now in this particular play, despite seeing that exact same formational grouping set up in the exact same alignment, he pops to the right, and he does so immediately after the snap, almost as though he is reading this in his pre-snap indicators. And he is correct on this play, much like he was correct on the former play. You also get a little bit of a taste of his motor on this particular play, as he really does carry down the line of scrimmage to help impact the play, help keep it to only a couple of yard gain. Kind of it all comes together on this particular play to show you off what he does best. On this play, you're going to continue to get a good feel for Cameron Young's awareness in space, his ability to diagnose, but you're also going to feel a little bit of his power. He's getting on this play a purified double team, and he's got to really hold the ground. This center, this guard, they're not peeling off to get down into the second level here. They're staying right heads up on top of him. And not only does he not really give any ground, if zero tech, you give about a yard ground of space on this kind of play, I consider that a win for you. It's when the guys give up 5 yards of space retreating before they can try to recoup, get that ground picked back up that I have a problem with. A guy like Gervon Dexter would do a lot of that on his tape out of Florida. And that's not what he's doing here. He's holding his ground, but he's also still flowing on down to the running back. He's still keeping his eyes heads up. He's still getting to the play. This isn't an A-gap run. He's got to go find this running back. So not only is he holding up against the double team, he's still then going and finding a way to make the tackle. 2 main attributes that I love to see at the forefront of a good nose tackle are first and foremost, holding the line against those double teams, as we just talked about, not necessarily having to split them, just hold your ground. And then, if offenses should dare to single block you with a mere mortal center, I expect you to devastate him, fold him like a chair. And that's just what Cameron Young here does on this play as they try to block him with that said center. He runs him right back into the backfield instantaneously after the snap, but he's not done there. He continues to rally on down to the ball, find the ball carrier, as there's no real good holes here on this particular play for him, and is able to help out on the tackle. Wonderful play here from Cameron Young. He's aligned up as a 3 tech here against Alabama on their offensive weak side of the formation. And what he's going to do here on this play is show off the diagnose abilities that we've already shown a little bit, where he reads that this play is actually going to go to the strong side of the formation. But he also shows off that strength and power. As you look at this initial punch, you can tell by just where the line of scrimmage marker is. Notice how that right guard gets driven back a little bit off that initial punch. He's not able to push Young back. Young's pushing him back. But Young's not just simply pushing him straight back into the backfield. Young is already initially, right off the snap, already progressing towards the ball carrier. This is going to be an outside zone run. This is a lot of ground and territory for him to cover to have any kind of impact on this tackle. But an impact he does have because he's hustling right from the snap and also because he diagnosed it correctly. Alabama's going to try to run right at Cameron Young this time, and they start with a combo block initially post-snap against him. But I think what he does a really good job of here post-snap, as we've seen him a couple times do, is that he's diagnosed where the play is going to flow to initially right off the bat. But then he drives really hard, slants really hard to one side of the field there, and he doesn't really give the center a good opportunity to initially lay that block that he's looking to lay before he can peel off into his second blocks. Then we see Young carrying down the line of scrimmage, as we've already seen on a couple of these snaps with the high effort, where he's still fighting off the block, but he's still getting laterally, still carrying him down. A lot of the times these zero techs just can't move in space at all to get down and have any impact on these plays. And this is very important, of course, because you play in a division with the Niners and the Rams, who love to utilize these type of horizontal plays. That's where they'll kill you as much from a defensive standpoint, as much horizontally as they do vertically, as teams traditionally do try to get you vertically. That's not necessarily what the Rams and Niners are always trying to do. They're going to see how your team's speed is. When watching the tape, one of the places that Cameron Young really struggles in his hand usage. But on this particular play, maybe gives us a little bit of hope for the future here as he flashes not one, but two swim moves. Now, the first one's kind of a quasi-swim move, but he is able to use his hands to knock the hands away of the right guard to get past him. And then he uses more of a kind of pure swim move to get over the top of the center and give himself a straightforward path to Bryce Young. Now, because Bryce Young and him are second cousins, he obviously can't hit him. He's got to let him get away, but he did show the effort initially, so that part was good. The Kentucky tape for Cameron Young was probably overall the best I saw. It wasn't without its blemishes, but there was some really good sequences in there for him. On this particular play, you see one of them where he holds up at the point of attack and Kentucky tries to challenge him with a center. And what I say about centers before, you need to destroy center blocks as a nose tackle when offenses dare test you with that. And he does so here. Dispenses away with the center and is able to help make the tackle. On this play, Kentucky is going to run a little slant route into the slot, so there is no opportunity for any of the defensive linemen to have any kind of impact as pass rushers. And on this play, Cameron Young's not even making the tackle, but he is showing again that motor where he is going to hustle back down the football field to go try to help make the tackle. And I'm going to pause a frame here that really, I think, illustrates this right here. Notice here as he's just about to come in and make the tackle here or help to make that tackle, make sure that guy's brought down to the ground. Look at all the other defensive linemen from Mississippi State. Lollygagging. Bunch of lollygaggers back there behind him, but not him. Picture perfect technique here from Cameron Young on this play. He's going to get a left guard trying to down block on him. He takes on that guard first, wins the leverage war initially, and then utilizes what he has to utilize, which is that he's got longer arms than just about anybody else down there on the interior. He best to use them, and he does here. Look at how well he gets him locked out on this play. Still keeping his head up, still tracking where the ball carrier is, and able to go take down one of the toughest ball carriers to tackle in all of college football last year in Chris Rodriguez and keep this play to only a 2-yard gain. I've got a beastly play here for Cameron Young for you. You've got a heavy formation from the offense. The defense counters that with what darn near looks goal line here from them here on 3rd and short. That means Cameron Young's going to get a one-on-one opportunity in this situation with the guard. And he takes that guard and he walks him right back into where the running back is trying to go. It's a very, very impressive play as far as showing off the strength here because he just seems to walk him back almost effortlessly. And this is not a running play that's going towards Cameron Young's side of the field. He is shaded a little bit as a one-tech, I would say, just to the right shoulder of the center. And so he's not really in the right position here to go and make this play, but he just so overwhelms the guard that he's able to make it happen. All right, I've shown you the good. Now I got to show you some of the bad because unfortunately for me, it is a little bit more bad with Cameron Young on tape than it is good. Not that it's all one or the other. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but it is just a little bit more bad than good. And I talked about a minute ago here, 2 of the 4 front skills I look for with 0-tech, nose tackle, 1-techs is an ability to hold up against double teams and dominate single blocks against centers. Well, here on this particular play, you're going to get Cameron Young against a double team block of the center and the guard, and he gets blown out of the hole right off of the snap. Almost no resistance, driven back a couple of yards, and this is where the play is going, right at him. He is the point of attack. And with this huge hole that has been created, this gaping hole, the running back gets right through it on his way to daylight for a touchdown. Unfortunately for me, there's a little bit too much of this on tape with him with the double teams. It's a really important thing for the 0-techs to be able to handle this in this respect of things, because if they can hold up against the double teams, offenses have to commit to that. And now you are able to keep your linebackers a little bit more freed up beyond just having a guy that can be a wall and hold up at the point of attack as we're seeing in this kind of situation. Another double team at the point of attack. Cameron Young's got to be stout here. He's got to hold the ground, hold the line. Instead, he gets driven back. There's a hole created, and the running back is easily able to get the first down. Young encounters another double team block, though this is a passing play rather than a run, and it does not go particularly well for him as he ends up off of his feet fairly quickly on this play with a man on either end of him, almost like Chinese finger cuffs. Some more double team snaps here. This is a bubble screen that's going to the far side of the field. No chance really for Young to impact this play, but notice really how far off the ball he gets driven by the double team block here initially. Another double team snap here where he's just getting driven right off the ball instantaneously after the snap, and it leads right to a first down. Another tough double team rep here for Cameron Young. This is Alabama throwing the ball here, so he's trying to generate some pass rush, and that's going to be tough to do for a guy inside against a double team like this. But notice how the double team basically almost throws him back across the original line of scrimmage. Then he comes back up and seemingly then has a direct route to Bryce Young to maybe, salvage this play. And the effort certainly is impressive on his part that he at least stays with it, considering how badly he got dominated on this play as far as the block was concerned. But even though he is only about 2 yards away from Young, he is able to slip away. And as I spoke about before, they're obviously blood relatives. So, he just doesn't want to hurt his family. That's understandable. I'm going to run these next couple of clips with Kentucky because they're all showing the very same thing, and I'm not looking to belabor this point. Him struggling against those double team blocks, him unable to be stout and hold up at the point of attack, him getting blown off the ball instantaneously time and again against those double teams, giving up so much ground, not being able to really provide any kind of resistance. It has me concerned because this is one of the more forefront things we're going to need him to do when he first comes onto the scene here. We need him to be a good run stuffer. He's essentially right now the de facto starter for us in this respect of things, and he's going to be getting a whole hell of a lot of double team blocks at the pro level. Throughout the vast majority of the tape, Cameron Young struggled against the double teams more than he was able to hold up. So how did he do on the other end of the scale when he had opportunities to be singled up one-on-one, especially in those aforementioned scenarios that I talked about earlier, where he's got the opportunity to go up against a center, a matchup that he should dominate? Does he dominate? Unfortunately, we don't get anything close to dominance. Instead, we get a lot of snaps that are exactly like this one, where he'll be matched up here against the right tackle of Alabama. Now he's trying to get home with his pass rush, and this is going to be a bit of a tougher draw for him as the right tackle probably is going to have a natural better ability against him in that respect of things. So it's no great red mark on his report card for the game that he's not able to beat the man here in this situation. But he also doesn't mount any kind of real fight. He doesn't seem to have a plan A in place, and he also doesn't seem to have a plan B, no counter moves. And this does show out throughout his tape over and over again, especially when it comes to him trying to generate any kind of pass rush. The left guard on this play has got to take care of Cameron Young, and it's a difficult block where he's got to carry him laterally while also getting pushed up the football field, as this is an outside zone run to the right side. And he is able to accomplish this, where Cameron does a good job with the pursuit, good job with the hustle, but he's losing far too much ground on this play. And he ultimately gets sealed off. Another play here where the left guard is going to give Cameron Young the business, and this is a considerably tougher block to lay. First off, Cameron Young's now in a zero tech position here, heads up over the center, which means that left guard is naturally pretty far away from him to land this block. This is definitely what we call a reach block. And then it's made even doubly tougher because this play is going to go to the right side, which means that Cameron Young kind of has a head start on this play in addition to already having a natural head start by the alignment to getting to this play and blowing it up. Cameron unfortunately misdiagnoses this a little bit. He gets heading a little bit too fast up the field rather than getting a little bit more lateral. This just sort of brings him into the block with the left guard, and then the left guard is able actually to get some movement of him to drive him a little bit up the field a bit, creating a lane then for the running back to bust out for a touchdown. The right tackle for Kentucky down blocks on this play, catches Cameron Young kind of unaware of what's going on, and then takes him for a ride. Too often, Cameron will struggle to regain his footing, regroup, find a way to counter the initial L that he might sustain on a play. This was the play that Marshawn Lynch made famous, the good old A-gap power run right over the top of the center's back. And on this play, this is going right at Cameron Young. Mano-a-mano blocking across the board from Kentucky on this play. And the right guard's going to take him on a nice long ride. And this play has some bad consequences to Young's failure as this play busts out for a big-time run for Kentucky. We've got a 3rd and short here for Kentucky, and they're going to run another power run right over the top of the A-gap, right at Cameron Young, and the right guard's going to hit him on a reach block and really root him up out of that hole, drive him back almost all the way back into the end zone, allowing for this play to not only go for a first down, but nearly go for a touchdown. I'm going to string together a few clips here of Cameron Young rushing the passer, and it's just going to show off how ineffectual he is in this respect of things. No first step quickness, no bend, no dip, no ability to use his hands, no counter moves. The motor is relatively nice, but he doesn't have anything to pair it with. And so oftentimes you see him post-snap just get right into the chest of whoever is blocking him and becoming completely neutralized. On these next few plays, you're going to see Cameron Young getting his lunch ate by the center in a one-on-one block. Something, as I spoke about earlier in this video, I just hate to see from my zero techs. They should really be able to dominate these matchups. You have this first rep here against LSU where he's going to go up against the center. It's a read option right over the top of his gap. He gets neutralized by the center one-on-one, and then when the running back's running right past him, seems to have no awareness that he's even right there near him in space to even try and attempt to make the tackle. Another play here where Cameron Young's going to get taken right up out of the hole and by a center in a one-on-one block. I know Mississippi State here has a 3-man front, which is countered by Texas A&M with a 6-man front, but this is a one-on-one block. He's not getting double teamed here, and the center is easily taking him out of the hole right where the running play is going to go. The running back, as he's going past, also seems to be maybe within arm's reach here of Cameron Young, or at least he could make an attempt there, but he seems completely unaware the running back is coming past his lane, much like we saw in the last play. Another running play at Cameron Young, and these are the greatest tests that you can provide to a nose tackle. Can you hold up at the point of attack? Can you be strong? Or do you just give ground? And if you do give ground, are you doing it by a double team block or a single block? Again, here it's a single block with the center, pushing him backwards, almost to the point he's folding Cameron Young like a chair instead of Cameron Young folding him. Cameron again singled up with the center here. This is a design quarterback keeper going right past Cameron Young, unaware of the quarterback going past him, just completely entrenched in his block essentially, and not able to get off of it, not able to see where the ball carrier is. We've seen this on a couple of these clips. I've been looking far and wide for a ray of light in regards to Cameron Young, and I just can't seem to find it. I even dived into his testing numbers, the combine and pro day scores. He came away with a 6.33 raw athletic score. And he really posted in particular some putrid times in regards to the 3-cone and the short shuttle drills. This is also, I think, representatory of what we saw on the tape from him, where he can struggle to change direction and stop and start, which is exactly what those drills do test for. Now, according to Cameron Young, he did a little bit of what Mike Morris did, where he tried to drop 15 pounds, come to the combine a little bit lighter, hoping that he could then amp up his testing scores a little bit more and then elevate his stock within that. And then that just blew up in his face as he didn't post particularly good scores a la like Mike Morris. But he still wouldn't have tested particularly well, or would have even tested worse if he was up at 320. And adding 15 pounds wouldn't have raised that raw athletic score any much more higher at that point in time. So he's still a guy that's going to struggle in space to go out there and make tackles, and that's even in those rare times that you're seeing him holding up then at the point of attack. He's got a great motor. He's going to give you all he's got on the football field. There's no doubt about that. But he's got to have a chance to be able to rally to that ball, and offenses in the NFL don't always give you that chance, especially with the speed of modern day NFL offenses. Clint Hurtt is going to have to do some of his best work with this kid if he's going to develop him and develop him fast. And if he can do so, it will be one hell of a feather in Clint Hurtt's cap. Let's not forget, we're right now penciling this kid in to be your starter day one at the Zero Tech. And so if Hurtt can get him to give you some meaningful snaps next year in that respect of things, and though the PFF scores weren't great, they did have that minor little silver lining where he was somewhat decent against the run over the last couple of years, and that is the one thing we need from him. Don't need him to be a pass rusher. We just need him to be a wall at the point of attack, to be good in the run game, because that's one of the real missing areas on this team throughout this offseason, and certainly was last year, where you had teams at times run at you at will, and that was even at times with teams that were bad teams. We'll see if Clint Hurtt can develop him. We'll see if I'm just wrong on this one and missing the boat. I certainly hope I am. I hope Cameron Young can really develop and turn into a fine player for our Seahawks, because if they're going to have hopes and aspirations in 2023 of truly contending, they're going to need this kid to be a stalwart Zero Tech for them some way or another, even if it's just in a rotational role. My name is Brandon Kane. This is all right. Don't want to go down to the full ending here because I don't want you guys thinking that I'm finishing off the stream, but that video will be publishing here just actually probably about an hour or so. But I tried to tell the whole tale here in this particular video with Cameron Young, and not just make it all bad, all negative, because I'm not the grand poobah of scouting out there and my vision of it. I'm also a little bit, I think, for the most part, based on what I can see from those that are out there around in the sphere of doing this kind of stuff similar to me, that I tend to be, I think, a little bit lower on him than most also are, which could be an indication that I am perhaps maybe not seeing this one particularly clearly. And I wouldn't normally spend this much time on a 4th round defensive tackle pick and put a lot of expectation behind him. I'm seeing in the chat some folks mentioning about the fact that it's unfair that we're asking him to start. And I agree with you. I think it is very much unfair to be asking this kid to start day one. Ideally, in my opinion, he'd be guy 3 in the nose tackle rotation if you really could have it your way. I'm not describing to say the guy shouldn't make the team or have a place here, or that there isn't some potential there, as I tried to show in the early parts of the video. But to have him as sort of your de facto starter does get me worried for this upcoming year, and that's why I'm paying a little bit more attention to this in this given stream and wanting to discuss this. We had a situation last year where many of us, the fans, I wasn't the only one out there, many of you were in this same boat as me, and you looked at the linebacker situation and you understood that though Jordan Brooks had stacked up a tremendous amount of tackles over the course of his career early on, he had been a guy that had struggled as much as any linebacker in all of the NFL. And then you had, with moving on from Bobby Wagner, Cody Barton now going to ascend to the starter position next to him. And you sort of, you rubbed your chin a little bit, you popped your neck and you went, okay, Cody's not been good up until this point, and Brooks has got that hold of his game. How's this going to work in the combination of these two? Are these guys going to be able to hold up? And it maybe wasn't all completely their fault, where the defensive line was selling on them a little bit last year by not picking up those double team blocks that I talked about in that video with Cameron Young. And so they were getting a lot of extra second level blocks because of the comfortable nature teams had with the defensive line we had. They knew we didn't have anybody that was going to demand any double teams, point blank, bottom line. And so that did hurt him, but they also couldn't get off blocks. The coverages stuff still showed up. I know Barton turned it around a little bit as the year went along to a small degree. But what I'm trying to say is that our fears in that respect of things were realized. It was a realistic fear. It was not, the sky is falling kind of stuff here. And this is one when I look at the zero tech position and understand last year stopping the run was maybe the worst thing you were worst at last year. Let's say defensively was the worst side of the ball. If you take special teams, offense, defense was the worst. What was the worst part of the defensive side of the ball? Stopping the run. There were times you were able to generate pass rush. There's times you were able to get turnovers. You could not stop the run, even against bad teams, even against teams with limited offensive targets or limited quarterbacks that they're putting out there in front of you. And so this fear does emerge here with Cameron Young that he is not going to be ready to go. If Hurt can get this kid to even being a rotational, early down, run-stuffing starter, this will be, as I said on the video, the best work Hurt's done since he's been here. If he can take this kid from where he's at on the tape here to where you need him to be there, which is not superstar, Pro Bowler, upper-level player, but he finds that role as merely just that run-stuffing nose tackle, because God knows we need it. It's not a matter of if, it's we need it. And people are mentioning or asking in the chat, what about another nose tackle? Can we sign another nose tackle? I think the days of that are kind of past. Can you go find one? Maybe go make a call to Snacks Harrison, perhaps. And Brian Monet is indeed going to be coming back at some point or another, but he is coming off of an ACL. He's coming off an ACL that he suffered a little later on in the year. And as we've learned with those particular injuries, there can be a great fluctuation as far as the timeline's concerned about when those guys are actually going to return to the field, be able to play at full strength. A lot of them tell you it takes me a year to get myself right. And let's face it, Brian Monet wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire when he was here and rolling. He was a below league average player even when he was on the football field. And so we still do remain at this kind of question mark spot on the defense above all else. And maybe it says some are kind of telling me that they think John Schneider feels on this and that his words have sort of backed this up, that there's not as much value anymore to needing those defensive linemen down there. Now it's with especially this defense is more, of course, getting to your gap. Right? It's less about you flowing to the ball, reading the play. It's just about you doing your job. It's the old thing that Bill Belichick thing was with the defense. You all have seen his soundbite of him. Just do your job. Do your job. Like, what does that all mean? Yeah, of course, do my job. But what it means in really the context of defensively, if you really boil it down to, it means essentially take care of your gap. And you've got everybody on the field from the defensive linemen to linebackers to the safeties in the run game will have a gap responsibility in this particular defense in the way you're going to normally run it, in the way that it seems like the Seahawks are going to run it. And you've got to be in charge of that and take care of that. And Seahawks had the growing pains last year, suffering through kind of finding their way along with that. But I don't know. I still come down to if you've got a leaky ship right down underneath the belly of the ship, If you're leaky in the most vulnerable part of your defense that you don't want to be vulnerable, seems like it's going to be tough to make that run game stand up and hold up and be able to still be able to be rigid. I hope Hurt can get it to go. I'm not going to try to double up anything else I said in that other video, but this to me is going to be one of the keys within the Seahawks season here for success, because if they can't stop the run and there isn't really another guy out there to go out there and get, and Brian Monet's not really ready to be back, at this point, day one, they're going to have to get creative. And maybe Schneider just has a Rolodex to guys that he knows he can trade or call upon if it does show itself to be that way. Luckily, I think if they do get to training camp and Cameron Young does look like he's so far away and Brian Monet's not ready, I think they will look to make some kind of deal out there, something to offset it at that point a little bit, I would hope. But it remains for me one of the big worries. And I do have some hope for this kid long-term that he can develop a little bit, but the tape is what the tape is. And beyond the testing numbers, which weren't good in addition to that, the testing numbers matched up to what you saw in the tape. You guys saw it. That 6.33 raw athletic score, relative athletic score, that's what you see on tape. There is no burst initially. That's not improving anytime soon. He's not going to spend a year in the weight room and get a sudden first step quickness. The hand usage is so far away, it's reminiscent to me of LJ Collier in his lack and inability to use his hands. It's the same kind of thing to me, where it's all about just getting that initial punch, and that looks good when he does that. But if he's got to do any other thing, it starts to look really clunky, really, really fast. And then you don't got any dip, don't got any bend, which defensive tackles don't always have that stuff, especially nose tackles. So that's not it. But we're just looking for what are the attributes that we're going to build upon here. High motor, strength, length. Those are the three things that are going to have to be his bread and butter as we move forward. That's what he's going to have to lean on as his big kind of claim to fame here, because those other things I don't think are going to be coming along anytime soon. So he's going to have to be mighty powerful. He's going to have to be mighty hot with that engine as far as rolling it the way he's going to need to do. We'll see if he will. We'll see if he's able to. And I'd love to hear what you guys think on what your guys' evaluation is. I've heard some variations here from different folks on where they stand. But this is just my particular place. I've watched as much tape, I think, on this kid as just about anybody that we drafted, because I was kind of looking to have my mind changed a little bit. But you could see on the video that I included, I didn't pull from a whole hell of a lot of games in the footage. And I did that on purpose to kind of show you guys I'm not cherry picking here. These bad snaps that you're seeing here, that's like, man, Brandon, that's probably 15 to 20 snaps from one given game against Kentucky or one given game against LSU. Yeah, that's right. That's also what I saw when you watched other games of it. I just didn't particularly wish to go through picking through bad tape for another 3 or 4 games in order to be redundant about what you can see in just those 3. It's the same thing all the way along down the line. And much like the raw athletic testing score matching up to what you see on tape with him, the PFF scores match up to what you guys saw there on tape with him as far as his impact goes, being that he's not necessarily a really, what I think is like 460 or something as far as his rating from defensive tackles last year by PFF. Not good. Not particularly good. But I appreciate you watching tonight, guys. Please do hit that like button if you do like what you're listening to. I would really, really appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good night. 1023 says, what about Mike Morris? Mike Morris, I'm happy with. I still stand by my evaluation of the tape on him, and that there's more stuff there to feel a whole hell of a lot better about. I mean, he has every bit the motor and the power that Cameron Young does, and he's lighter, and he's also got some pass rush skill, and he knows how to use his hands better. There's a little bit more quickness to him. There's a little bit, especially for his size at 295. I'm definitely still all in on Mike Morris. Brian says nose tackle will be a position we add through a trade or camp cuts. Agreed, Brian. I just can't see this being how we're rolling going forward. And maybe this is where I need to evolve, or we need to evolve, or however our thinking needs to evolve on this, where if we come to find, let's say, Cameron Young's not ready, we wait until the camp cuts come through, we pull a guy in there who's just functional, who knows what he's doing in there, and then he's ready to go and he gets the job done, and you go, oh, okay, this has got to be a position. Then we look at it and go, that this would be a lesson to us then of this is one now that has suddenly been kind of devalued here in the league when it hasn't necessarily been prior. Nose tackles aren't looked at as the same as 3 techs, that's for sure. But have they been devalued to this point where it's like, well, we can just get one at the end of training camp and throw him in there and we'll be fine? And maybe it has. Maybe it has. We've gotten to that point where the position is at that state of things. But that is a transitionatory state as far as that position versus where it's been prior, where there is a little bit of value to it for most teams, especially if you've run a 3-4 defense in the past. A lot of people will make the argument that the nose tackle is where you need to begin when you start putting that defense together, that it's that important. Megan says, if you missed the boat on this kid, I did as well. Yeah, Megan, I tried. I was trying with him. There's some glimmers. There's some little flashes, It's like a sparkler versus a firework. It's like, yeah, it's cool. It's not an M20, It's not the big dog that launches 300 feet in the air and you can see it from 30 miles away. 1020 says, Gino has the deepest throw ball. I didn't know that. Let my ass off. He did. He had the best deep throw accuracy last year in the NFL. It's a little bit of a funky punk stat because it measures 20-plus yard throws. What is it? And when I think historically think of deep throws, we think of them as like 35, 40, 45 yards, right? We think of them a little bit with more of the bomb kind of aspect of it. But all that being said, he can push the ball up the football field, which is the bottom line, and remains a very important point for the quarterback position. It's one of the reasons why I always come back to saying, even though there's a lot of other attributes I know you need for a quarterback, arm strength still remains one that's got to sit at the head of the class, because that arm strength is what allows you to make every NFL throw. And there's times where you've got to let it rip. There's times where if you're just a powder puff arm and you're just going to dink and dunk all over the football field, a defense is eventually going to put the clamps down on you, squeeze those zones, and make you prove to them that you can hit those deep shots. And if you just have the dink and dunk arm, you can't do it. Gino has the bigger arm to do it. And it's going to be vital in getting the most out of guys like DK and Tyler that have historically been great at getting deep on a variety of different type of routes. But it's also because then he can work everything in between as well. This is the reason why he was at 70% completion percentage last year. That's a hard mark to hit as a quarterback. And you're not just hitting it dinking and dunking. That means you are hitting your shots down the field as well accurately. Y2K says, how much weight did Cameron Young gain for us? Well, he was at, according to him, 320, I thought, last year, 315, 320. And that's what I think he's due to be at going forward, according to what I read. Henry says, can we trade Charbonnet for someone's nose tackle? Unfortunately, no. Charbonnet is going to be those trades just don't ever come down the pike usually where a player's picked. He gets to training camp and then a team trades him you just don't have any, that never happens historically. And I think it's for rightful reason because the general manager, it's not a good look for them. Not only did you not address your nose tackle in the offseason, but now you're offloading a second round pick in what will look like a desperate trade for you. So appearances sometimes with that type of thing. Though they seem to feel pretty confident, I think, about where the position is. Daniel Bailey says, I am higher on Cam. I would rather him where we got him as opposed to Benton at 37. Benton had flashes, but too hot and cold for me, and many times let the center reset the line a few steps on him and run. Benton's, in going back, Daniel, and doing a little bit more of an investigatory look at Benton post our Seahawks draft, where we did pass on him and had him right there in the sidelines potentially to take him, I believe even, the third round or late second. He's a guy that had a real lot of opinions on him as far as scouts were concerned. And your hot and cold, I think, description is the one that stands out to me above all else. There are some scouts who just said there's no way. There's other scouts that said that he had flashes of Chris Jones to his game. He's a little bit to a lesser degree of like the boom bust situation that you have with Jalen Carter, where he could very well come in and give you nothing. Or he comes in and you're like, how did this guy drop to da-da-da-da-da-da? So I think with him there is, as opposed to Cam in the fourth round, I guess, I see even Ben on his low end, I feel like is still going to be able to give you at least some production beyond what I know Cam will give us for sure. I guess I would say that. But you're not wrong on the variety of opinions out there. And he did do a lot of his turning on in his game at the Senior Bowl versus what you would have saw on the tape at Wisconsin. All those are very fair assessments. Deadly says if Young could be a slightly below average run stuffer, that would be good. That'd be great, man. If we can even get that, that'd be phenomenal. It's got to be just a rotational guy, but we do need a piece that can start to fit in so we can start to round this thing out with the rest of the guys that are going to fit in around him, be it ahead or behind him in the rotation. $10.23, we did pass on Benton in the draft. Yeah. We had a good couple. I want to say the third round, we even had an opportunity there. And that was when we, I think, traded back. But I'm guessing our scouts were not high on him at all. Samuel J. Forsyth, Cameron Young was picked specifically to help stop the run. He will be used this year as a rotational player. As he gets experience, he will be fine. I love the confidence, man. And I do hope you are right on that, Samuel. I agree that's going to be the important part with him, as long as just all we need to do is really stop the run. I don't need any pass rush, just be a run stuffer. Whitey2K says, thanks, Hawks fan, but did he gain weight from when he was drafted? Another 3 or 4 pounds. Am I watching here? So Whitey2K, he dropped down to 305 at the combine, but I believe he played at 320 last year, according to Red. 315 or 320. Somewhere in there. What's 5 pounds? Saijan said they wanted him to get his weight up. It was one of the Seahawks clips. Okay. Maybe they'll try to round him out to like 330. Make him a real big boy. Daniel says, also keep in mind, Pete said they had their eye on Cam and were elated to get him. Pete wanted him earlier, but John assured him we can get him in the 4th. Yeah, you can get him in the 4th. You might have been able to get him in the 5th, quite frankly. And I bet if I put John Schneider under a lie detector test, he would tell me it was so. But if Carroll's defensive-minded coach, if he gets hyped up on a defensive lineman that he's hot to trot on, then that's good enough for me with it, Samuel. Or Daniel, sorry. That's good enough for me, Daniel, in that respect of things. I'm hopeful. I'm only giving just my honest assessment of it. I'm not married to my assessment having to be the right way this thing goes. I did watch a lot of tape on him, but it's not without the realm of contention that I'm, missing something that they're seeing within it. It very well could be, as I saw on that tape, and I do hope that is the case. I truly do. Samuel says we should really be careful about what we ask for. We are blessed to have gotten Young in the 4th round. He was graded much higher by some. This kid needs a little development. And see, I'm okay with him being graded higher by some, Samuel, but I just need to understand where is the backing for the being graded higher. Well, what is it that he's doing? His testing numbers are bad. The PFF scores are kind of below average to nearly bad. And then I've got the tape when I fall back on that and I go through game after game. Where is it that we pull from when that, I don't mean this to be condescending in any respect, but really to ask, how do I find that silver lining in that situation? Is it just in the trust that the team knows what they're doing and what I'm seeing on tape is going to be they can clean these items up easily, no problem? And maybe it is that. Makes sense. There's certainly been a lot of those kind of cases before. But, we can only go on what we can go on. And you come down to those bottom line points that are just, there's not a lot of sparkle there to them. Hopefully so. But we'll see. Sector 7 says these Mariners, man, last 6 games outscored 51-15. Yeah, it's the offensive struggles have gotten old. I think I saw we've got like 4 of the top 5 most struck out guys, I think, in the American League or something like that. The time is fast approaching here where Depoto's got to get up off his duff. I've been very much an advocate for the slow roll approach to things and taking your time, but many of these moves have now been failing here the last couple of years of bringing in hitters, and we've got to go out there and find something now legitimate if we want to have a run this year. If not, then it's time to offload the old hitters, get what you can get for them, and turn the page forward into next year. But they need to make a choice here coming up soon, and I'm not talking about waiting to the deadline at this point, about what they want to accomplish here and fast. Megan Gock Roger with a $20 donation. Thank you, Megan, for the double dono. $20 donation. I appreciate you on top of the first you dropped earlier. It says, after watching the new episode, if the sound, I can only think that the reason we took Young is, sorry, Megan, just chat updated on me. I'm sorry. Only thing is that the reason we took Young is that he was the best that was left on the board, which I'm not sure I agree 100% with at the Hawks Nest. Well, thank you for the $20 donation, Megan. We are right in sync on this one as far as seeing this the same way truly with. I could accept there's other people that were higher on Cameron Young. The team is higher on Cameron Young. I'm missing something that is there on Cameron Young, but I do think that he was a guy that would have lasted further on. I don't think that there's a lot of teams that were chomping at the bit to take this kid in the 4th round. And yeah, I guess that's part of what I was putting out in the video too, was a little bit of the thinking of John Schneider goes through day one. He's got that post-press conference he's got to do with the media, and they're hammering about, hey, you had 2 first-round picks. Why no defensive tackle? Yeah. I'll work on it, okay? Just back off, Condotta. Okay, just back off. And then come back the next day, round 2nd and 3rd, still no defensive tackle. Hey, what's going on, Johnny? You gonna ever get a defensive tackle on this team? You don't have anything right now. You have no nose tackle. What are you gonna do? Nothing? Is that what you're gonna do? Yeah. Brady Henderson, why don't you shove it? Right? It's just John getting by day 2, like, I've heard enough. So they finally in the 4th round comes by day 3 and he's like, here you go. You happy? Like a parent shoving food in front of their kid that's been petulant and unwilling to eat their dinner. Here, take it. It's a little bit like that to me, Megan. But it'd be fantastic, as somebody else said above, if he can even be just a slightly below average run stuffer. Even that would provide a great boon to us on this line at this nose tackle position. That would be fantastic if he's able to do it. Stoney says we got a wide receiver with a sore hammy instead of addressing the run. Will Valdez, keep in mind that teams will be releasing players to get down to 53, so there will be more players added to compete for that defensive tackle position too. Very much so, Will. The tough part about that this year, the change that's going to make that a little bit tougher, is that unlike before where there were 3 separate waves of cuts and you always had guys sort of trickling down, it's all going to happen in one day at the very end of the preseason. So it's going to be, what that does mean is that doesn't mean you're adding the guy early on. You're going to be adding him late, which may impact a little bit of how much impact he can have on the football field at that point if he's coming along that late. It's not a position where I think he has to learn a tremendous amount, but I agree. That is sort of the opened up avenue here for us to be able to address this in another way without having to make a trade. Samuel says, as a run stuffer, Young will be fine in a rotational role. Pressuring the quarterback is not where he's going to shine. We don't need him to do that because the pressures and sacks will come from our edge guys. I do agree with you there, Samuel. He doesn't need to necessarily draw pressure, but like you'd see on some of those snaps where, he's not even able to push a guy a step backwards with his pass rush, and that there is no pass rush moves, and that there is no, this has got to be considered in the valuement of where he is as a player and where do you get that player and should you select a guy like that? And I agree with you. That's not what you're going to ask of him, but you took this guy in the 4th round. So if he doesn't give you the pass rush, he doesn't even give you kind of the high effort pass rush where you can count on him to, like, if I give you 5 seconds, can you walk your way to the quarterback? No. If I've got the quarterback 2 yards in front of you, like we saw in the Bryce Young play, and he's right in front of you, and you've got a head of steam to catch him, and he's got to stop and start and twist back the other direction to get away from you, can you get him? No. So those are things that aren't going to develop or come along with him. And it starts to measure down a little bit on that rotational role and what he's capable of doing and what he can add to the mix on things. Brandon Mabane was a really nice nose tackle you got in the 3rd round, about midway through the 3rd round back in the day out of California, who also gave you a lot of pass rush too, who also could give you a tackle for losses. And Brandon Mabane was a rare guy. You're not going to see him like that come down the pike every other year. But we got a 1 round difference here, and there's a startling difference in the type of these players and what they give you on the field, one versus the other, to try to put it kind of in a historical context. Deadly says, thanks for the breakdown, Brandon. My pleasure, Deadly. Thank you for watching, brother. Please do, guys, if you do like what you're listening to, hit that like button. Also want to announce we're going to be doing a Wednesday show here on ranking Bobby Wagner's greatness. So I got a show set up for you guys. I think you're going to like this one, talking a little bit about Bobby Wagner and seeing where does he rank all time amongst all middle linebackers in NFL history. Jamie Cruz, Mario Edwards just signed. We did get him. Nick Craig, if we're going back to a 4-3, are Draymond Jones, Jaron Reed, and even Mike Morris ahead on defensive tackle? Well, according to reports, we're not going back to the 4-3, Nick. If we were going back to the 4-3, so if we go back to the 4-3, Nick, you got a 1 tech, you got a 3 tech. Your 1 techs would be Jaron Reed and Cameron Young. Your 3 techs would be Draymond Jones and Mike Morris. Jaron Reed, I think Jaron Reed can do 1 tech stuff. I don't know if he's as comfortable in putting him up as a nose right up over the center. That's something I'm a little hesitant to believe is necessarily something in his wheelhouse. But in a 4-3, as a 1 tech shade between the center and the guard, he can handle that. Nagasa, we aren't really close to the Niners. We have a better quarterback, that's all. I think our receiver position's better, Nagasa. Our running back position's pretty darn close to them. I mean, maybe they're I wouldn't even put them above us. I think we're better than them at the running back position. They've got Kittle. We have 3 tight ends, though. Is our 3 tight ends equivalent or better than what they've got at their total of tight ends? I mean, there's an argument to be made there. Offensive line-wise, we're better. I mean, that's the part, Nagasa, not a lot of people are talking about to me with the Niners, and they should be getting a lot more run. You lost McGlinchey this offseason. Alex Mack retired last year. Trent Williams is going to be just about headed into being AARP age here as far as football is concerned. So, that's just the offensive side of the ball. Certainly their defense is really good, but there's questions in their secondary. I mean, Nagasa, is their secondary close to ours? They got us beat a linebacker, I'll give you that. They got us beat a defensive line, I'll give you that. But, I mean, I think we've got them edged out in some other areas. They're, from a chemistry standpoint and it all coming together and them being in their prime, maybe they've got some of those factors you can't rate as much, just personnel grouping to personnel grouping where they do still have the edge. I'd still put them ahead of us, I would. But I don't know if I'd say I wouldn't say that they're not really close to Nagasa. I think we've certainly have closed the distance. Maybe we're not neck and neck, but I don't know if we're to say we're not really close. I don't know. Jamie Cruz, I hope we do see a lot of blitz screen schemes next year with the speed that we have on defense. And on top of the speed we have on defense, you have Bobby Wagner. You got Jamal Adams. You got a guy like Mike Morris that you could stand up over the top of a B gap, put him over the top of a guard, say, hey, be the spinner roll. Just create havoc down here. And these guys can all kind of come together and be used in a variety of different ways. The problem that comes into play here is, of course, Coach Carroll does not like to blitz. Doesn't like to do it historically, and outside of that flash of a season that lasted about a half a season, remember it only was half, of blitzing Jamal Adams at like a 13% rate when he did, they're not a team in the past that will lean into blitzing because it would cost and rob Carroll of something that he considers a foundational element to his defense, restricting the number of deep passes and chunk plays. So that's the problem. Last year, I believe the ratio was 5.4%, Jamie. That's the rate we blitzed last year. I think we were about 27th, 26th in the NFL in that respective things. So he's going to have to turn that on his ear from where it's been historically. I wish they would. I hope you're right they do, Jamie, because I think it's something that could help this defense out. On top of the stacked fronts that you could just roll those blitzes off of, then the stacked fronts could probably help out a lot more than with the run game. Kind of 2 birds, 1 stone by doing it. David Phillips says, appreciate the time and constructive criticism that you put forth. Thank you, David. I had a lot of fun putting this one together, and it took me a little bit of extra time on this one because I did want to make sure I'm getting this guy right from my perspective of things. But I'm liking putting these breakdowns together. I'm glad you guys are digging them too. DNA says there are some much more positive evaluations of Cameron Young. He isn't as bad as PFF has him. No, I don't think he's necessarily as quite as bad, Dean, as PFF has him. And of course, they're dinging him hugely because of the pass rushing grade. When you look at it as a main point, they did give him pretty good marks overall. Well, not good marks, but at least fair to decent marks as far as his run stuffing grade goes. And we're not going to expect him to be a pass rusher. I don't need him to do that stuff, not at all. And yes, absolutely, Dean. I hope I qualify this correctly, and I know that for new folks just joining the stream might not have heard me say this. I do absolutely hope that I'm wrong on my outlook on Cameron Young, and that he's ready to go, and that they know what they need to fix in him. They're going to get this kid good in the element of where we need him to be good, and that I could be just a little bit off with it. It is always in the name of it, of just being honest on this channel above all else, is where I'm always going to lean. And I can't fade the funk if there's something I'm not seeing on a guy or a move. And most of the time I can understand a lot of what this team does. I love this draft. I think I've been very effusive in my praise of every single pick. I don't think it's a bad thing to walk away from the draft saying, well, there was just one pick that I kind of had a little bit of a bone with, right? A little bit of bone to pick with, right? A little bit of a bone with. Bone to pick. Better add on the extra words on that one, or it doesn't sound right. So this was the only one. Love the draft. Spoke about it in the video. I think this is probably the second or third best draft in Seahawks history. And I'm going to walk away with this big smile on my face, perfectly happy with just having one little pick. But it does remain the one pick where I'm like, I just can't quite get there with it. JL says, Niners are due for another injury-riddled year. You better believe they are. You better believe it. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, and it's good to see you in the house, brother. He says, what if the fact we invested very little in the zero tech is because we aren't committed to a 3-4 full on? Could be wrong, but wasn't PC non-committal? Ooh, we got a little bit of, I like it. We've got a little bit of Randall whipping out a little bit of the conspiracy talk here a little bit, just to a small degree. Being that maybe there's a little bit of self-sabotage here with Carroll on the personnel grouping side of this, being that he's just going to go with this. I'm just going to publish this other video and get this up before everybody's in bed tonight. It's an interesting thought, Randall, because somebody was asking above on this. Well, if you're thinking of Jarran Reed, and the real key here to me on Jarran Reed, I'd love to hear if you guys feel like it's the same way, that he can do the one tech. He came out of Alabama doing the one tech stuff, but I don't know if he really does as much the zero tech in there over the top of the nose tackle. It's a very small shading from one to the other, but it seems to require a little bit more of the guy that's, really, really able to root down, that just isn't going to get moved. He doesn't have to get a lot of push into the backfield, but he can't have a hole created. He's got to demand the double teams. I don't know if Reed fits as much into that realm when you put him up as a nose tackle. I could be wrong on that, but this could be the thing that opens the door, Randall, to where they go, okay, we just don't have the nose. Cameron Young's too green. He's not able to go in this respect. So what we'll do is we'll go to the 4-3. We'll put Jarran back out as a one tech. We'll back him up with Cameron Young. Then you've got two real nice, to me, 3 techs where Draymond Jones can slide in to be a 3 tech and have no problem doing that instantly. Easy. And then Mike Morris absolutely can be the next guy kind of off the bench to fill in that role, beyond that. So I think that they could have that as an open option here, Randall, that's like one yet remained unpushed out there very much. But there's been so much other talk here a little bit about them not moving off of this, that they are staying with this, that, you hear Clint Hurt talk about it, and he seems like, even though I will say with Clint Hurt, Randall, to add to your conspiracy with this, right? Clint Hurt calls up Mike Morris on draft day, and he's asking Mike Morris if he's ready to play the 3 tech. And I was sitting there going, wait, what? You mean the 4-eye, Clint? You mean the 4-eye? So maybe that's one of those cards they're holding to the vest here, and that's why we're not getting something that feels as certain that this is where they're going with it. This is their choice. This is the pathway, and that it's a little bit more open-ended here for them to be like, well, we're keeping our options open. It's the guy at the dance. We're the team at the dance as it concerns our fronts that's just kind of still waiting, like, I just want to see if anybody else comes late, I'll make my pick when I make sure I got a good feel for the lay of the land fully. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate you, and I love your thought on that one. It would make a lot more sense because let's say Jarran Reed right now isn't a guy the coaching staff looks at as a guy that can do the zero tech, that he is more of your strong side defensive end in the 3-4. Okay, Cameron Young is your one guy. Brian Monet's not really ready to roll by day one. Who's our 2? Who's our 3? Who's our 2 and who's our 3 as it stands right now? You ain't asking Mike Morris to do it. You don't want Tavai. Tavai's not going to have the size to do it. The kid we got out of San Diego State. They've moved on from Cooper from Florida State, and they also moved on from the Forrest Mills guy. So I'm going to give you guys the Jordan meme. I don't know. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Benton was already gone before our pick 52. Oh, my bad then, Daniel. I misremembered it on that respective thing. So let's get the exact point of where he was picked at here just to make sure I'm speaking right about that. So we had... Okay, so 49th pick. So he was taken 49th. And I think the bottom line on this, Daniel, is that the hot and cold evaluation we're talking about above is that the Hawks were one of those teams on the cold side of it. If there was a mix of teams and scouting evaluators and general managers and their outlook on Benton, and it was split, we can tell by where the Hawks went with this that they were cold on him. Reason being, I would say, is that you passed on him once already at the front of the second round for Derek Hall, to add on now your 4th edge on your team rather than adding what would be your starter as a zero tech and a good starter at that. You made that choice kind of as a bottom line decision. Now they had the first round grade on Derek Hall and they loved him and very high on him. Okay. But now if he's taken at 49 and you were pick 52, knowing that the draft capital wasn't costing a lot to move up in the second round if you wanted to do that at that time, knowing you were sitting on all those draft picks as you were, they could have moved back up into the second round and then gotten him there if there was a strong like for him. That's why I do come down to thinking, Daniel, that they were one of those ice cold teams when it came to Benton. And again, understandable because there was other teams out there that were feeling that same way about him. It was not some universally viewed deal where he was absolutely loved by everybody, but those who loved him really loved him. And I was kind of one of those in the camp, believing that he is coming along and that the Senior Bowl performance wasn't just a flash, that this kid's upside is pretty legit. I don't know if it's star level, but legit. Much more legit in an area, of course, than where we are with Young, but a couple rounds later. Thank you, though, Daniel, for the $2 donation. Appreciate you. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I imagine we trade for a defensive tackle near the deadline for a 4th or 5th. Some old veteran that can get it done. There will be dudes available. Indeed, there will be somebody available, I would think, by the trade deadline. It is gotten a little bit weird, Y2K, with the trade deadline, with the addition of the extra game on the schedule. Before, by the time you got up to the trade deadline, teams kind of knew where they sat. They knew what they had, and they were, much more willing to make the call to be in sell mode at that point. You had much more of a buyer's market available to teams. It's not as much that now in recent years with the trade deadline and that extra game in the season. But even if it's not the trade deadline, Y2K, it could be end of training camp. Could be a couple games into the season. I do agree with you that the cost shouldn't be particularly great, and that if we have to go out there and put out some bait for a good zero tech, if all we're needing is just a run stuffing zero tech, you should be able to find that out on the open market somewhere at that point for not a great cost. It's just not been something that they've, I think, as much as anything, spent as much effort and time into really addressing on the team. They've been more about going after and attacking other areas that I think that they think are more vital to winning on Sunday. And that's part of that sort of evolution of thinking about the position that we may have to go through, especially now making this change to this new 3-4 defense and the way that we need to view defensive linemen. Unlike the past, where under the 4-3 defense, the lineman was everything. Your defense was going to sink or swim based on your front four. Appreciate you, though, on that. Thank you for the donation, Y2K, and I do agree with you. I think a trade at some point is going to be made. I don't think they're just going to sit on what they've got here. Something's going to come down the track, I would say. Frankie Green, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate the big donations tonight. Thank you, all of you guys, for all of the support on the channel. You guys are amazing, as you ever are. So thank you so much. He says, hey, bruh, Fat Daddy Stacks and I are the same. Just wondering if Sam Adams is available to return back to the Hawks. He probably would be better than what we have. I'll tell you this, he'd at least give you a bigger, wider body than whatever you got right now. That guy was like wide as a house. You know what I mean? He was one of those guys, just took up like 4 guys wide of width. And he played like a 3-tech at times, which just made him so freakish. I wish, bro. I wish Sam Adams was back on this defense right now. Almost a little bit more so, not more so than Kennedy, but he would give you the guy who could go in, because he was probably about 25 pounds heavier than Kennedy, 30 pounds. You could stick him up in that 0-tech, and he was right there with, of course, that Italian guy whose name I can never remember, who was the Ravens' other guy who passed. God, I don't know. I can never remember that guy's name. But those 2 guys were the guys that helped to keep Ray Lewis clean back in the day. And Sam would be a welcome return addition if we could bring him back into the mix. You had him at one time where Kennedy was the 3-tech and Sam was the 1-tech in the old Hawks defense. So he'd be such a problem out of a 0-tech. I almost want to go back and watch some Ravens tape to see how they had him aligned, because he had such insane first step quickness, did Sam Adams. It's one of those guys, like, he was like, didn't have a real good look. You know, the body wasn't all put together, sculpted. It was big and blobby and all over the place, but he would get off with that first step quickness. He could time that snap, especially on the AstroTurf at the Kingdome, just insanely well. I'd love to have Sam back, man. Let's make a call. Say, Sam, I need you for 10 snaps. Just hunker down. That's all I need you to do. Just hunker down. But thank you, Frankie Green. Appreciate you, man, for the $10 donation. And shout out to you, Fat Daddy Stacks. Hope you're having a good night out there tonight. Pandemonium Bad with a $5 donation. Thank you, Pandemonium Bad. Appreciate you as well. Says, just here to show love to my favorite Seahawks fan podcast. Well, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the love. I feel the love, and you guys are amazing in that respect of things, as always. So thank you to guys for all your support here on the channel here throughout this whole off season. You know, this is usually a dead period for a lot of us streamers out there, where the audience goes away and watches baseball or basketball or whatever else, and you got to kind of struggle to kind of doggy paddle your way along. Luckily, I've been able to have really a lot of support from you guys this off season to be able to keep this thing just full bowl running, and we're going to keep it going here as I go forward. So appreciate you on that, Pandemonium Bad. Thank you for the $5 dono, man, and you're awesome. You're awesome. Raymond Littlefield has subscribed to the Hawks Nest. Raymond, thank you for subscribing on up to the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard, brother. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Randall, thank you for all the donos on the channel tonight. Says, wasn't Desai the supposed guru on the Vangio D? With him leaving, who would be the one orchestrating the 3-4? My guess is we do some variation. It's the part that I wondered why. You know, you've got a new scheme that you've installed last year, and you did, like Randall, you said, you installed this scheme, this Fangio cover 2 shell that was going to be a hybridization of the old defense as well, whatever that means. I guess that means 2-man fronts. That's how that boils down. But you're going to institute this new defense, change away from your 4-3, and it really fails. You're one of the league worst defenses. You're also seeing that the defense is failing in other places. It really feels like you actually, maybe beyond even having the magical coach who can guide and direct everything perfectly from an X's and O's standpoint, it's more about needing the exact, precise, perfect personnel that you can put in place in order to be able to have the scheme flow right. And that's really what we're missing. That was what the Vikings were missing last year, who were also trying to run this scheme anew over one offseason flip. And I thought that the door was going to then open back up for Carroll to just say, well, look, we just lost Desai now. And Desai, by the way, is going to the Eagles. So the guru status is going to return to him with that Eagle defense. Make no mistake about that. But you could open up and say, okay, we don't have our guy now in the secondary to teach it like we had before. Let's go back to the old and what we did before. Maybe it's not going to set the world on fire. Maybe we're not going to create a historically great defense again here, but at least we'll create a functional defense. Something that just isn't a sieve, something that's not giving up record-breaking amount of yardage as we've seen over the last couple of years with Coach Carroll defenses in some way or another. And they didn't do it, Randall. They didn't take that. They've not indicated that they've taken that road with it. Instead, what we're hearing is more of, for instance, the slide back into doing this. They're calling it single gapping, but it's the gap and a half stuff that we're doing, which is more of what we did before. And you hear the players talking about it. Randall, I've listened to a couple of the interviews, talking about how they're playing the defense and the defenders are, you fit to your gap, and you already hear him speak to that. When you hear him using that kind of terminology in the interviews, it's an indication that they're still sticking to the old. If they're going back to the 4-3, now we're going to get more of the discussion about two gapping and stuff, really, more than the other stuff. And that's not quite what we're hearing from them, at least from the few of the players. I was listening to a couple of the interviews that have come through, and they've been pretty confirming so far that their stores, they're more sticking to the old, to the last years, than they're transitioning back, by my feel of things with this, Randall. But I think it is going to be a potential thing they could go to during the year where they're like, okay, not working. We get through 3 games and it's bad again. They just go, the hell of it. What's the worst that can happen going back to the old defense at this point? What's the worst? We're already 30 at this point. There's nowhere else to go but up. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation, man. Appreciate all the donations today, guys. You are amazing. Says, here's Pete's presser where he discussed Alton Robinson. Seemed weird. Basically says he hasn't spoken to him much and doesn't know what's going on. Well, that's not a good sound by Pete Carroll at that point with Alton. And he did disappear last year. The knee injury came up I think at the end of training camp, first game of the game. It was like the first game of the year or end of training camp. Popped up on him, and he was not able to get right back from it. It wasn't a torn ACL. I don't know what it exactly was. We didn't really get a report of exactly what the nature of the injury was. He's already on the outside looking in as far as making this team on the rotation, especially depending on how many edges this team decides to carry. Are they going to carry 5? Are they going to carry 4? If they carry 5 even, he's going to be battling it out with, say nothing of the UDFAs that are coming out there. They're going to try to fight out here, but he's also going to have to try to duke it out with Tariq Smith, who I know I've heard the coaching staff talk about him, and they do seem pretty optimistic about the kid out of Ohio State that they took in the 6th round last year. That could spell a little bit of the end for Alton Randall. And we did wonder a little bit about him standing up as well when he was a guy that did look more coming out of college as a pure 4-3 defensive end. Could he just lose 15 pounds and stand up? That's the part I always get a little bit skeptical on. Of you can tell a guy to do that. You can have him lose his weight and stand up, and now you'll be an outside stand-up linebacker. But if he spent his whole life, his whole career with his hand in the dirt, it's not always the easiest of transitions for players to make. And I do believe that Tariq Smith, for instance, had done some standing up stuff at Ohio State, so he's got at least the familiarity with it. But Alton, whether he's healthy, whether he's good now, he's on the outside looking in on this, I think, Randall, no matter what. I just think that the scheme changes at the front of that, too. Thank you, though, man, for all the donations. $10.23 says 49ers have the most tough schedule in the league, have no excuse for not winning division. And they're going to, I think that they're probably going to be right there with us. We're going to be duking it out. Wouldn't shock me if they came away with it. 360 Inspiration, I give John and Pete credit to build a roster that only really lacks a nose tackle with the limitations of Jody selling the team in the next few years and not wanting to spend money. Boy, great point on your part of this, 360 Inspiration, because I think that when we come out the other side of this, if we came to find that Jody sells the team and that the team has been operating from those kind of limitations you talk about that I think are real and are a part of the process that Schneider and Carroll are having to deal with here as they're trying to build this team. If they're able to build a successful team, if they're able to build a Super Bowl contender operating within those restraints or constraints, just all that much more the better job they've done here in putting this together and getting this turned back around as quickly as they potentially have. And even though they may be working from those restrictions, that's not necessarily a death knell in itself. The Cincinnati Bengals are one of the cheapest organizations you'll find out there in the National Football League. They're like the Moneyball A's charging for soda in the locker room, but yet they found themselves as one of the elite teams in the NFL over the past couple of years. They've gotten, even go back to the Red Rifle days, they were getting to the playoffs. They were finding some success. So you got to be right in your evaluations now. You got to be right in the money you do spend. You got to be right in the players you pick. But if you get that stuff right, you can still be an elite team. Especially when a team like Denver hands you the magnificent trade that they handed us last year. 1023 says, I hope JSN is really good. If we wasted that 20th pick, I'm going to be so mad, bro. Laughing out loud. I think he'll be good, man. I think he'll be good. Luckily, you're going to put him in a good position to succeed and get some kind of production out of him, whether it's star level of production or it's just league average slot level of production. You're going to probably get something out of him. The bust level with him should be a pretty low level. His floor should be pretty high. Where's the ceiling at? We'll see on that one. Samuel J. Forsythe says, Cameron Young is perfect for what the Hawks will ask of him. He's an elite run stuffer with a high ceiling. I love the confidence, Samuel. I really do. And I hope you are right. Stoney Baker MD, is our schedule considered hard? I think it's kind of middle of the road. It's always a little bit tough on determining the strength of schedule before the season kind of even starts. But it's probably middle of the road to, 10 to 14th-ish, I believe-ish, somewhere in there. .1023, isn't Jody selling the team? She might, but there was an article just posted today that the Blazers, who we thought were going to go first and foremost, have still not been moved themselves. So Jody seems to be able to move this stuff at her pace, her speed, which means that this doesn't necessarily happen overnight, and it may take a couple of years down the line to occur. Of course, you never know. Captain Fantastic Bezos might come flying in with a $7 billion offer. And take it or leave it. It's good for 24 hours, Jody. Take it or leave it. Don't do that to me, Bezos. Give me a week. No. You have 1 day. $7 billion. I blow the last sale of the Washington team out the water by 30%. We can make this happen or what? Damn it, Jeff. Some intense negotiations between Bezos and Allen. Moto says, I don't care if he makes a lot of tackles as long as he can occupy a few blockers so the B-Wags and whomever can make the tackles. It's a big key here. It is a big key. And it's the hard part to track with a defensive lineman as a zero tech at times. This is one of those ones where it gets forgotten about because it doesn't show up as a statistical stat outside of looking up the advanced stats on these guys. But you do need the zero tech. The reason that you align the guy in a 3-4 defense, for instance, over the top of the center is you're sort of trying to force the hand of these offenses to immediately drive the double team to the zero tech, especially when it's a gap run. You're going to want to make sure that you're neutralizing this because that's where the point of attack is likely to occur. Whereas if you have a one tech and then the center's uncovered, right, where a one tech slided over and now the center's not necessarily right with a guy ahead up over him, he's got a little more freedom of movement to then go to the block he wants to go to. And so when you do a 3-4 with that nose tackle, you get to dictate those terms a little bit more easily. But that's what you need, is the guy to get in there and then, as I've called it over, hunker, root down, just become as immovable as you can, taking on those two blocks. And now your linebackers get a flow. Now the rest of the defensive line's got its single blocks across the board. Everything's in its proper place, so to speak. But last year, this was a big problem with our zero tech. Guys all across the defensive line, quite frankly. And teams felt like they could comfortably attack us with just simply sometimes a center moving guards down. Because that's the problem with it, is that when you're now over the top of the center with your nose tackle and you have the two guards on either side of the center, right? But unlike a 4-3 defense, now these guys are uncovered. So what this now means is that, yes, you are driving the center and he's got to come and block into that nose tackle right off of the snap. But now the guards being uncovered have a very direct, clear pathway if they want to get down to the second level. If you want to duo those guards down to your two middle linebackers in a 3-4 at that point, they can do so if the offenses can trust that that center can neutralize your zero tech at the point of attack. And that was happening a lot last year. And it is why I say it is a big key to this situation rolling in the right direction for us as far as the runs, being more stiff in the run stuffing game element of things. Sajin says we still have $9 million in cap. I don't think we quite have that much when it's all boiled down to the bottom line. I think we got like a couple million in real functional cap room as it stands right now. Caden, shout me out, please. Well, shout out to you, Caden. Hope you're having a great night, man. Thank you for jumping on in the Hawks Nest. Sorry I'm a little slow to acknowledge, but we got a lot of folks in here tonight. But appreciate you watching, man. Hope you're having a good one. 1023 says, I thought Jeff Bezos was going to buy the Hawks. He is, but I think he's the lead runner to buy the Hawks. I don't know if he's going to buy the Hawks, but he's the lead runner. But Jody's got to sell, and it's on Jody's timeline as well. Motive, it looks like Pumpkin is reading the comments. Nice to see her involved tonight. Yeah, she checks things out, you know. She got tired reading the comments. You can see right now she's a little sleepy, but see if she'll say hi. You say hi to everybody? Say, what's up? Say, what's up? She said, what's up to you guys? See that? She totally said it. She totally said it. Jamie Cruz says, we just need to sign up veteran dogs, and it'll create the beast mode on D we need. If we can get a couple guys up defensive line up front, you certainly have a chance to drive an ascent that's very similar to what you've done on the offensive side of the ball over this last year and a half, and then make the defense from a place of being kind of your main weakness on the team to kind of turning it more into a strength. And that's going to be the next place for them to probably really address is that defensive line. You got the safety set, you got the corner set, linebacker, let's just call it the whole front seven. How about that? That'll be our next point of addressing. Stoney says, is Pumpkin trying to hitch a ride, showing all that leg? She's like, hey fellas, you like these legs? Look at these furry legs, huh? Look at that soft hair. Yeah. Jeffrey says, Young is the classic player that the old scouts like because he's big and fast. 1023, Jody Allen did do the right thing by choosing the staff over Russell. She made the right choice. Hopefully now she makes the correct one as it concerns the potential sale of this team. Samuel says, I watched his tape too. From what I was seeing, Young seemed to be involved in every play. His nose for the ball looked good, high motor, and his ceiling and potential is promising. I love it, Samuel. I love it. I'm glad you're able to kind of see that on tape. I certainly would say that the nose for the ball is definitely there for the most part. There are some snaps where stuff goes right past him, as I showed on the cut-ups that I provided. There are some snaps where the ball's going right past him and he's just completely unaware of it. But for the most part, the nose for the ball is there, and I would not push back at all on the motor. The motor is probably the first and foremost skill that you do get with Cameron Young, where he is going to go hard most every play and give you everything you got, especially in the running game. Brian says, Nagasu says most people rank Cameron Young as a 5th rounder. Yeah, I think I might even had him deeper than that, but that would be more appropriate to me as a spot. King Bomber says, I think we're close, but the problem is going to be if our offense with Jackson can beat their slightly weaker defense. WCC, are the Seahawks going to make another move? I think at some point we are. Yeah. I don't know. King Bomber, you might have been responding to somebody else. I'm not sure on that. Be if our offense with Jackson can beat their slightly weaker defense. Might have missed something on that one. Daniel's Niners offense are top heavy with guys that have injury history. They can run into a trouble if they lose 2 of the 3 of CMC, Debo, and Kittle. And all 3 of those guys have a bit of an injury history at times in their careers, don't they? And guys don't tend to get healthier as they get older, do they, Daniel? But you're right. Niners are as top heavy a team in this league as anybody, even more so than the Eagles. And if they do happen to lose 1, 2 of those guys, I don't know if they've got necessarily the backups to sustain at that point. Especially considering we haven't even talking about their offensive line, we haven't even gotten to their quarterback situation, which does kind of continue to be kind of an uncertain mess a little bit. Seattle 808 edge. We need some more edge players. Chad Hart in the house. What's up, Chad? John Holland says, is it true Cameron Young put on weight since the draft? I heard he was up to 320. That's the weight I've heard that he's at as well, John. Understanding, of course, that he had dropped weight to the combine at 305. So when we look at the tape of him last year, according to what I read on him, he was at 320 last year. So he's just gotten back to his playing weight, essentially. Dropped down to the combine to try to get him faster and quicker, but that, of course, didn't work. And so now he is back up to that playing weight. He does seem to carry 320 pretty good. He doesn't look super, he looks well proportioned for a guy like that, rather than it being, let's say, all around his middle half. But so maybe he can add even a little bit more beyond that. But yeah, 320 is what I've heard that he's at right now. 315, 320, somewhere in there. Drunk says the Mariners need to trade for a bat. They stink at hitting outside of Kelnick and Julio. Too many strikeouts. They got smoked in Texas, 3-0 sweep. Yeah, wake-up call all weekend for the Mariners with Texas. And I've been willing to give this stuff a lot of time to develop, give it more than just the month of the season, but now we're well past 2 months into the season, and these issues have been going back now for years. The moves Dipoto did not went to make this offseason, from Colton Wong to A.J. Pollock, have been horrible. Teoscar Hernandez is okay. You need to get more into this lineup somehow or another, or decide you're not competing this year. Make a determination one way or another. We all know that they've got where their payroll is. It just got announced that they're the most profitable team in all of Major League Baseball last year. It's time to start rewarding the fans here for them supporting you and putting butts in seats. It's time for you to stop this team from losing every single freaking game they lose the exact same way. Where pitchers, I know the Rangers wore out our arms, but you just can't hit. And then you can't hit on the back of something so simplistic of your guys just constantly strike out, while you're also playing in one of the biggest major league ballparks in all of baseball, which really should require you to play a much more small ball and have guys who put a little bit more value into putting the ball in play rather than looking for the home run all the time. Hope they start to do something. My patience is definitely starting to run low with the Mariners in that respect of things. 1023, a lot of Cardinals don't watch football anymore since they have Kyler and fired Cliff Kingsbury. They didn't have the largest market anyway. Let's be real with that one. Jason, DeForest Buckner from Colts, I'm sure could be traded for our Hawks, but that line would be awesome. I'd love to see it, Jason. And if the team took an aggressive approach to doing this in the name of trying to be more competitive in the upcoming 2023 season, I would be in favor of the move, and I would applaud it. There'll be those folks out there that go, oh, we saw what happened with Percy. We saw what happened with Jimmy Graham. We saw what happened with Jamal. You're just going back over the same old bridge. I wouldn't be one of those folks. I would be applauding the move, because you'd be looking to fix what is right now the greatest weakness you have on the football team. And it's not a football team with a lot of weaknesses. That is one of them. Drunk Squitter says we need to sack Colt McCoy, blitz him every play, make him uncomfortable. You better believe we do. Don't let him sit back there and just pick you apart, right? You've seen how that goes. John Holland, thank you. Tony Saragusa. I can never remember that freaking guy's name, man. R.I.P. to Tony. But him and Sam were the two guys right up front there for Ray Lewis when they were having those great defenses. And those guys, man, both of them almost could take up two blockers. All right? You had to double team both those guys. Ray was running free for days back in those times. I bet he still looks fondly on those days. There's nothing but green grass. Grug says, thoughts on the show Miami Vice? Heard that was a thing back in the 80s. It's great. Yeah, it was a great show back in the 80s. Michael Mann show. So a lot of people, Grug, Michael Mann is a guy that you might most know, or more of the younger folks tend to know him from the movie Heat. And he's done a couple of other deals, but Miami Vice was where he started with, a very stylish kind of director, a little bit like Ridley Scott in certain respects, in, framing, setting up the shot, having something that is very stylish in its look, very sleek, right? But it wasn't necessarily a great show from a standpoint of writing or anything like that. It was kind of a little bit of style over substance, a little bit. But to show a lot of people still hold in somewhat of high regard, I guess. It definitely had a cultural effect at the time. You know, guys were wearing those jackets and doing all that. That was a real thing. Pandemonium bad. As much as we the fans want to prioritize nose tackle, just remember Mount Cody, Alabama nose tackle, being big isn't enough to be an effective nose tackle. He was okay for a moment or two there. My buddy played with him back in college, actually, Mr. Mount Cody. But you're right. Being just big isn't necessarily nearly enough. It is, when you weigh 350, 360, it is harder for two guys to just move you if you do want to hunker down than if, let's say, you're 310, 315. But no, you just need a guy that's good. Beyond just being big, you need a guy that's, you know, just good, whatever the weight is. So one of the things I said with Keanu Ben were, you know, he's a guy 310, 315, but I think he's going to be able to handle the duties of zero tech without problem. Pandemonium says Seahawks need to go after Tongan and Samoan nose tackles. You can't go wrong with that, can you, Pandemonium Bad? Can't at all. Pandemonium Bad also with a $2 donation. Thank you, man. I do appreciate the donation. He says, we have the best depth in the NFC West. All facts. I don't know how you can argue with it. As I went down the line there against the Niners, you know, okay, you have Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. I got 4 deep at my running back position. Okay, you got Trent Williams, maybe still the best left tackle in all of the sport. And that kid out of Notre Dame at left guard, Brooks, he's okay. Center, Buford was okay at right guard, rookie last year. Now you're going to have a new right tackle this year. We're better all the way down the line there, outside of maybe left tackle. We're all 4/5 of our offensive line is better than that. Even Evan Brown was probably better than what they're throwing out there this year. Debo, Brandon Ayuk, well, that's nice, but we've got at least the equivalent of that with DK and Tyler, and then we throw Jackson Smith and Eskridge and Tariq Young. I think we're better. Yeah, I think we are, from a depth standpoint. Maybe we don't have the frontline guys like the Niners have, but hard to argue that the depth is there for us in a way that's not there for the Niners. Ethan says, my question is, remember the stretch of games last year where our defense was playing awesome? What happened with that, and how do we go back to that? I would think as much as anything, you look back at that time and you look back at those wins and look at it through a view of more of what happened there was you were catching some bad teams at the right time. The fact that it happens on a 4-game stretch that's all back-to-back doesn't mean necessarily that there was a certain turn that the team was making or doing at that point in order to make that change occur. I'm trying to go back and take a look at look at that game stretch here if I can. So you lost 39-32 to the New Orleans Saints, and then you came back and you beat the Arizona Cardinals, one of the worst offenses in football, 19-9, great defensive performance. You beat the Chargers, who coming into that game didn't have Keenan Allen. Mike Williams, I believe, at one point got injured. They were down somebody else too. Oh yeah, Rashawn Slater was out in that game, so they didn't have the left tackle as well. So you held them to 23 points in that game. Then you had the New York Giants that were average offense last year, 27-13, and then you had Arizona again. So you didn't play against the Chargers at necessarily full strength or anywhere close to that. And so that run of 4 games was you're really going against kind of some easier run of opponents and not really indicative of what you are as a bottom line compared to the rest of the league. And so I don't think they did something special in that time of those 4 games. I just think that they were happening to be good as far as their health standpoint defensively and then catch just kind of some of the right opponents, you know. Trent Sybots, what UDFAs do you think have the most potential? I heard a stat that UDFAs comprise 25 to 30% of the league on a given year. They definitely do fill out a lot of it, especially Trent, if you're a young rebuilding roster. Why wouldn't you go young, right? Why wouldn't you just try as many as you could to see who pops, because you're not worried about losing games at that point. You know you're in a rebuild mode. But I'm working on the next video, Trent, which is going to be UDFAs. I'm already pretty deep into it. I've been working on it at the same time as doing this Cameron Young video. And so I'm going to be concentrating on a couple of set guys that I'm going to look at. And I'm still kind of going through the list of all of the guys because there's 25 UDFAs that we signed, Trent. So it's a lot of kind of tape for me to kind of pull through to find who is what. Like I started looking at Robert Cooper, and then we cut him. So I'm trying to lock in on the guys that I think are going to be those guys. I'll give you a few names here off the jump that I think have me most interested. Right off the gate, Matt Landers, very impressive. True 4.3 speed on the football field. Also got a big body, long arms, runs great double moves. Doesn't do well with physicality at the line of scrimmage or through his route. But he's got some skill to him, and he's a guy that can play outside and probably a little inside if you need him to. So he provides you some real unique flexibility. First, let's say the other guy I like on the list being Bobo out of UCLA, who would be more of only a slot guy in my opinion. But he runs really sharp routes. He's especially trouble when he gets to the stem of the route and being able to shake the defender and not showing any indicators to the defender about where he's going with the route. You can't ever quite feel, even though he's not fast, even though he's not the quickest, he's just so good with his body control and not showing you anything that you have to play it true all the way through when you're guarding him, especially if you're guarding him in a zone kind of situation where you are staying clean over the top and you have to remain patient over the top while he's about to cut in front of your face. And you can almost not do anything about it, doing nothing about it at times. And so he's got some skill to him too. Jonah Tavai of San Diego State, very impressive on tape. I tell you what, man, I went between Cameron Young and Jonah Tavai. And folks, you want to watch a dichotomy of two different tapes. Put on Cameron Young's, then put on Tavai's. And it's just like Tavai's splashing here. Whereas with Cameron Young, it was like another bad snap. Okay, here we got one good one over here. Another bad snap. So Tavai's got some good snaps, a lot of good snaps. He's undersized. I don't know where he's going to exactly fit. Probably as a 3-4 defensive end, but he's got a good chance to make the team. And then I'm going to call him Gryffindor because I'm just never going to remember his name exactly, but I call him Gryffindor, the tight end. There's going to be a real pull, Trent, I think, coming into training camp from John Schneider's standpoint here of looking at where he's at from a standpoint of the cap and going, well, look, if Gryffindor can go out there and play as our third tight end this year, I can shave off $5.5 million off my salary cap this season that I can go use on somebody else. Let's say maybe via a trade. Let's say maybe the defensive line. And especially considering now that you're not going to probably be running as many 3 tight end sets, say nothing of the 2 tight end sets, maybe there's more of a reason to move off from one of these tight ends in order to clear that cap space up. It's possible. But those are the 4 guys right now I'm kind of locked in on, Trent. I watched a little bit of Archon Bush's tape. I don't think he's making the roster. Part of why I think people are saying, why are they bringing all these cornerbacks? Archon Bush isn't. He's not going to make it in the NFL. It's not happening. Nope. Sorry, Archon. DJ, hopefully our new pass rush specialist coach on the D-line can get our guys to execute more effectively. That would be helpful. Just getting better development in the defensive line coaches. That would take you a long way to getting you in the right direction here. Great point. Megan says to get Young up to being a starting player for game 1, he'd have to pull a huge miracle on for B. He'd have to do that, Megan. I'm reticent to believe he's going to be able to do it. And I think the team's going to figure that out pretty quickly. He could be in there in the rotation, but just ask him to start day 1, I think, is a bit much. Get him in a rotation like with the rookie. Get him into a role. Don't put the world on his shoulders a little bit. I don't think the team will. They'll be smart in their approach, I think, with this. Saijan says, what is the possibility of B-Wag staying another year after next season? I think it's good. I think he's going to take it year by year to see where his body is. He's got a lot of games he's played. I've been looking at the stats preparing for Wednesday's show on this one, and he's played a whole nother season in just postseason games alone. So Bobby played a lot of football. And hard to say where he is as far as body-wise or if he can keep, but if he comes out and has a successful year this year, if they come closer and closer as far as pushing towards conference championships or say nothing of Super Bowls, I think you can absolutely call upon him to try to bring him back into the fray at that point another year. And I think he'd probably be willing to do so. But it'll be a year-by-year thing, I think, when it's all said and done with this. Kitty go meow? She does go meow. She said, don't touch me, I'm sleeping. That is what she's usually saying. Snow Tiger says, we are not a playoff team. We are one more offseason away from being a contender or a playoff team. We'll see, Snow Tiger. We definitely were a playoff team last year, and I don't think the NFC's gotten tougher this offseason. I think it's gotten weaker, if that's as much a dictating factor as anything, But we'll see. Jacob, if we weren't supposed to be a playoff team last year and still made it, then we're not a Super Bowl team. If we weren't supposed to be a playoff team last year and still made it, then we're not supposed to be a Super Bowl team. Agreed. If the team doesn't get up to that spot this year, it's why I've said, Jacob, that I do think the team's going to be capable of winning some games this year, of pushing for a division title, of being a contending team. And by contending team, I don't just mean one and done or just sliding into the back door of the playoffs. I'm talking about truly, absolutely getting out there and making some noise in the playoffs. But I'm also going to be a guy, and you're going to find me consistent on this realm of things, Jacob, who's going to preach patience to the fandom if we're not seeing the kind of returns in this given season that some people are forecasting or thinking are going to come to bloom. Because you have such a young team, because you are still at the end of the day only in, again, here, year 2 of a rebuild. You've got a great roster and a roster that should compete. But young teams are hard to predict. Go look at the Mariners right now. What you get from young teams is inconsistency. Not dominance, not sustained dominance. You usually get inconsistency. And look no further back than this bottom line stat, which I think really should open up eyes as much as anything. You won the Super Bowl. The average age on your roster was 26 and a half years old. That was by far the youngest roster in NFL history to ever win the Super Bowl. Last year, you were about 26.1. This year, you're going to average about 25.7. So you would have to set a Super Bowl record again this year to get out there and go win a Super Bowl again this year with this roster and how young it is. It's a tall task. It's going to be hard to get it done. And we certainly shouldn't have our sights on Super Bowl or bust. We'd love to see it. We'd hope we can get to do it. There's certainly a way it could happen, but it's understandable if they don't quite get there as well this upcoming year. Yeah, and I'm okay with Snow Tiger taking his approach, folks, too. Don't be hard on Snow Tiger in the chat. Give Snow Tiger some room here. It's all good if he doesn't. I think it's an understandable assessment to maybe look at this in certain respects and go, there'll be a little bit of, as I've talked about, a regression to mean this year. James Valva says, great analysis on Young. Depressing as heck, but great. I said it all along. We're 2 years away. Still true. Well, I think we are probably still at least a year away for all the reasons we're bringing up kind of right now with what they've got kind of up against them this year to expect it. But if they got aggressive in this next offseason, if they chose to really engage things in a way to, stack the roster as deeply as they could, I think even next year is something that you could look as being a contender on paper going into the season. Not one that you have to wait to develop that you go, no, we should be right up there with the best of the best in the roster that we've built. But some of that then goes back to how they spend their money and stopping with some of these 1 and 2 year deals at every turn and starting to be willing to throw out a little bit of money in order to accommodate a deeper roster. .360 Inspiration says, give me a prediction on how our offense plays this year. Oh, I think I think that we're a top 5 offense this year. I don't know if the defense can get up to a top 15 state. I don't have as much confidence to believe that they're going to get there. I'm hopeful they can get there, and I think there's some ways they can manufacture getting to a top 15 state overall across the board. But when it comes to the offense, your 2 tackles, the second-year returns you're going to get from those guys coming back now a year further developed. Damian Lewis settled in at left guard. You've improved your center and your right guard position, maybe not substantially, but you have improved it. Your tight end remains a strength. Your receiver core has gotten deeper. Your running back room has gotten deeper. Yeah, I think that you put even more production up, more consistent production up throughout the course of the whole year. I think they push for being a 30-point team throughout the course of the season. And I got good confidence in that one. Herbicide says, on the D side, we have upgraded every position except nose tackle. We have a better defense. But we don't know about weak side linebacker as being improved. And we still don't know about the necessary cornerback. We think Devon Witherspoon's going to be better this next year, but we don't know. Draymond Jones certainly will give you more than what you got last year from that one defensive end position, but we'll see on Jarran Reed. He has become a little bit more now in that role of a journeyman guy than he is looked at as kind of an impactful guy. But, we have gotten better overall. I wouldn't push back on that. It certainly has improved the defenses at the end of the day from where it was last year. It's more that line that I'm locking into, I guess. So, no, we have been hoping that we have improved our defense for the last 4 years. How did that work for us, huh? It's true. This has been a problem going back for a while. I think that when you're making a transition like they did last year, Snow Tiger, going from a 4-3 to a 3-4, that to have an expectation level that you're going to move to that defense in one off season, especially a season where you do have $44 million of dead money. You have just moved on from 2 Hall of Famers and leaders in your locker room, that maybe it's understandable if that doesn't necessarily take hold after one given year. And that's a little bit different in when that goes wrong from the prior years and when that defense and those defenses have gone wrong. Because I think we do have to kind of slice those two apart a little bit. Your bottom line point's not wrong, that the failure has been there defensively over the last few years, no doubt about it. But there are different reasons at different times too, I think. Isaac Wesley says, go Hawks, this season is ours all the way. Go Hawks, Isaac. Erickson, I agree. Reed and Draymond Jones should be pretty nasty, hopefully. Megan says, what role do you put Young into, B? I don't see him making the practice squad. Oh, he could make the practice squad. He would make the practice squad, Megan. He'd get plucked off the practice squad. I'm sure somebody would, at the very least, look at him as a back-end rotational nose tackle, and that'd be the place I'd like to have him. Ideally, you're probably rotating through 2 to 3 zero techs. You probably have one guy that plays a little bit like Jarran Reed, where maybe he gives you a couple of zero tech snaps, but then he slid out to kind of more of the defensive end most of the time, and then Young and some guy that's more set, more, legitimate in the league is your starter at that point. I think that would be the better, more ideal scenario there if you could roll it that way, is at the very least him just being a backup to a third rather than being the starter right out the gate, especially because then being a starter means that's going to open more up to him having to play more snaps and then getting gassed out and just being required to do more than you should ask a rookie to do. But no, I think he definitely can make the practice squad. He's better than other defensive linemen we have here on the roster. So it's not a deep unit as it is. I know I'm talking good about Tavai, but I don't think Tavai can really run the zero tech stuff. So that's some of this, Megan, is you don't have guys on the roster right now that's 5-6 deep. As I was saying, you cut Cooper, you cut the Forrest Merrill guy, whatever his name, Forrest Mills, whatever it was. You cut him too. Doesn't matter. Not going to be working here anymore. So just don't have anybody else behind him. It's kind of lean, kind of light. Herbicide Tavai almost too small. He is small, man. And I don't think he's going to be able to do the zero tech stuff that he would do in college, but they would move him all over the place at San Diego State. There's snaps where he's taken off the edge at times. College football got a fascination last year with these big, huge defensive tackles that they moved out to the edge, standing up at times. 10-23, Jamal should help the run D out. I agree with you on that. Snow Tiger, yeah, I want to start to dominate the Niners, and then I want to buy into the Super Bowl run. I want to see it too, man. Pete, need to see those throwback jerseys. Need some kind of excitement after how the M's have been playing. Don't we ever, Pete. My goodness, it's been a little bit rough for the M's here lately. That was brutal. You're hoping they're going to make some noise against the Rangers, and just, man, they got battered. Yeah, time for some throwbacks looks. I'm ready to see him unveil them. I'm ready for it. Can't wait for it this year. They're going to look so tight. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $10 donation. You're very kind for that, Beyond Balance. I really do appreciate it as well. Hope you're having a great night, my man. He says, have you seen Matty FB's comment on our run D issues? They think it's more scheme than people. There can be more talent, but the bigger issue is scheme. I think we can fix a lot of these issues with scheme. It's a big question beyond balance. It's a fantastic question, and it's a big question. Probably one of the reasons that Matty is addressing it to the degree that he is, because what you have here is the slide over from, we're in a 4-3 defense before. And what I'm going to ask my defensive tackle to do is do a lot of reading post-play. I might have him slant a certain way or go a certain way, but I'm really going to have him do a lot of two-gapping, where you're controlling your two gaps. You're holding up at the point of attack, locating the play, dispensing with your blocker, throw him away and go make the play, right? So it's a little bit more heads up, read and react, go find the ball kind of defense. If you watch Devin Bush, I think just recently gave an interview where he talked a little bit about the differences the Seahawks defense he's coming to now from what he was doing with Pittsburgh, which is a little bit more of that other stuff I'm talking about. And so with our defense, it's more about every guy has got a gap that he's going to go attack. This guy attacks to this gap. This guy goes attacks to that gap. That guy goes attacks to this gap. As a defensive lineman, you're going to hit this gap, and you're going to hit over here into this spot. And so it more kind of rigidly places the player to go accomplish his job and his role. But then it also means, think about this, if you've got all these players aligned to this role, 11 guys all got to fit to a certain role, let's just call it in the run fits. Just the run fits in the run game, because passing, it's different. That's obviously, now that's, you got your front four rushing and you're running games and stunts and all this. This is just in stopping the run. You hit your run fits, right? And you could have 10 out of 11 guys hit their run fits in this given defense. And if the 11th guy messes it up, that's where the hole is going to open up and it's gone. Or if it's a backside hole, the running back will read it and get to the backside and he's gone. And so it does require every guy to have to do their job and be very centric into sticking into their fits. But it's very hard for football players to do that because their natural tendency is to want to go hunt, especially those defensive players. They want to go get after it. And you put them in a little bit of a pickle with this scheme because it's not two gapping and it's not single gapping. That used to be what defensive linemen did. You did one or the other. Single gapping or double gap, that was it. Single gapping is, let's just say you're a nose tack, just to make this simple, okay? To try to simplify this. If I'm a nose tackle and I'm going up against a center in a 3-4 defense, if I'm two gapping, that means I'm responsible for either shoulder of that center. It means if that run play goes through either of those areas, I got to be Johnny on the spot and make the play, right? Single gapping means I'm going to pick a shoulder and I'm going to attack that shoulder and I'm going to fire into the backfield and I'm going to go try to make a tackle, right? That's single gapping. One or the other. What we do is gap and a half. That's what the technical term for it is. And that means is that you initially shoot through a gap. You're initially firing off the ball into one direction, but you got to keep things open in the back of your mind to getting back to that gap, that second gap. So it's almost a quasi two-gap approach with an attacking element to it, I guess, to try to put this in a way to make it's tough. There's just more room with the run fits and the gap and a halfing. There's more room for stuff to start to go a little bit wrong and awry at that point because it's more moving parts. It's more centric to every player on the football field all working as one and thinking alike and reading it exactly the same way, play in and play out. And that's a hard thing to pull off in this modern NFL with so many players moving every which way, every different offseason, and with you having such a limited amount of training time to get these guys prepared with these complicated style of defenses in this manner, or this complicated style of approach to playing defense, I would argue, versus the simplicity of the prior approach. You've run it 180 degrees different, and that does make it tougher. So I do think that it's probably a combination, in my opinion, beyond balance, rather than it being a chicken the egg thing. With it being, is it schematic issues? Is it just talent issues? I think it's a bit of both, in my opinion. It's a bit of both here with this. And so, yes, a big part is these guys having to figure out how to play this scheme and master that gap and a half system and hit their run fits the right way at the right time and read it correctly pre-snap as to where their run fit will be. Because you might go, well, how hard is it to hit a run fit? Well, you can have a predetermined run fit, but if the offense changes its alignment pre-snap, if a running back flexes out of the backfield and goes wide, that may then change your run fit. And you've got to read that on the fly. And then everybody else on that's got to read that change on the fly as well. And we can see how this can go wrong. We can see how this can start to slant a little bit wrongly there, right, can't you? Because there's a lot of places for it to go wrong if guys aren't on their P's and Q's. But it doesn't mean it's a bad defense, and doesn't mean it isn't a functional style defense. It just means that that's the hill you've got to kind of get up over the top of in order to get to the other side to make it work. And it's maybe a bit of a tough one to probably master. Probably also understandable when it's that complicated why they don't necessarily have to master it in the first year. Doesn't it? You go, well, yeah, if it's that tough to kind of pick up, then it's going to take them a while to get the feel for it. They're going to need the game tape and the teaching tools and all that stuff to figure out, okay, no, you went this way a little bit too hard. You didn't leave yourself opened up to get back to the backside gap. You shot this way, but you didn't pull yourself back around. And little things like that probably show up all over the tape in that respect of things. Thank you, though, Beyond Balance. Appreciate you, man, for the donation. I do think that's a big part of this problem here. Part of also Beyond Balance, why on top of you've had the personnel for it already, you know the familiarity of how to run it. Part of why I've also been more in favor of potentially transitioning back to the old style of defense, because I think you can get that at least more functional faster, whereas this one's going to get you, to get it functional, we got to get everybody on the right same page. And that might be a little easier said than done. Frankie Green, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Frankie Green. He says, how much of Young's lack of play is coaching, you think? To me, it looked like he wasn't confident in those plays. Could be a big factor of it. It is the hardest part for me to probably assess with him on tape. I will say this, Frankie, you have a guy that doesn't show any ability to fight or have any secondary moves. I would track a little bit of that back to coaching, especially with a guy like him who's played as much football as he's played, where you go, why have you as a coaching staff, haven't you armed this guy with some secondary moves that he can go to? Why does he still look so lost at times when he's caught up in the block for so long over the course of a play? So certainly I think that does come back to coaching. There's also a little detail that I saw that had me a little bit wondering if maybe the defensive line coaching isn't as great at Mississippi State, where when you watch his alignment, his head goes low. If you guys notice on the tape, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an indication. I'm going to stand up on this one to show you guys this. So if I've got, if you guys watch Cameron Young's tape and I'm a defensive lineman and I'm lined up like this going down, so my head's going to be up like this, right? As I'm down to my stance, I'm going to be tracking up a little bit of what I do. If you watch Cameron Young, he's kind of doing this on the snap at times, where he goes, head's dipped down, back end's up, and he's kind of down like this, and then comes up off the snap where he's launching his head then up off of kind of like he's leaning down a little bit. And that's one of those things where I don't understand that technique. I don't know why he would be taught. Everything in football has been taught going back for years now about head up, keep your head up, keep your eyes up, active eyes. He's got his initially off the jump, your head's pointed down at the ground. That's not going to help you as far as your sight line goes to go locate the ball or see what's happening. So again, more to your point on this, it certainly seems like the coaching could have been better for him there, Frankie. And as far as the confidence goes, if you don't have a plan and if you haven't been taught well enough, we go back to the coaching on this, then you're going to be at a lack of confidence, aren't you? Those do go together. If I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed and I don't have the tools to be able to deal with what's happening to me, I'm going to get frustrated and it's going to ding my confidence and I'm not going to play as well. And certainly that could be another part of this that's coming into play a little bit with him and why the tape wasn't better for him there with Mississippi State. He does have really long arms. He knows how to use the arms well. So he knows how to not be a guy that's going to have long arms, but all he does is get into the chest of the offensive lineman post-snap and just neutralize the long arms. He understands how to get the timing right to where he lands the punch and he locks him out. And it looks good at that point. Like he looks real good off of that initial heavy hands, nice jolt into the offensive lineman. But then everything becomes kind of a loss from then on forward for the most part, unless he's like rallying to the ball, trying to chase something on the backside of a play. And that's the part where it's going to need the better coaching there to get better about what you do now. Okay, you did the initial part. Now it's the follow through. Where's your secondary move? Give me a rip. Give me a swim move over the top. Get the guy leaning. Start to set him up a little bit. There's no snaps where he's setting anybody up. It's just every time coming off the ball and slamming himself into the offensive line in front of him for the most part. He does a good job of tracking the ball, keeping his eyes up for the most part as far as those lateral runs I showed on the tape. But there's definitely places to clean up with him technically, which will get immediate returns then from him as a better player immediate from the jump. And that's probably what a lot of what Clint saw at times with him on tape of, I can correct this stuff. It is bad. There's a lot of bad stuff here on tape, but it's all correctable bad stuff. I can't teach the kid how to, carry that weight so well at that size. I can't teach the kid to be as powerful as he is. I can't teach the kid to be as long as he is. He gets to bring those from day one to the table, and I can work with those attributes. I think that does make sense how they came to that stance, that way of things, I guess. Thank you, though, Frankie, for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for all of the support. Preston, thank you for another $5 donation as well. He says, I don't know if you caught Rob Stanton's videos recently. He doesn't sugarcoat, yet he's optimistic on Cam and the team as a whole. I haven't had a chance necessarily to catch as much of Rob's stuff recently, but he does good work over there at the Rebuild, I believe is a name on his channel. And I always will give Rob a lot of credit. It is, we are in a kind of system and situation here when you're doing these kind of podcasts, these sort of things where there is a nature to lean to being positive because people do bristle at negativity. And so it's hard at times to be honest and true and try to just kind of look, this isn't a good thing I'm going to have to talk about. Sorry, but it's the truth. And I don't have any doubts that when it comes to Rob and his approach to this process, that he's not a person that's looking to, I think try to get to the truth of it. So, I'll try to check out the video on his side of it. And, yeah, it's good. I'm certainly not the only one out here in the Seahawks, content creators as far as folks that, are trying to give you the good for the good and the bad, give you the both, right? And sugarcoat is a good way of putting it. But yeah, I think he's also a little more optimistic on Cam. And I am, Preston, a guy that is certainly probably a little bit lower on Cam than what you hear from a lot of other folks out there in this realm in that respect of things. I'll own that. I'll definitely own that. Appreciate you though, man. Thanks for the donation. Beyond Balance, thank you for the another $5 donation, Beyond Balance. Thank you, man. He says, do you think they will stop the 1.5 gap thing this year? It seems to be new and not working. Yeah. Well, it's, you tell a guy what to do in a 2-gap system, he knows exactly what he's got to do. You tell a guy what he's got to do in a single gapping system, he knows exactly what he's got to do. You tell a guy what he's got to do in a 1.5 gap system, it could change moment to moment. It could change by what we're looking on the tape, by what you read just post snap on the play. And you've got to make that determination in such a lightning moment. It's almost the equivalent of a running back having freelance to choose a hole. And he's got to be quick in choosing. The hole's only going to open in one right place. He doesn't know where it is, and he has to make the choice to the right hole instantaneously after getting the handoff. It's a little bit of an equivalency on this sort of 1.5 gap stuff and the requirement to ask a defensive lineman to think. And I don't know about you guys, but historically speaking, we haven't really wanted defensive linemen to think a lot in the NFL past, right? They're kind of guys that you just sort of unleash and tell them to go after it. The less thinking, the better. So I would like to see him at this point dispense away with it. I don't like the, you guys know this about me. I hate straddling the middle ground at the middle road. We're not going to single gap. We're not going to 2-gap. We're going to 1.5 gap. We'll go middle ground. I hate that because then you don't end up choosing one road or the other. You just end up in the middle. And that's, I think, a little bit of where those problems come into play if we start to backtrack this a bit to last year in that respect of things. So, yeah, I would like to see them move off of it. I don't think that they will initially because they seem committed to at least trying to make this work and that, hey, how can we just dispense away with this after only giving it one try 1 year now? And I get that. But I also think that if this team's got a competitive team and a team that can go out there this year and be a team that can push to get to a conference championships and maybe beyond that, but they're being held back by a defense that's non-functional like we saw the defense last year way too often, then why not just make that change at least for this year if it's still not working? I mean, is it just that, it eventually will develop by year 3 or 4, the light bulb will turn on these guys and they become free agents and move on? So I'd like to see them move off it, man. If I was a defensive lineman, I'd hate this 1.5 gap stuff. It'd be a pain in my butt because the coach is ripping you about not getting back to the backside gap. And you're like, yeah, but how do I attack as a single gap to still get back to the other gap? It's this magical middle ground that you have to land on as a player that's arbitrary, depending on the coach and the film they're watching. It's very hard to get to that point of, see here, you should have had the knowledge to get back to this backside gap because you could feel at that point here that it was coming your way. How often does a running back cut back across the grain or make a sudden, motion that play where you can't make that read in that way to get back to that half a gap? It's tough. I did a lot of looking into it last year when we were making this changeover, and it left me shaking my head. Man, it's hard to play defensive line in this day and age in the NFL. It's not like the old days to just go pin the ears back and get it. It's a little tougher. Beyond Balance, thank you for, I guess, a double donoed you there, Beyond Balance. I'm sorry, man, but thank you for the double dono nonetheless. I do appreciate you on that. And I do think that it would be in their best interest to cut it down a little bit. Now say nothing of your defensive linemen. Now your safeties don't have to worry as much about the gap stuff. They can just get concentrated on more going to an area and a place when it comes to, the run stuffing duties at that point. Or like in the case of a guy like Jamal, you let him freelance a little bit and just read it, because he's going to have such good instincts, especially as a run stuffer. And so I hope they do it, man. I hope they do it, but they're not giving us the indications they are Beyond Balance. So until they start to show that there's a willingness to go back to the old, I'm just going to think they're going to try to make the new work. Appreciate you, man, on all your donations, though. Thank you so much. Frankie Green with a $5 donation. Thank you, Frankie. He says, yeah, for sure. Optimistic by nature. That film study was sad, but I did see that he has strength. Just more look like a lack of tools and coaching. Thank you for the donations, Frankie. I really do appreciate you. And yeah, I'm optimistic by nature as well. And with this kid, there is some room for light. That's why I want to show a few of those good snaps at the front, is that it's not all bad. This isn't a complete, this guy's a fringe NFL roster player who's not even going to make the league, blah, blah, blah. He's got some strength. He's got some length. He's got the high motor that I talked about. That's everywhere all over his tape. Even when he's losing, he's still trying most of the time. And that part I liked about him, because sometimes those defensive linemen can get a little bit lazy in their approach. But the lack of tools is there. The lack of kind of feel for how to get yourself free, for how to get towards the quarterback, it's just not there enough. That stuff has to grow in his part of the game. This kid's got to lock himself, I think, in the film room and really learn and understand pre-snap reads and that kind of stuff. That's a part of his game's got to grow too. But you can't teach the length. You can't teach the power. Guys kind of either have that naturally or they don't a little bit to utilize and build upon. And those are two things that are really nice and handy when it comes to stopping the run, especially when you're trying to just hold up at the point of attack. If I can lock out those arms and stay longer than you as a center trying to single block me, or even another guard trying to push me off my spot, that's a way for me to find success at that point in that role. Unfortunately, though, as we saw at times with the film, he's getting pushed off the spot with those two blocks. He's not able to root down there. He's getting driven off, driven off, and that's not what you want to see on it. So thank you, man. I appreciate you. I had a fun time doing the deal on this, but there's something to work with there. We'll see if he can develop further. But yeah, the film study was a little bit tough, Frankie. It wasn't the best. It was a little dicey. Preston, thank you for another $5 donation. You guys are amazing as ever. Really do appreciate you. He says, I appreciate your takes and breakdown of the nooks and crannies of football. From technique and schemes, film breakdown. Very informative. Thanks, man. My pleasure, Preston. I'm glad to do it. I'm glad that that's the way that this channel does come out, because that's kind of, if you want to say, the goal for wanting to do this channel and push this forward, it was to sort of try to distill everything down and get things down to a bottom level, not even merely from just my perspective of things, but as much from the, what is the consensus here? If we just take this out and pull everybody out there around in general fashion, what are we coming down to on this? Where are we landing on a given player or a given move or the team as in general? But thank you, man. I absolutely love what I do, man. I got the best job in the world here I get to do, and that's just to pump out these videos to you guys and try to find some entertaining ways to make it happen. And I love doing it. So thank you, man. Appreciate you. And I'm glad it is indeed landing as I would hope it would, because that is definitely my goal as far as what this whole channel, if I had a mission statement, Preston, that would probably be somewhere around the mission statement I'd be shooting for, Appreciate you, though. Very kind. Beyond Balance, thank you for another $10 donation. Thank you for all these donations. You guys are amazing, awesome, wonderful, and I just can't believe how much support I get on this channel. Tremendous. It says there was a podcast with Sherman and Gino, and Sherman said that he was excited that he heard they were going back to the old scheme, and Gino nodded his head and agreed. Maybe some hope? Well, indeed, you're right to mention that, Beyond Balance. I was the guy, I posted that to the channel on my shorts that very cut from that very interview with Sherman and Gino. So it raised up my antenna like it raised up yours when Sherman mentioned it. There's been some comments. If you go through Beyond Balance and read the comments in that video I posted on that short, there's a lot of differing statements on there coming from a variety of people. Some people going, oh, Sherman was just talking out of pocket on this one. He didn't know what he was talking about. To others going, oh yeah, they're going back to this. To others saying this would be a tragedy if they went back to the old defense. It would be the worst thing they could possibly ever do. So it's interesting to just kind of feel the zeitgeist of where everybody's opinion is on the defense and almost how many people are taken from that. But Sherman was pretty succinct in what he was saying. Was he just maybe speaking off the hip? And certainly is Richard Sherman a kind of guy that might from time to time just kind of speak off the hip, and that's not really the full truth, Richard. There's some kind of truth in that, but that's not the whole truth there with that. But you do mention Gino was nodding his head. Gino didn't correct him and go, no, we're now to that new defense with the, defensive scheme over here and the defensive scheme over there. And, now we're doing all these different cover fours and all that type of stuff. You weren't doing that stuff back in the day though, right? Rich, Gino didn't say that. You're right. He was just nodding when Richard was saying that. And there is another interview with Richard with Quandre Diggs, I think a few weeks prior or a week or two after that Gino one, where Richard and Quandre are going back and forth about the coverages and the simplicity of how to read the coverages based on the splits of the offense. And it was another moment where I found myself feeling like, okay, so we're not really changing things. They're just keeping things more in the same of the old. Richard's referencing to Quandre how they used to do this stuff, and this is how you play it, and this is how you read it. And you guys are still doing it this way now, right? Quandre, like Gino nodding his head on the previous thing, was confirming and going, yeah, that's about right. That's correct. In fact, Quandre actually said, yeah, that's right. That is correct. So maybe that is the hope and optimism there Beyond Balance, that they are just going to transition back to the other stuff. If you were going to move back to the 4-3 and you were going to change that over, and that was really what was going to happen, you tell all your players to say, no, we're going to stay with the old stuff. Don't tell anybody that we're going back to the 4-3. We're going to, we're just going to suddenly unveil that on game one as a grand surprise, some cloak and dagger stuff, I guess, going on there. I don't think they're doing that. That'd be awesome if they were. But I think they're more, what I would guess, Beyond Balance, if I was a betting man here, is that they're going to try to make this new defense work this year. And they're going to give it a good run with Jamal Adams back and truly in the mix, because he was a big part of why you were going to transition to this defense in the first place. And if they come to find this year at the start of the year that it's not bringing those returns and that they are still struggling in the same kind of manner, I think there's way more of a willingness this upcoming season to move back to the old scheme and the old ways than there was last year, where I don't think that was on the table last year in any way, shape, or form. Come hell or high water, they're going to try to make that Fangio scheme work last year, one way or another. But this year, you got a team that might be competitive Beyond Balance. You might have a team that can be a contending team in the upper echelon of the NFC. Do you want to let yourself be held back by a defense that's trying to be married to this new scheme? Do you want to have that be the one thing that holds you back over the course of a given year where you're able to push in that way? Or transition off of that and then open back up the potential for that year to really go out there and make that noise and be a contender? And especially the Coach Carroll, who's getting up there in age and doesn't have that many more years left, you would think he'd be making this change. Let's make the change. There would be a sense of urgency there to do that. I hope it happens Beyond Balance. I do. Because I don't think this new scheme is going to work even with the guys we brought in necessarily. I think you're going to be still looking, absent them just going blitz heavy and running man on the outside. Kevin Sorbo's in the house. What's up, Kevin? He says, I don't buy it. Pete is a top-tier coach and specializes in young players. Or maybe you're responding to somebody else on that? I don't know. Yeah, definitely. Coach Carroll can get a lot of young guys. You're saying I don't buy Cameron Young? Fair enough. Fair enough. Kirk says, I hope the Niners can move on from Trey Lance so we can sign him and dominate the league for a decade. I think, Greg, if they moved on from him, they'd probably move him out to the AFC somewhere. Go find some team out there and offload him to them somewhere or another. But, yeah, I'd love to see them move off from Lance. I'll tell you what, there's Niner fans are married one way or another. All of them got their horse. There's the Donald people, the Purdy people, the Lance people. And when they're married to their guy, they're married to their guy. But, yeah, I'd love to see that as well. Niners have to move on from Lance. The future does not look bright for them overall, in my opinion. Chad Hart says, that video of the coldest catches was cool. One of those games against the Kansas City Chiefs when Dave Craig won game. The last play of the game was just on NFL Network. Well, hell yeah, Chad. I think it was one of the original videos I did on this channel, actually, was my Dave Craig video and greatest Seahawks moments when he got sacked. I think it was 7 times over the course of the game by Derek Thomas, NFL record. And then Derek had him in the last sack, number 8, right there in his hands, and Dave's able to shake him off and throw a Hail Mary, and Paul Scansey goes up and gets it, and game over. Just an amazing play. 4th down on the play. Certainly one of the greatest plays in Seahawks history. It's got to be up there in the top 5, no doubt about it. But I had to include it, man. Had to include it. Thank you, though. Had fun putting that one together. Megan says, I would have Tavai over Young any day, B. It's fair enough, Megan. I don't think Tavai, though, can do the zero tech stuff at the NFL level. I think he's more of a defensive end. So in a lot of ways, I just think they're kind of different players at different positions a little bit because of that. But his tape's better. So no, Tiger, I'm more excited for our offense and special teams and kind of unsure, borderline worried for our defense. I think that's a fair assessment. That's an absolute fair assessment. Erickson, who's going to have the biggest hit this year? I'll go with Jamal. He's going to be loaded up for bear. He hasn't had a good hit in a couple of years. He's going to want to lay somebody out. Half Daddy says, B. Hurd had some really good things to say about Tyreek Smith. Hopefully he's good and healthy. I heard that too. He seems to be pretty high on him. So, it comes down to Allen Robinson, Tyreek Smith. I think Tyreek's got a little bit of a lead here as we're turning the pole. The first pole turn. Isn't that how they say it in horse racing? Half Daddy, rest in peace, Mariners. The season is over, but things aren't looking great either. It's not over, but I'll tell you this, Half Daddy, if we're just going to hope, organizationally wise, that these guys are going to just develop, and eventually Teoscar Hernandez and Eugenio Suarez and all these guys are going to hit to their career averages and norm, it ain't going to happen this year. They got to go out there and make some moves here if this is going to go. And absent that, it is what it is at that point. I think we're far enough into the season that we kind of know what team we got. And they just can't stop striking out, and they can't put runs up on the board. Trent Sabots, did you see the Seahawks upload earlier today? If you had to choose from our roster at each position for an NBA starting 5, who are you taking and how many wins do they get? Oh, it's a good question, I suppose there. I would go with, DK is going to be my point forward, kind of, I want him just kind of rolling out there a little bit. I'll put Mike Morris as my power forward. I'll go with Will Disley as my center. And then my shooting guard would have to be Kenneth Walker, I guess. And then Quandary Diggs would be my point guard. I'll go with that. I didn't get to see the upload, though, of the Hawks today. I was grinding on trying to get that Young video finished up. Half Daddy Carl Scott's a funny dude. He sounds like the dude we need to keep the young'uns at bay and in check. He was super active. According to Quandary, too, he's like, oh, that's a low energy day for him. According to him, he was commenting on it. But Scott's got to kind of step forward now. He kind of, I think, moves into those shoes a little bit in certain respects of what Desai was doing last year with his moving on. And so, yeah, hopefully he can step forward to be that guy he's going to need to be. Trent says it was supposed to be this last year with the Seahawks. Here was a deal in the works to relocate the Kings, but they did too well this year. Doesn't mean it won't happen, though. Certainly maybe on the table with that, Trent. Certainly is on the table. I'd hate to take that from Sacramento, but I want a team in Seattle. Bad. I think we're feeling good, Saijin, about Gino's deep throws. Myself. Well, you're speaking to the accuracy numbers that came out for him, where is the best on the deep throws in the NFL. Of course, those are just measuring 20-yard plus throws. So you know, deep throws are a little bit with quotations on each end of it at 20 yards plus. But accurate on the deeper stuff down the field, no doubt about it. And it's wonderful because it means that you have a fully functioning offense. You're not held back or pulled back by a quarterback that doesn't have an NFL arm enough to hit those certain throws. And now you got to protect him in that respect. And now that, to me, inhibits your offense on down the line from that. Frankie Green with another $5 donation. Thank you, Frankie Green, for all the donations tonight on the channel. Appreciate the support. He says, one thing for sure is Pete and John have looked loose and confident more than they have in years, and that is encouraging, outside of my doubts. I certainly think they do too. If you want to call maybe even a second wind here, and this isn't even to put a blame game necessarily on Russell Wilson as being a bad guy here. I just think that when you have John Schneider and Coach Carroll running this team in the way they want to run it, you're getting a little bit of what you're seeing here, which is the strength of the cumulative parts rather than it being about a quarterback running the whole show. And that they got a little bit forced into having to roll with Russell a little bit, I think, and that had them leave a little bit of their philosophy and the amount that they had to pay Russell and how much he took up of the salary cap and how that inhibited them of building up around him on the roster. Whereas now there is no, e-brake being pulled here by some monster contract that's holding them down that way. And they've already had so much success last year. I mean, to make the trade they made last year, to move off the 2 Hall of Famers, to have all of your draft picks hit, 6 rookie starters, you still get to the playoffs, starting 2 rookie tackles when no one in the NFL in the modern age has ever started 2 rookie tackles over the course of a season or sought out to do so. This should give them this confidence. This should have them running loose. They should feel like they're playing with house money in certain respects at this point with how things have worked out over the past year. And I definitely think that it's well earned on their part. They could have been on the wrong side of history on this deal, Frankie, with this Russell trade, moving on from Bobby and all this other stuff. It could have been a blemish for them a little bit at the end of things. But they have found a way to turn this around, and the future's looking tremendous. You know, it's a young roster, but the picks they've brought in, the players they've brought in over the last couple of years, you've got the groundwork laid here for a Super Bowl run. It may not come this year, but it's coming soon. There's just going to be just too much talent on this team for them to crank on through, I think, when it's all said and done. Appreciate you, though, Frankie, for that donation. Very kind of you, man, for all those. You're awesome. And I love seeing their confidence as well. A confident Carroll and a confident Schneider is a better place than them being in a place of in the shell and gun shy and worried about making the move. I want them wild and free, for better or worse, be it on the football field or when they're running organizationally from trades and personnel standpoint. They seem to be at their best when they're running it just a little bit wild and free at times. I get out there in that open glen and let them run wild. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate all the donations on the channel from you as well today. You are amazing, brother. It says, Sherman said the same thing on the Lynch or Lockett podcast. Can't remember which two. I do remember they said they heard that too. Okay. I hadn't seen that one or caught that podcast with them saying that. But so we got a couple of different places this is being said then. And yeah, Sherman's at the forefront of it, but it's being confirmed with a couple of other places. And none of these guys are necessarily correcting Sherman in what he's saying this. And it does feel like a tidbit that Sherman's let out a couple of times right now because he knows that it's one that's going to have the Seahawks fans interested to hear it, right? Because he knows the Hawk fans are going to want to see the defense get better, and he's got a little nugget here he's given that we've got our ear to the ground, and so we're just waiting on this kind of nugget to come down the track. So he also probably knows that as well, but why would he make it up? Especially if it's going to prove to not be true, you know? Sherman's been willing at times in his past, and I always say things that are absolutely 100% ultimately true. I can already see the chat going, yeah, like Sherman's never going to play. That's true. But in this given case, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of upside to be gained just by shooting off of the cuff and saying, yeah, you're going to go back to more of the stuff what you used to do, and you're not really doing that. So hopefully he's right. Hopefully there's some kind of change, even if it's not a whole hog change back to the old beyond balance. It's just more of a adopting back to some of the old principles in certain respects of things, not trying to hardline everything into this new scheme. Even that would be all right. Even that would be great. Beyond balance, Rob Stan is generally negative, probably why he doesn't get a lot of subscribers. There was a negative streak there for a while with the times on him. He was definitely getting in that mode at times. It's all about balance in this content creation game. Megan says, we support you because we love Pumpkin. I mean, you be. Always you and Pumpkin. How can you not love her? Look at her. She's over here trying to get me to pet her. She's so hot right now. It's so hot in here. She's sweating. It's just horrible. Will Valdez says the Seattle Thunderbirds made it to the championship game too. Hell yeah, there we go. Go T-Birds. Such a cool name, Thunderbirds. Nagas said the problem is the mentality. The Carroll style prevent defense is too soft. It's old. It's true. It is an older style defense, and one that I don't know if you can go back specifically 100% of the way to. I think you can adopt some of the things with it, and I think if we look at it through this realm, can the Coach Carroll defense be dominant again in the old styling? No. Can it be top 10 again in every? No, probably not that. Can it get to a top 15 state versus Nagasa, the bottom 30 state that this new defense seems to be residing within? And that to me is more of the question at play rather than can it be the strength of the team? Can it carry the team? No, it can't do any of that stuff. I would give you that. But can it get to more of a top 15-ish state versus the top 30? And then if I've got the offense, the top 5, if I've got the special teams unit that's top 3, can that be a team that can make some noise, including in the playoffs? I believe so. I believe so. Megan says, sack 7 times and you still say Craig is better than Zornby? Explain yourself. Well, we were writing out this Andy Heck, a first-round pick that was a top 12 pick, and so we put a rookie out there on Derek Thomas. You know, Megan, Derek Thomas in the late 80s, early 90s, Derek Thomas was as much a destructive force coming off the edge as anybody in football, and we really hadn't quite seen a guy like him prior to that, where his first step quickness and bend and dip was so freakish that there were tackles that just had no chance against him. And that was the case with Andy Heck. And so, you know, he got beat on just about every snap, did Heck, on the day. And not just beat, Megan, when you got those first step quickness guys with the dip and the bend, when they beat the tackles, unlike the strength guys who sometimes have to just overpower the guy and it's going to take them a minute, take them a second to then get to the quarterback, even if they're getting a pretty clean, quick win, the first step quick guys can win instantaneously, and you got nowhere to run as a quarterback. They're right on top of you before you even got into the full back end of your drop. So again, we didn't have a good running game that day either as well. The Chiefs had us. We had to throw. It wasn't Craig's fault, and I'll tell you this, Megan. He got sacked 7 times. But Dave Craig didn't let that beat him down. Dave Craig didn't crawl into his shell. Dave Craig didn't look at the blood and the broken bones. He strapped his helmet on, he rubbed some dirt on it, and he went out there for that final 4th down play, barely held together his body, dropping back, and here comes Derek Thomas. And he could have had PTSD on that play. He could have, right? Where's Charlie? Where's Charlie? Where's Derek? Where's Derek? Did he do that? Did he freak out when Derek Thomas blew right past the tackle and had a free line of sight right at Dave? Dave, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. No, Dave stood there and he looked that man dead in the eye. And he said, Derek, not today. And Derek launched himself like a missile, shot out of a cannon, right at Dave. And Dave just gave him the little hula hoop. Hula hooped him right off. Dave wasn't done, though. Then he scrambled to his left, bought his receiver some time because you got to get down the field, got to get to the end zone. It's a Hail Mary after all, Megan. Then launches an absolute just frozen rope down the field. Hits Scansey right in the chest, buries the football in Scansey's chest. Breaks his chest plate. He throws it so hard. That was his defining moment, if anything. That wasn't his failure, Megan. No. That was his defining moment. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? Good to hear you. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well, man. Ski Nation, hey, what's up? Better late than never. That's for sure, man. I appreciate you catching whenever you can catch the stream. Jacob says, well, with the rules becoming in favor of quarterbacks, at what point do defenses say, F it, if I'm going to get flagged, I might as well take him out? Well, they do have the targeting rules, Jacob, so you can't just go, what you would do back in the day is just go looking for the quarterback's head, spear him with your helmet and try to get his bell rung, get him concussed on the day. That can get you flagged and then you can get kicked out of the game. So, I mean, how much? I think it's already been done, Jacob. I think it's already happens in the NFL. I mean, for instance, on those slides you get where quarterbacks go in and they give themselves up. How many hits have we seen over recent years where defenders go in there and they've got plenty of time to hold themselves up, but they still go in there and they kind of lay a little shot in there. And the quarterback gets up and gets all sensitive and starts getting all blustery about it. Like, oh my God, they hit me. I gave myself up. But I think that's already happening in those moments, Jacob. Like that, certain guys are just doing the math going, it's worth the risk. It's worth $20,000 to put this, to potentially knock him here out of the game in this moment. So it occurs, but I don't think it occurs at a high propensity at this point, Jacob. And the rules have made it a little bit harder to pull it off. Half Daddy says Mike Morris looks awfully like former Seahawks fullback Mike Robb and Fred Warner. Oh, in the face. I hope he brings the same energy every game. I hope he does as well. I guess those guys do kind of look similar a little bit down the line. That's true. Debo got back from Superman 2. Was it good, man? Into the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse. Half Daddy says there's a rumor that Purdy will be able to start week 1. That's bonkers. I've heard the same. He is, it sounds like, back to throwing at this point. So it could be possible that is truly good to go by that point. I still think Purdy at the end of the day is limited. I don't think he's some star on the rise for the Niners at the quarterback position. And I think he does eventually come down to earth a little bit. Yeah. We'll see. I just don't think he's got a good enough arm to be able to maintain this. Unless the Niners are able to stack offensively themselves up like they did at the end of last year. Sajin says, Brando, I will request a walk-in with the dono next time. Will you deliver? I'll deliver anytime you want. Walk-in's always there. Shadows waiting in the background. Sometime, some way. Come out. He just doesn't know what to say about Cameron Young. He's good. 3% of the time. Never 100%. Motor hot, running all the time. Just doesn't get anywhere with it much. I can see. Mike Christopher. He's got a big behind. He's going to take up 2 blockers. I know, but he's got to do more. I need him in the run game all the time. Megan says 7 times, B, what the hell? And you still think he's better than 70s? It's not his, he can't block the guy and throw the ball at the same time, Megan. Quarterback can only do so much. His rookie let him down that day. Andy Heck let him down in a big way. If you asked Andy, he'd own it. Andy'd be like, yeah, that was on me. D-Boy says, at Brandon, a player I feel that didn't get much love and respect was a guy named Brandon just like you, but his name is Brandon Mabane. You remember, and how do you feel about him and his game? Tremendous player, D-Boy. One of the few guys that lasted upon Coach Carroll arriving here. I think he was one of 3 guys that made it through from the Jim Mora era to the Coach Carroll era and still lasted. 3rd-round pick out of California. A little bit of an undersized guy, but a guy who really understood how to use the leverage game. And he had great first-step quickness. And so he was really tough for offensive linemen because you were going to lose that leverage and he was going to get into you faster than you could get into your stance. And this really opened the door for him to get a lot of tackle for losses and generate his pass rushes he was able to do. He would win oftentimes very early in the snap when he would win. He wasn't one of your high effort, I'll work a guy down slowly back kind of guys. He'd do that stuff too, but he had a forefront to his game that was a little bit of some twitchiness as well. He talked about recently, D-Boy, about the big adjustment that helped him out as an undersized guy was sort of slanting himself a little bit. If you watch the old defensive line tape of Mabane, he moved his shoulders slightly rather than being heads up with the offensive lineman across from him. And this just helped him to then drive into those gaps and really be problematic as far as getting under the pads of the offensive lineman and that lineman not being able to, do much about it at that point. You're just getting taken on skates backwards and he's going to take you wherever he wants to take you at that point. A lot of power in his game too he could generate. He was really stoutly built top to bottom, that guy. Very important player on our Legion of Boom defenses as well. As far as the early rundowns he did, KJ talked about his smartness as a player and just being able to read plays, know where it was going to go. You had it at that point in time when you let him walk and go to San Diego. It wasn't because he didn't still have some gas left in the tank. It was that you're going to have to make some choices with some of the guys on who you're going to pay and who you weren't going to pay. And so you had to let certain guys go. Chris Clemens, Red Bryant, Brandon Mabane, they had to go so that you could sign the contracts to Richard Sherman, Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright. And you can't pay everybody. And the guy went on to have a really long career, but absolutely was outstanding for us in a lot of respects and just a good overall player. Gave you good run defense, and he was a good pass rusher in addition to it, D-Boy. But definitely underrated. And I was making a little bit of a comparison earlier in this podcast talking about Brandon Mabane of, you got this guy in the mid-3rd round. And you look at the difference between him and the guy you got, Cameron Young, in the 4th round, and the level of upside, the level of ability, what they give you on the football field. Kind of a stark difference for only 1 round of difference between the 2 of them. Larry Murphy, ever since we traded Russell Wilson, doesn't it seem like Pete and John really want to get another championship? Absolutely. I think that this is that second wind I was talking about a second ago a little bit, Larry, where, you've maybe felt like during those late Russell Wilson years, if you're Coach Carroll and Schneider, you felt you couldn't move on from Russ. The blowback would be too much. Ownership might not sign off on it, so you have to keep rolling with Russ and trying to make it work, even though it makes you deviate from your base philosophy of how you want to build a team, being that you're putting so much money to the quarterback position. I think getting freed of that, Larry, not only getting freed of that, but getting freed of that and then finding instantaneous success this past season when you're able to go back to your base philosophy makes them probably resonates in them of we're on the right track. We're ready to go. This isn't we got lucky once thing. This is we just have to get back to our original blueprint and what works for us as general manager and head coach and to build the proper team that can be a championship contender. And yeah, that's, I think, gotten them into a place of a lot more of an optimistic view of things, a little less dark, a little more bright and sunny. But, Larry, you pull off maybe the trade of the century so far in the NFL. That's going to make a lot of general managers and coaches mighty happy, Because those kind of trades, as we saw with the Cowboys, can not only help to bring you to a championship level, hell, that can get you to a dynastic level. Oh, Larry says, doesn't seem like John and Pete really want to get another championship. I don't know if I'm not there on that, Larry. Sorry, I missed your question on the initial point there. I can't quite get there on that in that way of things. Last year, Larry, they had to move on from Russell, and Russell was demanding a trade after only signing that contract a couple of years ago, which meant that you were going to have a $26 million dead money hit. You're trying to change your defense up, which meant you had to move on from guys that still had some contractual obligations like Carlos Dunlap, Bobby Wagner. You got into a place where what they did last year, Larry, is they went, okay, let's cut away any of what we consider dead weight or bad contracts. Let's clear the books fully. Let's turn this thing around. Let's get our draft picks, get our young guys playing, and get this turned around. This offseason, you signed a guy like Draymond Jones to a $17.5 million on average deal. They spent money in other places as well. They certainly didn't give out the deals I'd like to see with more 3 and 4 year contracts where then you could stack more deals on the books. But they've definitely put a roster together that I think has improved beyond what it was last year, a year where they were rebuilding, a year where they did have $44 million of dead money, Larry. Don't forget that. You got that $44 million of dead money. You lose 20% of your salary cap. It's hard to compete. And they didn't just compete. They didn't just field the competitive roster. They went to the playoffs. And so, no, I think that they're right there. I also think that they're probably a little bit limited, Larry, in the way they spend their money by Jody Allen and the potential upcoming sale of this team. That's also a little bit of a part of what comes into play here too. At Ski Nation, sorry, I'm a little late on acknowledging the donation, but thank you for the donation, man. I'm sorry, didn't notice it came through the pike. It says, sup, Brando? How you doing, man? It says, got here late. Hey, man, may hear a little late, but you're always worth the wait, right? Spark Notes version on Cameron Young. There's 3 really good parts that Cameron Young brings to the 0 tech position, 1 tech, wherever they're going to have him play. Ski Nation, he's got, what you'd like for a traditional size standpoint. He can carry 320, 330 pounds really easily. That's not a problem for him, and still be able to move relatively well. He also has a lot of length to him, naturally really long arms down inside that are going to help him, and he knows how to use those long arms. He's got good power and a good motor. Those are the plus things. The power kind of comes and goes at times, but the motor is always there. He's always hustling. He's going to be a good rally to the ball defender, Ski Nation. And this is a defense that at the forefront of what Coach Carroll drives towards in his defense is I want guys rallying to the ball. You're going to drop into these soft zones. They catch the ball. I want everybody rallying. Everybody, not just my linebackers, not just my defensive backs. I want my defensive linemen coming downhill to come back. If that guy tries to cut it back against the grain or cut back or step back, I want you there to just to waylay him at that point. Cameron Young will be there to do that. He'll be that guy to always be running 100% full steam every play in that respect. That's about where the positive ends on Cameron Young. There is no first step quickness. There is no ability in any way, shape, or form to use his hands at all outside of his heavy-handed punch that he delivers post-snap. Everything else goes away. There's no rip, no swim. There's no ghost move. There's nothing he's got. He also has no counters, Ski Nation. So he's a guy that's going to just try to use his power and then hustle to the ball right now as he currently is put together as a player, basically. He's not a guy that necessarily consistently holds up against the double team blocks like I'd like to see from my 0 techs. You're going to have your wins. You're going to have your losses at times with guys. You're getting double teamed. It's a tough draw. It's a tough pull for those nose tackles. There's no doubt about it. But you do need guys that could root down. We're just talking a second ago about Brandon Mabane. Brandon Mabane could take on a double team block and absolutely hold his line. You are not going to move him just because you put a double team on him. Too much of the tape with Cameron Young is him getting moved by that double team. Too much of the tape, Ski Nation, is him getting moved at times by a single block, especially a center. He lets little piddly centers drive him off the ball at times. And it's tough to watch on tape because that should be a matchup that a nose tackle should absolutely dominate. We all remember the vision over the last couple of years. Remember Joey Hunt going in there up against those tough nose tackles like DJ, DJ Moore, whatever his name was, the DJ guy, DJ Jones for the Niners. Remember DJ Jones bent him in half? That's what you're supposed to do to centers when you get them one-on-one and you're a big old nose tackle. He doesn't do that much on tape, though. So there's some good there, but for me, there was more bad at the end of the day with him, Ski Nation. And I love all of the picks in this last draft with the exception of one. This is the one selection. Every other pick I'm over the moon. Every other pick I believe that they let value drive the day. This just happens to be one selection I look at and say, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you. Beyond Balance with another $10 donation. Thank you, Beyond Balance, for that donation and all of your donations tonight on the channel. Very, 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 very much appreciated. He says, Doug Baldwin was on a podcast recently saying that John and Pete are successful when they stick to their principles. You think they're good? You think their good drafts are because they have gone back to their roots? Another fan. Beyond Balance, you've had some absolutely fantastic questions. I appreciate the donations, but I really do appreciate the questions even above and beyond the donations, because I think that these are very important points of discussion as it pertains to this team and having hopeful optimism for this team to have success moving into the future, and why last year was not simply merely a flash in the pan of success, but something that's going to be repeated and something that should be more of the standard as we go forward. Yes, there's been something that's changed over the last couple of years when it comes to the drafting especially. And let's just concentrate on that specific part of it, Beyond Balance. When you look at the last two drafts, and Schneider spoke about this leading up to the draft this year, Schneider hit this nail on the head over and over until he drove it through the wood, and then all the way through the wood to the bottom of the floor and then through the floor, because he kept hitting this over and over again. And he was not giving this as just lip service. He wanted to get this put across because this was very clear as well to what we had seen in the drafts when we were just looking on the outside looking in. And that is, he said, the last year's draft, we let value drive the board. And this year's draft, we let value drive the board. So that would mean, by logic, by reason, by deduction, that they were not letting value simply draw the board if we go back to the 2020 draft, the 2019 draft, the 2018 draft. Why weren't they doing that? Why weren't they doing that when they walked in the door and initially when they walked in the door, they were allowing value to be driven? Couple reasons here. First reason is, when you have a roster that's taken down to the studs and doesn't have as much talent across the board, it's a little bit easier to stick to your principles when it comes to drafting for value because you have holes all over the place. Yeah. The easier to hit on those picks when we need a defensive tackle. Yep, we need a left tackle. Yep, we need a starting running back. Yep, we need a starting cornerback as well. Well, it's a little easier in that realm to do that. I think the value thing is also true. And that rather than getting to these picks, they haven't looked at and said, well, we need a cornerback, so we have to pick a guy here. It's who's the best guy on our board is what's driving the process. But why they went to need before Beyond Balance is because you had a more stacked roster, a more roster you thought at the time that was competing for Super Bowls. And so you were trying to round out your drafts in order to fill those rosters out, to complete them off, to make you a Super Bowl ready team. A team that's already good enough to be a playoff team that can now push past that over the top. And that then led you into more of the need role, the need element of things as you just tried to clear holes through the back end, especially with the Legion of Boom era. When we lost this, so let's draft to that and fill that spot in with a good pick and just try to overcome this particular loss. We lost this guy, let's try to fill this roster and overcome that. It all became very much need-based. And it didn't start out that way probably with them where they were shooting for that, but it just saw them as that's where they, I think, landed on as they went through the course of that 10-year run there, especially as they got to the other end of it. So, yeah, when it comes to the principles of their draft, it's very simple. I know that there might seem like there's something more complicated that is built into this, but I don't believe there is. I think it really does come down to you're looking up at your board and you're knowing you have a need. You know when you have a need, you're at 20 this year in the first round, and we saw Kalijah Cansey go off the board, and there's really not a good defensive tackle as far as the value is on your board, but you need defensive tackle. But Jackson Smith-Njigba's your number one wide receiver on your board. He's the number one guy, not just number one wide receiver on your board. Beyond that, he's the number one player you've got on your board at 20. You got your highest valuation of him of any other player in this draft at that moment, but you really need the defensive lineman. And there can be a draw from teams to go to that defensive lineman. Go take Brian Breesy. But then Brian Breesy comes in here and he's not all that good. He's a guy. He's a body. But he's not all that good versus if you had just taken the Jackson Smith and Jigba who comes in and gives you a dynamic slot from day one. Makes the team better. Value-based drafts make the team better. But it's very hard for these teams to stay in that pocket beyond balance. And now the key for John and the key for Pete here now is, now that you move on to these other drafts as we go forward, which don't see you having 10 picks and 4 selections in the first 52 selections, and now you have a roster that is more ready-made and ready-built to go out there and contend and try to get to Super Bowls. Can you stay in this pocket now? Can you not get caught in the same conundrum you got caught in prior before, where now with that success, it starts to drive you over to more need-based drafts than value-based drafts? And I would reckon to guess that Schneider at this point, beyond balance, and Carroll at this point are going to recognize where they're at their best and where they're going to get their most success. That's the upshot of being in a single place for 13 years, as you get to learn your lessons and correct and get it just kind of right, theoretically speaking. You know, it can grow stale as well, but it only grows stale and stagnant with these kind of administrations that stay in place for more than a decade if they're unwilling to adopt new ideas or unwilling to fix ongoing mistakes that are plaguing the organization, which that's the opposite of what this team has done over the past year and a half. They've taken steps to try to change and fix that which is wrong, that which is not going right. And that gives me so much more faith and confidence for them in the future to find the ultimate success. Thank you, though, Beyond Balance, for that $10 donation, man, and a fantastic question. I absolutely love it. Frankie Green with another $5 donation as well. Thank you, Frankie. He says, good old Dave Craig. One week greatest quarterback in the league. Next week, the worst. A true love-hate relationship. For a young franchise, he was awesome. Yes, he was definitely an up and down guy. He would be your streaky shooter in basketball where when he's on, it's nothing but net. But when he's off, you know, he can't hit the broadside of the iron. And that was definitely, you know, Dave at times, that was him for good and for bad. A guy that, you know, does have his place in NFL history amongst the quarterbacks, even though he played in an era that was more run heavy, even though he was in a run heavy offense with Chuck Knox, Ground Chuck. He was a guy that actually threw for a lot of yards, played a long time in this league, but threw for a lot of yards in his career as well. And I would never put him up as an all-time great or anything like that. But, you know, like you said, for a fledgling franchise that was just kind of coming into its own and finding its way. And, you know, he fit the mark for the time for what he was, you know. He did fit the mark for what he was at the time. And I got nothing but love for Dave. I also have nothing, contrary to what Megan believes on this, I have nothing but love for Jim Zorn as well. Just a little more love for Craig than Zorn, but, you know, I still have an appreciation for Zorn as well. Thank you, though, Frankie. I appreciate your donation. And definitely some fluctuation in that Craig performance week to week. Cody W., thank you for the $2 donation. You're awesome, man. He says, I love you forever. Let Russ burn one more year, eh? Yeah, you know, he's got to learn his lesson at this point, Cody. And, you know, sometimes it's the toughest lessons that you got to get burned the hardest on. And we got to let this one set. You know, he's already out there in Denver flipping over golf carts this offseason. It still doesn't have the train quite on the tracks. And I think, unfortunately, already Sean Payton's in that situation looking at it like, you know, you better show me something quick here. I'm not going to marry myself to you long term here at all. And I'll tell you, it's pressure's on Russ. Hopefully he's capable of it. He's got a great coach to get him around. They went out this offseason and spent a lot of money that, you know, they could have gone and said, let's not spend money. Let's just try to eke out this Russell situation, get to the other end of it, and then we'll spend our money. Instead, they started spending money this offseason and trying to get this team turned around and really kind of in a lot of ways recommitting back into Russ and making it work there. So we'll see, man. That's a tough division. That's a tough conference. First year with Peyton in there. He's trying to institute things as he will. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. And nothing but love right back at you too, Cody, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, Russ is going to have one more year. And I'll tell you, if he goes out and has another bad year like next year, there may not be another starting opportunity for Russ beyond that. It's kind of the cold, dark, hard truth of this situation. He goes out and just completely looks as inept as he did last season. Who's going to be the team that steps forward to want to bring him back in to be their starting quarterback? I can't see there being a line of teams at that point. Maybe somebody would give him a chance or whatever, but he certainly wouldn't be the day one, penciled in as the day one starter anywhere beyond that. Be very interesting to see what happens with Russ as we go forward. He got everything he wanted. He got his coach. He got an offensive mind who will know how to get the most out of him. Let's just see what he does with it now. He looks like he's thinner and realizing kind of what's at stake here now at this point. So if he's doing everything that he can, there's definitely a chance for some success there. They still have a pretty good team, and they were active this offseason. Thank you, though, Cody, for the donation. Frankie Green, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother, for all the donos on the chat tonight, man. He says, I heard that this next offseason, there will be a lot of defensive free agents. This could be their idea to signings as well. There is, I have heard that as well, Frankie, and some of the first looks at the guys that are going to be available, there does look like there's going to be a good amount of guys. This is obviously going to be a list that does change over the course of the season because a lot of guys that are slotted in there, probably 25% of those guys are going to get contract extensions. So the list and the way that it looks right now, June 4th, versus what that list will look like come March 15th on the opening of free agency, I think are going to be two different things. But it is currently weighted a little bit more heavier to defensive free agents being out there a little bit more than they were this offseason. I would say that, Frankie. The team's going to have a little bit more of an ability from a flexibility and a cap standpoint to spend more money. We're not necessarily sitting on a lot of cap space, but they can move some contracts around, move a lot of numbers around in order to create a lot of cap space if they want to go out there and spend some dough. So there's definitely that opportunity for them to go out there and do that. But yeah, that has been what I've heard as well, is that initially it looks like the defensive talent out there will be pretty great. And that'll be good for us, especially as we're going to probably need to go find a middle linebacker and a couple of defensive linemen moving into next offseason. So it's coming in at the right time at that point. I believe as well, Frankie, that the defensive draft next year is a real good one on the surface of things as it stands as well. Linebacker, defensive line are looking like two of the deeper positional groups for next year's draft in addition. So all of that could work out wonderfully for us, Frankie, for our needs at that point. It all comes together at the right time. Appreciate you though, man, for all the donations. You are awesome. Megan says, another question, B, 7 sacks, and you still think he's better than the second man in the Ring of Honor? Oh, you need to explain this to me without blaming anyone else. Well, Megan, quarterback can't block for the tackle. And remember, Megan, this was back in the day where they didn't throw bubble screens and it wasn't all about the short routes. When you drop back to pass, you had to wait for the routes to develop to then throw it down the field. That was Chuck Knox's offense was run, and then I'm going to take my shots down the field when I absolutely have to pass, and you're going to force me to do so. So, like I said above, Dave Craig can't block and throw the football. And it wasn't like he was holding on to the ball and causing the sacks because he was just not finding a man open. Derek Thomas was winning him immediately off the snap. It's not his fault. It's not his fault, Megan. Half Daddy, I personally think that Russ will be a top 15 quarterback this season. Denver isn't going to make the playoffs, but they'll win more games. I'm thinking 7-10 for the Donkeys record. Well within reason, potentially, Half Daddy. I think the key, and they started doing this at the end of the season with Russ, is a little bit more of the two tight ends, a little bit more of him running under center and running play action passes, right? Leaning a little bit more into a heavier running attack. I think if the Broncos can get themselves into a 50-50 run-pass balance this year, that will take them far towards getting some success as a team overall at that point. It really comes down to, catching defenses when they're really thinking you're going to run, and then limiting the number of throws that you have Russell make, which is kind of counterintuitive versus the amount of money that they paid him. But that's the pathway to success for him. I think it's a pathway he can find success in, Half Daddy. I think it's a pathway where he can still be a functional quarterback in this league. But it also goes against a little bit of what you would ideally like when you pay a quarterback that amount of money, and you'd obviously like to be running a little bit more probably high volume attacks with him sitting as the point guy in that. Trent Seibot says, remembering these old Seahawks, it would be great to hear your Seahawks top 10 by position in the rest of the offseason. Have fun. That would be a fun video to do. I'd be down to do that. I think that's a great suggestion, actually. Maybe we'll have to do some shows around that as far as top 10 positions. I'd have fun with that. I definitely know a lot of guys, so I got a deep reservoir of names. Sajan says, I think Russ will be back to form and be great again. We will have to all sometimes, we have to fall sometimes to wake up to what we really are. Desperation can light a fire under a guy, to your point on that too, right? When you're kind of fat and happy and there's nobody pushing you, you can kind of ease off the gas a little bit. When you know you're kind of fighting for your professional life a little bit, you're gonna do everything you can do. You know, I agree. There's a little bit more of an opening of that for that. We'll see. We'll see with Russ. It'd be cool if he can get it back together. But boy, he did look pretty bad through the majority of last year. But Sean knows what he's doing. Sean knows, I think, how to get the guy into a successful place. Half Daddy, how many games will Seahawks rock the vintage unis? 2, I believe, Half Daddy. You're right on your answer in the question there, 2, I believe would be it. D-Boy says, Brandon, if you had to take away one coach position away from football, which one would it be? What I'm trying to ask is, what coach position is unnecessary in football this day and age? Oh. You could probably take out the tight ends coach, right? You could just have the tight ends bounce between the receiver and the offensive line meetings. I think they have tight ends coach. So I'd probably take that one away, D-Boy. You need receivers, need running backs, need defensive back coaches, linebacker coaches, or need all defensive line coaches, offensive line. All those are important. I'll go with tight ends. Jacob Haas, good night, all or morning, whenever you are. I'm heading to bed. Got to work in the morning. Have yourself a great night, Jacob. Sleep well, man. Half Daddy, I'm not rooting against Russ either. I hope he finds some success. We got our picks. We're good at this point. Though I will say we have a Denver Bronco 3rd round pick in this next draft. It'd be nice if that was a high 3rd round pick. Top of the 3rd round. That wouldn't be bad. D-Boy, Brandon, should E.T. be in the Seahawks Hall of Fame? I think the Ring of Honor is... Yeah, I mean, I guess, look, if you're going to have some of the names in there that they've got in there, D-Boy, as far as the Ring of Honor, they've opened it up to a wide bevy of names and guys that are in a wide variance of potential, how good they really were as a player. Probably deserves to be in the Ring of Honor. I wouldn't retire his number, but I guess you could retire him. He does have the thing of flipping the team off on his way out of town, and how his career ended isn't the best of looks. So he's right on the line, D-Boy. Right on that line. Half Daddy B, if you're the Seattle general manager, how do you spend the $9 million in cap space? Have all the draft picks been signed yet? I do not believe all the draft picks have been signed yet, Half Daddy. I think you're only sitting at a couple $1 million of functional cap space. And the main use for me on the cap space going forward would be to look to target some kind of trade to upgrade the defensive line. However big you could upgrade it. Maybe it would only be a marginal upgrade. Maybe it'd be a major upgrade if you could take a big swing. But I would try to pool and put together as much money as I could to go out there and make a trade for a guy that was a defensive lineman, or sign one of the cap cuts at the end of training camp. Take one of those 2 routes with it. But I don't think you're at 9. I think you're significantly lower than that. They have a couple more picks I think they still have to get figured out. Preston, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Preston, for all the support on the channel tonight, man. Another like triple quad donations from you. You're awesome. He says, I think Julian Love will be the key to the defense moving forward. Jamal is pricey and injury prone. If Love can command strong safety spot, we'll be good. Just like Jamal, but got cut off on you there a little bit. But yes, Julian Love is a very important part of this defense, and in two different realms, I think, Preston. He's important to this defense this year of salvaging, getting something out, seeing if there's something to get out of the Jamal Adams experience at this point, or if it all is just sunk cost and that he's not able to play healthy. He's not able to become or get back to what he once was with this major injury. So he gives you some insurance for that right on the surface of it. He also is going to let you unleash Jamal Adams in whatever way you want to unleash him. One of the things that's inhibited Jamal Adams' success in Seattle, absent the injuries, has been that you've had to kind of misroll him at times and put him back as a cover 2 or a single high safety, where he should really be down near the box. Love should free him up to be able to do those type of things. So there's another level that it helps out. And then there's the third level, which you mentioned, Preston, which we talk about next offseason. If you've come to find Jamal Adams is not the way, if that he is that sunk cost, now you're finally in a position to be able to move off from Jamal Adams and actually save some money, save a chunk of change that you can then spend on somebody else. And you're right. You would then have Julian Love able to slide into that strong safety spot, and you really wouldn't necessarily miss a huge beat. Let's not forget with Love, I think he was one of the top 25 tacklers in all of the sport of football last year. He's a guy that can be like Jamal in that respect. He might not be quite as instinctive or quite as twitchy in the tackle for loss game or in his ability to rush the passer, but he might be better in coverage. You know, he does give you that on the other side of it as well too. So there's some differences with them, but there is, above all else, an insurance policy now in place, Preston, where we're not just having to put all the eggs in one basket with Jamal and hope, well, all the defensive success this year will be on the back of Jamal, running or not. Hopefully you can get it going. No, now you got Love that can provide you a lot of safety in that respect, for lack of a better word, no pun intended. Thank you though, man, Preston, for the $5 donation. And I agree, Julian Love's going to be a very important player to this team. And boy, if he can just free Jamal up to be able to run around back there, just to run wild, be a freelancer around the line of scrimmage, that'd be great. Be just great. Alexander Matthews, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you joining on up. I did just put a video out for members only, Alexander, too. Check your feed, because I just did put a members video up on Devin Witherspoon last Thursday. We'll also be doing, for members of the channel, I'll be doing shows every Thursday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So if you are a member of the channel, be sure to be tuning in if you get a chance on that, or keep an eye on your feed. It'll show up there too. He says, 1 month I've been here, almost 2 years, laughing out loud. By the way, great show, Brandon. Well, it might have reset on you. Sometimes it resets on you, Alexander. Thank you for being a member for 2 years. Sorry if it did reset. It's sometimes weird about the notifications. It lets people know, and then it'll just turn off the membership thing kind of automatically. I think YouTube's trying to cover their butt with that stuff a little bit. But thank you, Alexander. Having a great time tonight, doing some breakdown here on Cameron Young and going through the ins and the outs on the guy just a little bit here. And appreciate you for your 2 years plus of support. I know another one of my original OGs on the channel. Good to see you in the chat too, man. Hope you're having a good night. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $10 donation. All your donations tonight, brother. You are amazing. Simply amazing. He says, I think the difference of value in drafts is what is different. I think they're going back to getting the dogs or the good people, the people with real value, not just the 40 time. Okay, so I think let me partially agree with you on that. There's a partial agreement. There's a little bit of a disagreement. The agreement comes into when it comes to the good people or the people that fit to the mentality of what they're looking for. Yes, there is a difference in that part with the value part of this as well, being that, but that to me goes back beyond balance to how they assemble their board initially. If we take it all as a positional group away and we just take it on the value board, here's the most valuable player in the draft. Here's our second most valuable player in the draft. Here's our third most valuable player in the draft. And we just go down that. To me, that's where you're weighting the good people part of that. That's where you're weighting is this guy all about football? Is this guy going to be thinking about football when he leaves the facility? Is he going to be like our old Legion of Boom guys that are going to live, breathe, eat football 24/7? And yeah, they've gotten back to looking for guys that are certainly also like that a bit at the forefront. But for me, when I go to value, that's weighted into the value of my boards. But when I go to Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's checking off that board. He's checking off that box as far as being a guy by their marker that is all about ball. But he's also the guy that they have as the most talented, the biggest upside, the best true guy they have on their board. I don't think that they're weighting their board down by how good the guy is. And the relation I'd put this to you on Beyond Balance is it's like the Ruskell days, where Ruskell's looking for the good people. He's looking for the high character guys as the first and foremost skill, beyond looking at the 40 time, beyond looking at measurables, beyond, that's just the only thing on his mind. And I don't think that they're anywhere near as close to that. And when you do go back to the reaching for need stuff Beyond Balance, what was freaky about LJ Collier? What was freaky about Cody Barton? What was freaky about Marquise Blair? What was freaky from their time standpoint of Jordan Brooks, who I don't even think ran a 40, and they picked him in the first round? That's why I'm a little bit in disagreement on that first part of what you're saying, because there are a lot of guys in recent years they drafted who didn't necessarily have the great measurables, who weren't necessarily eye-popping with their 10-yard splits and all that other stuff. And that stuff was kind of missing at times. So, that's where a little bit of, I think, where they would sometimes extend out away for guys that they thought would fit enough to what they need from them from the position, rather than their true upside as a player. That's kind of what I'm getting to on this, is the true upside as the player, getting the guys with some upside on it. There is the risky guys like Malik McDowell, but I don't think there's a lot of cases like Malik McDowell. The misses that they have when you go down the line, Lano Hill, Amara Darbo, Chris Harper. You go down the picks on that. A lot of these guys didn't necessarily have a super amazing measurables down the line all the way. Some did. Some had some really good ones. Some didn't. That's why it's hard to find a pattern in that necessarily. But yeah, you're right about the looking for people that are all about ball and understanding how important that is, and that's going to gain a lot of weight when they're putting their boards together for sure. That's going to carry a lot of weight, I should say. Beyond Balance, thank you for, again, another, oh my God, my guy, another $10 donation. Just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Thank you so much, man. All your donations. Loved the discussion as well, man. Really appreciate you on that. Says, okay, one last question. Ask as many questions as you want, man. That's what we do here. That's why we go so late. Says, one last question. You might have discussed this, but I missed it. What do you think of them giving Russ's number to nobody? Part of me thinks there must be something we don't know that Russ did. Well, thank you for the donation. Look, Russ tried to get both the guys fired. This is on record now. Russ went to Jody Allen and said, I want John Schneider and Coach Carroll, not just my head coach. I want the general manager out as well. And maybe Russ just knew that was a package deal. But, if you go to your employer and then you say, I want to try to, I'm going to go around my manager to go to the owner and get you fired, and then he finds out about that, you probably didn't, you've probably lost all endearment, all goodwill, at least from those particular guys. Maybe not all of the fanship and maybe not all of us out here, but for the people that control who gets a number and who doesn't get a number, you kind of chap the hide of the wrong people if you're looking for that respect to be extended in that fashion. And I think that John Schneider and Coach Carroll, I'm going to make a wild guess here, but I think that they did not appreciate Russ's whole last 2-year period in Seattle and how over time the diva stuff continued. Like when Russ went to Denver and he's asking for all of these car spots and he's asking for his own suite and the thing, and he's asking for his own office and he's doing all that. Like when he's doing that, that's not just coming from zero. That's because he's been placated in that fashion in Seattle. He's become used to it, and he's unaware that anybody else would bristle at him wanting these things because we're in Seattle and nobody pays attention to us as much with that. Gets to Denver, the spotlight's on him, and everybody's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So I think there was a lot of that built over time in addition to this, the way you sort of burn bridges a little bit on your way out the door. He was asking for a trade the year before he was traded Beyond Balance, which would have costed the team $38 million in dead money. And here's my list of 4 teams. Just move me. acting like they're not going to have to completely kill their franchise for the next year in order to accommodate that trade. Say nothing of the fact you give me 4 teams that you're willing to be moved to, so now my returns that I'm going to get back from you are going to be that much more reduced, on top of having to eat that much dead money. And what, you just suddenly arrived at a state now where you can't stand being here anymore? You just signed the contract in 2018, and now here we are in a mere 2 years later, and you're just, after being here for 10 years, you're over it now? It didn't add up. It didn't add up. And I think that from their standpoint, there's a lot of this that's driven at the end of the day by, it's about me. It's the diva quarterback thing that goes on. And that I think Russ, like Rodgers and a couple other quarterbacks in this era, have absolutely let themselves get just completely in bed in this mentality of the diva quarterback. And it's one reason I've said it's not just about Russ that this is in part to. It's that the second that the diva age of the quarterback position leaves the sport, the better. The better. This whole, they're above the sport, they're above their team, they're on some sort of cloud floating above the stadium and everybody else is just mere mortal players crap. You can miss me with that. It's a team sport. It's a roster of 55 players. And I think that they would tell you that he lost his way with that stuff a little bit. And then he tried to get them fired. And so, you're gonna burn bridges. Don't be surprised when they don't let you cross it back around when you come back around on it. And I'm sure the fences will eventually be mended on this Beyond Balance. But for the time being, especially while Coach Carroll and John Schneider are here, there's not going to be any love loss as far as for Wilson. And you saw this also in just the indications last year, Beyond Balance, of Coach Carroll talking about, hey, go ahead and boo him when he comes back week 1. What, Coach Carroll? And that was certainly not in line with what Coach had done in the past or how he'd spoken about these kind of situations in the past, right? He didn't certainly say about Bobby, like, yeah, go out there and boo Bobby. Go for it. He talked about the thing with Wilson and about, remember this whole thing about the arm with the plays on the arm pad deal, right? This whole thing with Russell. Imagine how many of those little things like that stack up. Well, Russ, why won't you just wear the arm pad with the plays on it? So that when we call the play in and when I call the play in, I can say 2A and you look at your card and then you call the play from 2A, where if you don't wear the card, then I've got to go double X right, beyond ray left, triple action 2, 4X caliber 1, 6 quandary bit 4, 8. And then you've got to repeat that whole same thing back in the huddle. And then why was it that Russell Wilson last year was finding himself with the play clock going down to 0 all the time? And then why didn't he want to wear the plays? Because it didn't look cool. Because I don't look as awesome when I'm wearing the plays on my arm. I'm not as cool. I don't look as awesome. I'm not as badass. When it looks like I'm like a young player learning with the little flappy thing on it. I don't want the flappy thing. Right? So I think that stuff added up, man, Beyond Balance. I think that stuff gets to teams after a while where they're like, we've had about enough of this. Certainly saw it with Green Bay too, didn't we? Green Bay by the end of that with Rodgers, like, goodbye. We're good. We're happy to move on at this point. Hell, them just drafting Jordan Love 3 years prior when they did. I mean, they had their eye on that door for a while. Kind of is what it is with that. But eventually this will all be mended. And eventually Russ will be in the Ring of Honor. I don't think he'll have his number retired, though. And the number's got to be retired Beyond Balance for it to not be worn. But I don't think that's going to occur in Russell Wilson's situation. Thank you, though, man, for all of your donations and all of your support tonight. You are, I'll say it once, I'm going to say it a million times. You're awesome, man. Mega Gawk Roger, my lady from Down Under, with another $5 donation herself, says, thanks for the great stream, as always. And you know, as much as I do, deep down in your heart, that Jim Zorn is way better than Dave Craig. Not simply better, Megan. Way better. Way better. It's going to be the eternal debate, Megan. It will last for all time. The war that will never end. The Zorn-Craig wars of the 2020s. Back and forth they went, never solved, never one side winning over the other. Just one battle lost today, then one tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Megan. Appreciate you on that, though. Thank you so much. Someday this battle will be fought and won. D-Boy says, Brandon, should ET be in the Seahawks Hall of Fame? Oh, I already answered that. My bad. Mario Holagun says, if Russell Wilson never threw that interception in the Super Bowl, do you think the Legion of Boom era would have became a dynasty? I don't think, Mario, that it was an absolute guarantee that you were going to score in that situation. I think that there's a good chance that if you run the ball that you might have scored. I don't think that there's 100% certainty, though, that just choosing to run with Marshawn means you score, means you win, and then you become a dynasty. Yes, I think that the call to throw the ball in that scenario, and this is based on Mario, so many quotes that have come out from the players over the years, but that had a tangible effect on the locker room in a negative fashion that in a lot of ways in itself began the unraveling of the team. There were other things that pushed for the unraveling. At the head of this, beyond a Super Bowl play causing the problem here, the real issue at the heart of the dynasty not becoming and fizzling out just as it was starting to get warmed up was really more about the ego. Ego all the way around. It was the same thing that really threw away the Bears in 85 from going back and having multiple times and multiple runs as it as well. Everybody started wanting credit. Everybody started deciding that they were the star and they were the straw that stirred the drink, and not enough humility. And that started to wear into it as well. But there is no doubt that the locker room lost faith in Coach Carroll at that time, whether it was imagined and real or not, that they were trying to make Wilson the star and they didn't want to let Marshawn be the star, which I don't agree with that was what went into that decision. But the locker room certainly sort of picked up that line of thinking and ran with it. So it certainly upended them. It did upend them. But there were some other factors at play too. Megan says, that's a load of BS, B. You know, you have love for Jim Zorn. Prove it. I do have love for Jim Zorn. It's just, it's in the proper right location. It's just properly attributed in the right segmented spot. Just a hair below Dave Craig. Vegas says, if Craig is as good as you say, why can't he block and throw, B? I would never expect that such a thing of a quarterback, Megan. Never. Got to go, says Sijin. Much love, go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Have a great night. Gold says, back to Seattle for Russ. D-Boy says, Brandon, is the running back position overhyped now, or do you think with the NFL being more passing now, they don't get enough respect? They went from being one of the highest paid to now getting crumbs. I think it certainly has been devalued at this point, D-Boy. We find ourselves deep within that place. It's in a place of being devalued overall, yet still having those teams that look at it with a different view from other teams. So I would say my answer depends on which team you're talking about. If it's the Kansas City Chiefs, they don't put a lot of value into the running back position necessarily. I know they took a first-round running back at the end of a draft a couple of years ago, but it's not like they've really sought to really address it in a major fashion. And then there's other teams that put a lot into it, like us, for instance. So I think there's a variance of opinion. I believe that running backs are still difference makers at the position. I also believe, D-Boy, that when we saw this sea change occur in the NFL, where running backs no longer could really be picked in the first round, absent a guy like a generational talent like Bijan Robinson coming out, that meant that you were going to have a lot of great value in the second round in these running backs at that point. That you were getting first round value in the second round more often than not when you were taking a running back in that place in the draft. That's great value. That's letting value drive your board to me. And I do think that a running back, especially a difference-making running back with their talent, can help out an offensive line. Are they going to be relying on the offensive line to open those holes and do the majority of the work for them, as the analytics like to say, D-Boy? Yeah, sure, that happens. absolutely you're still going to need those guys to be legit. But the one thing those analytics also say, D-Boy, is the one time it helps to have a dominant running back is when you do have a dominant offensive line. That line and that running back are going to be sensational when you can put those two together. And what are we starting to build here? We've got the running back room, and now the offensive line is coming together with it. So you're going to be able to fit to those rare moments that the analytics tell you that you can stray from the valuement chart of running backs. Go outside of it. Bring them in. Bring in the talent guys. If you've got the line in place, which the Hawks now do. Trent says, thanks for the good stream and have a great night, Brandon. Can't wait for the top 10 Seahawks by position video series. You got it, man. We'll get that thing coming out here soon, very soon. I'll start trying to put it together as far as I got to start put the list together here. Yeah, Melons, I keep missing you live, so making up while I have you. Laughing out loud. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. You're awesome for doing it, man. You're awesome for doing it. I appreciate all those donations. It's as I say, man, it's what lets me get to be able to do this full time is you guys putting in these donos like you do and showing the support like you guys show. So it's not lost on me, man. And it gets me hyped up just that much more I get to put in the channel. Drunk Squiddard says, yo, Brandon, would you rather take this season? Who would you rather take this season? Stephon Diggs or Devontae Adams? I'd say Diggs, right? Yeah. I'd stay Diggs. Garoppolo's not going to have the arm to get the ball to Devontae Adams like he's been able to have. I mean, you talk about going from one end of the scale to the other as far as arm talent goes. Even Derek Carr, comparatively speaking to Garoppolo on an arm talent level. Say nothing of the fact, do we even trust Garoppolo is going to be able to remain upright over the course of the year? Yeah, I'd go Diggs all day long on that one. All day long. Spectre7, thank you for the $20 donation from Spectre7. Amazing, brother. Thank you so much for that big time dono. And it is very good to see you in the chat as well. He says, have you seen those mic'd up segments from Wilson on the Broncos? There's one where he's on the sideline going, run or pass, let him know. Run or pass, let him know. And everyone is just silent on the sidelines. That was certainly, I think that the first game of the year for Russell Wilson was going to be a one that Spectre7 got him confident, got him hitting the ground running, feeling good about himself, and then he could build off of it and go. Or he's going to fall on his face, not look good, and then it's going to start him in a downward trajectory, a tailspin through over the course of the year. Of course, the latter happened. The play you mentioned is an interesting one where, yes, I've seen Russ mic'd up on the sidelines, the Broncos in that first game, and he's trying to yell at the defensive people to let him know, let him run or pass, let him know. Remember what's going on from that, though, and why Russ is suddenly in that situation, Spectre7, all up in a fervor to do that. Yes, the people on the sidelines are looking at him like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing? Because it's not having any help. The reason he's desperately doing it, though, is because Russell decided in the first game of the year to use the exact same hand signs that he had used in Seattle. Tyler Lockett, who if you go watch Sector 7, Tyler Lockett is also mic'd up in the course of that game. Tyler Lockett recognizes instantaneously that Russell Wilson is using the same hand signs as when he was in Seattle. Don't know why Russ decided to do that, but Tyler communicates that to the defensive players. And unlike Russ saying, let him know if it's run or pass, Tyler's telling him if he does this, it's a go route. If he does that, it's this. If he does this, it's that. So what Tyler's doing is actually able to help out the defensive players. What Russ is trying to do in that scenario, as you heard a lot of other defensive players who reacted to that mic'd up moment talk about it in the week after that, it's not helping anybody, Russ. These are professional guys. They're going to read the plays. They're going to read it. They're going to know what's coming or not know what's coming. You're not informing them of a way of information that they don't already have on the field. So it wasn't like Russ had found the equivalent to him using the same hand signs that he'd used in Seattle the prior year, but it was him like realizing he probably heard Tyler calling it out and realized they had gotten hip to his hand signs, and then he's like, I've got to tit for tat this. I got to come back now and try to find our edge on this, always compete kind of thing. So it came off as like heavy-handed and clunky, but he probably didn't think that Tyler was going to catch on to the hand sign signal stuff either. So it's kind of a hilarious segment, Sector 7, but it goes even beyond Russ just saying that thing. I think he's saying it because Tyler got in his head a little bit by figuring out the hand signals, and then it all just went kind of downhill. But yeah, it's you see Russ trying to get those guys to call out the run and pass, and they're just looking at him. They're giving him this look. It's like that's the thing is you go to a new team, man. You don't have any of that goodwill built up. You don't have that 10 years of winning there. You don't have the pelt on your wall of a Lombardi trophy. They're looking at you of like, why don't you show me something? Don't tell me what I got to do. Why don't you show me something? You know, it's the difference of getting traded and going to a new situation, Spectre. It is. But it's a hilarious mic'd up moment. That's for sure. Beyond Balance says, interesting point. So maybe they have found a balance of the dog and actual talent. Though when picking in late rounds, they really don't have much of the doggedness to go off of. Yeah, I think that's a fair way of putting it, Beyond Balance. You're right in the respect of there's, and who knows what is the secret sauce or the formula they put together to weighting. This guy's all about ball. Like, okay, so you have two guys, right? Both guys test very similar. Both guys have very similar tape. One guy's got a little bit better tape. Both guys, from a projection standpoint, just on what you see from them on the field to where you think they can go as a pro, are out to a similar place. But the second guy, who's a little worse than the first guy, is much more about football, is much more about practicing, training hard all the time, getting himself ready to go. So at what point, and I don't have an answer to this Beyond Balance, but at what point does that, I'm going to try hard off the field 24/7, but I'm a little bit behind this other guy. Well, we're going to have faith that because you're going to try so hard, because you're going to put the work ethic in, you're going to surpass that other guy because he doesn't have that same thing. And that's the hardest math to probably have to do when you're trying to quantify prospects from one to the other, especially at the very same kind of positions. But I do think that they're weighting that a little bit more. Beyond Balance, for instance, you can see this with a Jalen Carter versus Devon Witherspoon selection, where Devon, listening to Brett Bielema talk about him and how over the moon he is on him and how this kid is all about ball. And then what we hear conversely on the other side with Jalen Carter of, there's some questions here, there's some questions of that. So I mean, maybe right there we get a representation of how one can carry weight over the top of another, even though that other player is a little bit maybe more talented. So there is a place that the dog and the want to be all about ball 24/7 is going to carry that weight. But I also think that they've let the talent portion swing into here as well and also be another part of this too. Either of those two things drift you away from, most importantly, Beyond Balance, not picking for need. That's really the bottom line, most important part. Our last is, are we doomed? Will we ever be a Super Bowl champs again? Yes, we will be Super Bowl champs again within the next 4 years, minimum. And maybe 2 times over our loss. No, we're not doomed. I mean, our loss, there's teams that have never won a Super Bowl. Go look at the Cardinals trophy case. There's a lot of teams that don't ever get there, never win it. We've been to 3 Super Bowls over the last 24 years. That's as good a run in football as you'll see, absent maybe 4 or 5 teams. So will we get back there again? You better believe it. Why? Because we set a damn standard in this place, and we will not accept anything else. Beyond Balance is, I'm one of the few that think a large part, maybe the biggest part of all of our issues was building around Russ. I could talk for hours about this. I think it's a great point. I think there's a great argument to be made about beyond it in regards to it as well, because you did build this original team up around building a super team, bringing in a quarterback that was on a rookie deal that through the first couple of years was making 0.5% and then like 1.5% of the salary cap. And that in that rookie year of that guy's contract, you found the greatest success, because you knew how to build out the supplemental rest of the team. But then the second that you started, the more further that you got ingrained into that Russell Wilson contract, the second contract, third contract, well then, it was the further that you left your base philosophy and the way you operated, which brought that original success. I think that there is a great argument to be made within that. And it's even made within, not even necessarily, it seems like you're throwing shade at Russ when you say it, but it's not even to throw shade at Russ. It's just the deviation to paying a quarterback 15% of your salary cap, as opposed to being able to pay a quarterback around the 0.5%, 1%, and then what you can do with the rest of those resources to build up the rest of the roster. You know? So, yeah, I think it's a great discussion and an interesting one, and that it inhibited in that way. And then you've got also the part of it that inhibits you beyond balance. And okay, we feel like we're paying Russ, but now we've got to go light on we got to go light somewhere so that we can maintain the balances from a team standpoint, because we still want to have a build of defense. We still want a good special teams unit. So where are we going to go weaker on our offense? Well, I guess we will go weaker offensive line. We'll spend less money there than anywhere else in the NFL. And that'll be how we offset the Russell Wilson contract. Again, more problems than bear out of that, right? So you could be onto something with that. You really could. Beyond says, I thought he caused the issues before the news came out about trying to get them fired. His inability to quick throw over the middle and more, and made us have to build in a bad way. Yeah, I think that the team eventually became to an acceptance point that he wasn't going to throw short or over the middle, and that was going to mean, what's the point? Let's just try to lean into this. Let's lean into his acrobatics. Let's lean into his off-script play style and try to find a way to find order in that kind of chaos. But you never can kind of find order in that chaos. You only are going to find order when you have an offense that you can run on time within the script of how you're trying to find success. And so, yeah, I agree that that definitely was another inhibiting factor. And that was a place I hit on and hammered on Russ 2 years out prior to him being traded. And I got a lot of blowback at the time for mentioning it. But there was one game in particular against the Giants at home. That was the one that, as much as anyone, really had set me off. It was coming on the heels of a lot of games run in a row where Russ was playing poorly. And I just came out of it saying there's a lot of advanced skills and traits here with Russell Wilson that he has not developed, that a lot of other quarterbacks in this league that have played for 10 years and have had a lot of success do develop. They're not sitting on the same skill set they had at 25 years old. They've advanced, they've added, they've gotten their doctorate in quarterbacking. Russ never went out and got his doctorate in quarterbacking. Is he always going to be inhibited by the height stuff to a degree? And there's going to be certain throws that he just can't make, like we see with the Kyler Murray, like we're about to see with Bryce Young. You better believe it. But he also didn't get great at the line of scrimmage. He didn't understand or learn really how to blitz, or not how to blitz, but how to beat the blitz. Throw with anticipation. 3-5 step drops, hit the back foot, let it go. I'm with you on it though. Beyond Balance's biggest signal is he left the building and all the All-Stars came back to the building to help the next year. That certainly was an indicator. Certainly was an indicator of where maybe the mentality had been with Russ by the end. And I don't think it's where he started, but it's a bit like what they say about, actors that have been stars for a long period of time, or rock stars that have been out and been stars for a long period of time. Your reality becomes skewed after a while. And you just don't see the world in the same way others see the world. And once you start getting the momentum of going that direction, I'm going to marry a pop star, we're going to hang out with all these important people. It's like, you just kind of get away from the kind of the base foundational stuff, probably that was part of what made you a great player in the first place, especially when it comes to the hunger and stuff. 1023, I do think at this point, probably Drew Lock is better than Russ at this point. It's true. Omega says, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, Russ, as my grandmother would say. Drunk, the only game where Russ was good was the season opener versus the Colts. After that, you notice him going away and using his own play call. Makes you wonder, did he purposely fail or ignore the play call? It was weird that year, wasn't it? Opening game against the Colts in Indianapolis. Russell's playing in this new offense with Waldron. He's operating on time. Waldron's being creative in his play calling. You're seeing a lot of pre-snap motion, a lot of just unique stuff than we had seen prior. And Russ hitting those short throws. I don't know if he purposely did, but he did slide away from it drunk. As that year went along, it was back to the old habits. It was like, well, I tried this, it failed, I'm moving on. But he never really tried it fully, right? Because there was never really a game that you, outside, like you said, that Colts game, where you really were buying into trying to stick within the short realms of the offense, keep the chains moving. He always would dip and slide back to trying to hit the deep shots, come hell or high water, come some point or another. And then the offense would fail off of it. Then Dory says, would be funny if Ben DiNucci from Dallas takes Russell's job. He played distance last year. Well, I think they signed a guy 10-23. Broncos signed a backup at $10 million, 2 years, $10 million. That guy, that's the guy who's going to take Russ's job, I think. When you're already paying Russ the money you're paying him, and then you pay the backup 2 years, $10 million. That was one I was like, oof, that's a sign. Well, Valdez says Rodgers is a worse diva than Wilson, and it's not close. It might be a little bit closer than you're thinking. You know, I mean, say what you will about Rodgers and some of his belief where he's at and how his head's at, but you know, Rodgers doesn't have a lot of former teammates really questioning him. Maybe absent Greg Jennings, about the only guy that I've heard talk kind of any bad noise about Rodgers is kind of a teammate. Russ has certainly had his share of guys that have walked away going, right? I think they're divas in different ways a little bit, but I think they're pretty close to equivalent as far as bottom line, you know. They're kind of in that specialized class. There's a couple other quarterbacks I'd put in recent years that'd be in that same spot. Drew Blahnik says Russell Wilson was such a team guy in his first few years. Sad to see what he became at the end of his Seahawks years with the ego and everything. It was, man. It was, and I agree. It was a transitional thing. I don't think it started out here. And maybe it's just a human nature thing when you become a star like that, so young, and get that success, and you know, and the head starts to grow, and you start to feel yourself, and it's just the nature of the beast a little bit when that does happen to a human being. But yeah, I think by the end it was the ego was out of control, you know, and it did grow over time, but it sort of festered and just kept growing and growing and growing. Just kept going and bigger and bigger and bigger. Spectre 7 with another $20 donation. My goodness, man. Thank you for the double $20 drop. 220s? 220s, my man. You're awesome. Appreciate you, brother. He says, I see us playing the Bengals or Bills in the 2024 season Super Bowl. Ooh, that'd be a fun matchup. I want the Bills again for what they did to us a couple years ago. Super Bowl windows don't last very long, and the Bills are faltering a bit, but I really like the Bengals. That being said, we win 34-20. Gino retires in the offseason. Ooh, I love your prediction, Spectre 7. Write it down. Let's mark this so we can come back and tab this one up if we got to do it eventually, and you can be known as the great prognosticator here on the Hawks Nest as we go forward if it's proven to be true. And those are two teams that I think, like the Chiefs, you could see a lot of teams where I don't know year to year if they're going to remain in the AFC in the flux as far as being one of the front runners or being one of the teams up there that's really going to compete through. But the Bills and the way they built their team, and the Bengals and the way they built their team, yeah, they've got the quarterbacks that got to kind of carry the day, but they've also got a real strong team around that quarterback in addition to it, which should allow them to continue to remain successful over the next couple of years. Like you say, the Super Bowl windows don't last very long, but with those two teams, I would expect that window to still remain open as we go through that time period. So I love it, man. I would love to see that matchup between us and them. Those would be some fun games. Definitely, I think you would be seeing some points scored. That's for sure. And I obviously love your prediction of 34-20, regardless of opponent. Right, Spectre 7 doesn't matter if it's the Bengals or the Bills. We're hanging 34 on you. Don't matter who you are. We're just gonna put 34. That's how this offense rolls. That's just the way we are. We don't care. We're gonna score on anybody. I love it, man. I love the confidence, and I hope you're right. Certainly, I think by next year you could be in a even better position to be able to go for a little bit harder than you went this year. Now you've got guys that were last year rookies that'll be going into year 3. Our guys this year will be going into year 2, where they'll be making their greatest leap at that point. Maybe a little bit of a more of a money spot there to really start to go out there and compete and jump forward as a team at that point. I love it, man. I love it. And I think both of those teams, Spectre, they've been drafting well. They've been spending their money right. Bills just signed Ed Oliver. They're not going to let him get away. He's not a franchise-defining defensive tackle. He's not the Quinnen Williams or Jonathan Allen or Fletcher and Aaron Donald this role, but he's a good, strong player for them. And part of what they've done in building the strength of that defense is strength in numbers on that defensive line. So I think those teams are going to continue to go. I do. And Joe Burrow is absolutely the real deal. He's not going anywhere, That's for sure. Thank you, though, Sector 7, for all the double donation, 20 drop donation, man. You are tremendous. Megan says, B. Sorry, B. I've always been a person who has believed that words are cheap, so unless you prove your love for Zorn, I refuse to believe anything you say regarding it. I'll prove it with the Largent video, perhaps. I'll sneak some Zorn love in on that one, Megan. I still got to get that card. I'm going to get the card up behind me. That'll be the first ground, Megan. That'll be the first olive branch I'll drop in your direction. Is that, okay, look, we got the Zorn card up now. It's right next to Dave there. Yeah. That'll be my olive branch. Drunk says if Bijan fails as a running back, don't think he will, but if he does, do you think NFL teams will no longer draft running backs in the first round? No, I don't. I think Jahmyr Gibbs, even though he went 12 way too high, Jahmyr Gibbs was going to go in the first round of this draft too. I think sometimes it's just dependent upon there being a team that's running back needy, along with there being a talent that's worthy of being picked in that top area of things. But I don't think the NFL teams have gotten completely to that standpoint of we're out on taking a running back completely in the first round, no matter what. It certainly won't help things if he fails, though, Drunk. You know, it's certainly going to make more teams a little more hesitant, but it won't have teams fully out. Drunk says, I remember that Melvin Gordon face that had Russ on the sideline. He was over after week 7. Yeah, that was a great meme. They had Russ with he was drinking the water bottle while Gordon's looking at him, and then somebody put the Dangerwich sandwich in Russell's hand or in place of the water bottle. Simply brilliant. Looks like he's taking a big bite out of the sandwich. .1023 Hackett decided to kick the longest field goal in NFL history. That was so funny, bro. They missed 2 times. When I saw that, I could not believe it. I was like, wow, Hackett is showing you, he is showing you his coaching greenery right there. Because what are you doing? In Seattle, a 64-yard kick to win the game. And you had Russ, and they blew all that time. Remember the Manning thing too, where Manning's like, timeout, timeout, timeout. And they're just doing nothing. They're just like looking around at each other about what to do. Oh, what a horrible moment. Horrible moment for the Broncos. Beyond Balance, laughing out loud. We called out that let them know and run or pass in junior high. So cringe. Very cringe. And very high school. That's right. Not even college level, right? Beyond Balance, like that stuff was left at high school. Tony Wright says, good evening, Brandon. What's up, Tony? What's popping in Seattle land? Our squad had our last OTA practice on Friday at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which was open to the fans, and it was great. Hell yeah, man. Well, we're doing good here. It's been good OTAs for us as well. Our guys have been out there playing. Nobody's really held back by any injury. We've got some guys with some tight hammies, but everybody's out playing. The young guys are looking good and showing up on the tape. So everything's pretty encouraging. You know, Tony, there's only so much you can take from the OTAs in general, but you want your young guys healthy. You want them out there rolling, learn the playbook. If they get that playbook learned, if they get the action in OTAs, that just gets them that much further ahead and being ready to hit the ground rolling come day one. And then you can have that much more confidence that you're going to get some returns from the rookies in the very first year. Tony says, Brandon, I'm glad that mainstream media are sleeping on my Falcons. Here are the players we signed in free agency. Yeah, I've heard some people talking about your team. Not everybody's sleeping on you. Especially in that division, which kind of opened up. You know, I like you guys in that division, though. Especially with how extreme you guys run. Like, you do something that's very specific and different and unique to just you, and you really lean on it. And I think that's going to be a way that you could find your little kind of niche into building yourself into a playoff team next year. D-Boy, Brandon, with Bryce Young being 5'11", just like Russ, will he have the same hate from the media just like Russ? Or do you think Russ put the being short stuff to bed and it's expected now? I think Russ has put a lot of that stuff to bed, D-Boy, and that he's been able to change hearts and minds. And I think that when it comes to not just Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, these guys were drafted as high as they were drafted because of the success that Russell Wilson has had at his size. So, no, I don't think you'll get the same hate. I think that he is going to have plays he can't see and balls that are going to get knocked down, and people are going to reference that with him like they've referenced it with Russ, and they're going to be right about that. So I don't know if that's hate at that point, Debo, to look at, for them to look at it that way, or it's just what it is. It's just the reality of what you're seeing with it. But most of it's been put to bed. The short stuff for the most part. I still don't like it myself. I don't think it should be put to bed, but I think the national view on it is it's a little bit put to bed. Beyond Balance says, yeah, the Carter Witherspoon example is the perfect example of I feel like they went to their principles, though. JC was obviously talented and filled our hole. We went with the dog. Agreed. I think that is the greatest representation we can find from this draft in this respect. Nothing kind of crystallizes this discussion or how they were weighing the values of these kind of players in this kind of way. Because Carter's such an extreme example as far as on the talent level end of the scale of things, right? May not be there on the off the field stuff, but the talent level is undeniable. Hell, the guy already at Eagles training camp is breaking tackling dummies, for God's sake. So, it's real there with him, but keen difference between the off the field stuff between the guys. Megan says, sorry, B, I'm not a bitter or petty person by nature, but Russ got all he deserved from last year, and I enjoyed watching him go up in flames, especially after hearing he wanted John and Pete fired. I agree. I'm not looking for any more further bad will with him, but I'm not shedding a tear for Russ either on that, Megan. You know what I mean? I'm not shedding no tears either on that. Beyond Balance, I don't even think it was the salary cap issue. I think he could only throw long passes, so our offense was on the field for short times, so we had to make the defense deep. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of that. Sure, I do. I think the salary cap was impactful, especially because this guy's wanting to be re-upped every 3 years. You have no place to really bury the money. He's going to eat up that cap, and you're going to feel the pain of that in full, and there's really nowhere to run. So I think it was impactful for that. You're right. There was the limitations within his game where now you have him taking, it's kind of a combination for me, Beyond Balance, because he's taken the cap space. Then you have limitations to his game that now you've got to overcome one way or another, either by building up a defense, like you say, that's deeper, where you have to spend more resources into it, or by having better skill positions on the outside who can get open on the secondary routes, because you need to have them to be able to do that, because you're not going to be able to run the ball consistently. You're right. There's some secondary impacts from the first impact of him not just taking up the money, but also the limitations of his game. It's not an either or there, but it's a both situation as far as making it harder for them to then build the team up right. Because you start to do the what is like the law of unintended consequences. You build a machine and then something goes wrong, you fix that thing, but that fix also impacts this other thing, and then you have to go fix that thing that impacts that other first thing, but then something else becomes impacted now, and you're sort of chasing your tail a little bit, playing whack-a-mole, and then you come to find this big edifice of a structure that's got all of these working parts of fixes, right? All of this bubble gum and tape and everything else, every other manner of fix you've applied, but it's become just clunky and doesn't work really. It technically functions, but it no longer works because of all these little fixes that you've had to make, rather than just being able to run it more pure like they're being able to run it now, where there is no initial thing that then causes this to break, then they got to fix that to get that. No, it just all kind of functions and fully, smoothly runs like one organization, like one organism. Drunk says, why did Russ never throw to tight ends as often after Jimmy Graham? He didn't really throw to tight ends as often. Well, even when Jimmy Graham was here, he didn't necessarily throw to Jimmy a ton. He had some games that were certainly outlier games, but he would sometimes not even look for Jimmy until he was down near the goal line. And him and Jimmy really mastered the fade route near the end, where they could almost get that at will down near the goal line. But it just comes back, I think, Drunk, to his inability to see over the line of scrimmage and be able to, hit those short routes. He just can't see it, and he doesn't want to throw it blind. He wants to be able to see the guys open and make sure the route's not going to get undercut for a pick. I think that stuff comes down to size limitations more than anything else. Beyond Balance, I don't think, Jason Tudor B, Do you have a non-Seahawk rookie that you're cheering for? I'm hoping Richardson does well for the Colts. Ooh. Yes. Yes. I am rooting for Sidney Brown of the Eagles. That was one of my favorite players out of the last draft. I really trusted my evaluation and what I saw of the kid. And I'm hoping it's right. And I'm going to be interested to see how he does with the Eagles. I think he's going to the perfect situation where he's going to have a chance to really shine. And I think he's going to ball out for them in a big time fashion. So that'd be my number one guy. I think I'd be cheering for him above anybody else. I'm trying to think if there's somebody else in my mind. No, that's about it. I'd go with that. I like that. I'd like to see Richardson do good too, Jason. He looks like the early reviews have been pretty good with him in the Colts. 1023 Carter was biggest risk in life. He was a big risk. Tony says, here's the defensive players we signed. Calais Campbell, David Onyemata, Eddie Goldman, outside linebacker Bud Dupree, Caden Ellis. We traded for Jeff Okudah, Mike Hughes, Trey Flowers, and free safety Jesse Bates. There's some good moves in there. Some guys I like more than others. Tony. Eddie Goldman, you don't know what you're getting from him really. Ever since the vid situation, he's not necessarily been the same player he was prior to the vid. Bud Dupree was not the same player with the Titans, and he tore an ACL that he was with the Steelers. Jeff Okudah was a disappointment for the Lions as an outside cornerback there for them. Trey Flowers, I wouldn't put that down as a good signing. That's coming from a Seahawks fan on that one. Former Seahawk. The Jesse Bates one is fantastic. The Calais Campbell one is absolutely fantastic. I like those. Those are great signings for your team. The David Onyemata, I can't say his name, but that's going to be a good player for you guys as well too. So I've said to you, I've told you, man. I think you guys are as much the front runner in that division as anybody else. You make a strong an argument that the Falcons are as set up to go out there and get it done. You're going to run the ball. You're going to control the clock. You'll have a good defense. I think that's maybe just good enough to kind of carry the day through. And it will come down to really bottom line. Can your quarterback make enough throws to make the offense vibrant enough to overcome not necessarily a bad defense, Tony, but just defense that necessarily isn't stocked to the gills with a lot of, front-end talent. It could be good enough, but it needs to be protected. It needs to have the offense dominate the time of possession war a little bit. And if that stuff happens, I think there's success to be found. Beyond Balances can't throw and had to scramble, so why invest in offensive line? No one can hold the ball for 6 seconds. It's true. I think there was also a thought process of they had to also find some place if you're spending the money that you're spending on the quarterback beyond balance. You got to pick somewhere on the team that you're going to decide to go light. You're not going to spend as much money on. I think the team, being that over that 10-year period, they spent the least amount of money in football in the offensive line over a 10-year period when Russ was here. I think the team just, you're right. Maybe some of it was led from the fact that what's the point of getting good offensive linemen blocking because you're not going to have the ball out of your hand anyway in the time that they're being successful in their blocking. But the team also, I think, decided too this will be where we offload the cost for Russ a little bit. We'll draft. We'll take some guys. We'll pick as many guys as anybody on the offensive line as far as the draft goes, but we're not going to pay any money to the position. Vaughn says, would Russ be in contention for comeback player of the year if he kills it this year? Oh, yeah, Vaughn. If he kills it this year, he'll be a comeback player of the year. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Jack says, the energy around this team this offseason is the best it's been since 2014. Positive 5. I'd say you're right on that. Everything feels right. Everybody feels like they're pointing in the same direction. Everybody seems committed to the same task. And you could feel that. And you can feel when it's not that way. Beyond Balance would love to see the Bengals Seahawks Super Bowl. WSU quarterback versus the Seahawks. So fun. WSU quarterback? Was Burrow once the WSU QB? Am I missing some on that one? D-Boy says, Brandon, when you made your basketball starting five, you didn't put Drew Lock in your starting five. He can have ball. Have you seen his highlights? He may be in the wrong sport. That's how good he was. Go watch him play. I hadn't seen him play. Yeah, that one slipped my mind. Maybe I'd flip him out for Quandre at the point guard role then, D-Boy. He's my new point. Quandre's out. Quandre's my sixth man off the bench. Activist says, as much as I love the Seahawks, we're not a Super Bowl caliber team quite yet. Definitely trending up. Well said, Activist. Well said, man. I can see how the outlook could be that way for the team. And it might take a little bit longer to quite get there. You know, so certainly a really young squad. Megan says, oh no, more than that. This will cost you, and it goes nowhere near Craig. Fair enough, Megan. Fair enough. 10-23, the only team that's going to give us trouble is Philly. They have the best O-line in the league, and a top defensive line where the offense also has good weapons like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. I think there's a couple challenges in there. I think the Ravens one's going to be a tough game too. That's not going to be no easy stretch for us. D-Boy, Brandon, have you ever seen a drop like the Rams did after Super Bowl? They went from winning it all to not making the playoffs. It's kind of sad. They're making the NFC West look soft bad. Have I seen it before? Yeah. I mean, the Broncos kind of went through a similar thing, D-Boy, after they won the Super Bowl with Peyton there, right? Didn't they have kind of a bad year the next year after that? And I mean, the Rams, when it comes down to it, you know, why did they have happen what they had happen? It's, well, you know, they lost Odell. They had Cooper Kupp go down to a season-ending injury. They had Stafford go down to a season-ending injury. They had Aaron Donald go down to a season-ending injury. Ashawn Robinson, and you know, go down the list, man. You know, it's all those injuries got sustained. It's hard to keep yourself afloat. It wasn't kind of like their guys just fell off, you know, and that they were great this one year and then they were all bad the next year. They had Whitworth retire on them. You know, I mean, they had significantly a different team that they were fielding at the end of the last year, D-Boy, than the one that went out there and won a Super Bowl the prior year. And it doesn't happen often. You're right about that. But I think there's an understandable explanation for it, especially when they went out and won a Super Bowl with what I would term probably a fairly aged team. Stafford was no young buck. Whitworth was no young buck. You know, even Aaron Donald was starting to get up there by that point in time. So kind of understandable. Beyond Balance, if you like my question, I mean more, I'll pay for the first video, but let's test me, ask you questions. I think I can end up making amazing streams. Fair enough, potentially, D-Boy. Potentially, or not D-Boy, Beyond Balance, sorry. It's getting a little bit weird here, 4 hours in. Potentially open to it. Potentially. Jeff Krakowiak, imagine if we traded Earl the year before he was cut. People were saying we could have gotten a king's ransom for him. Maybe a first and a third sound right? I thought, yeah, you might have been able to do that a full year before time. I believe that we turned down the Cowboys' offer of only a second rounder, leading up to, I think it was right before the trade deadline or leading right up into that spot, as far as that goes. So I can't remember exactly when we got the offer from the Cowboys, but we did turn down an offer of only, I think it was a second round pick at that time. Would you have gotten a first or a third the year before? Maybe at that point. It's possible. I'm not sure. Just because we didn't have a lot of value, you know, where Earl was for his age-wise and all that. Yeah, probably. I'll go yeah. Donnie, thank you for reminding me that. If you like what you're listening to tonight, do me a favor and hit that like button if you could. I would really appreciate it, and it does help this channel grow tremendously. Beyond Balance, thank you for another $10 donation, brother. Appreciate all the donations on the stream. You're awesome, brother. Awesome. He says, with Geno and Purdy, do you think last season might have changed the future of NFL's treatment decision of quarterbacks? Backup quarterbacks broke records and won in real ways. I think that there's a shift that's going on in the NFL right now where everything kind of has an ebb and a flow to it. and things get driven in a certain direction, there's a trend that goes in a certain way, and that trend then gets driven to its ultimate course, its ultimate extreme. And then people go, this has gotten too extreme. We've got to go back to this other way. And then you get the counterbalance where the pendulum starts to swing the other direction. I think that beyond balance, the pendulum is swung with the diva quarterback towards the quarterback position mattering more, towards the quarterbacks being paid more money, towards them taking even more of the cap space up year after year after year. And eventually the pendulum is going to have to swing back the other way, in my opinion. I believe personally that the quarterback position and its success is driven, absent maybe there being 2 or 3 guys in the league that can ascend past this. It's really based upon your supporting cast. And that everyone likes to think that they have the Burrow, Mahomes-like guy, but you just don't really have that guy. You're paying your guy like he's that guy. You've talked yourself into that guy being that guy, but he's not that guy. And he's relying on that supporting cast. And the problem is, once you start paying the guy the big time money, you can't put as much of the supporting cast around him. Look at like Dak Prescott, for instance, for an example of this. And so I think the NFL is going to start to wake up on this beyond balance that, you can take a team that you stack up and then you get a quarterback that's maybe middle of the road, top 15, doesn't have to necessarily carry the day, and that can be a Super Bowl contending team. It's nice to have a Burrow, it's nice to have a Mahomes, but there's only so many. We have to look at it as those guys are finite. There's not 15 of those guys in the league. There's like 2 or 3 of them. And if that's the case, we're not likely to get one of those guys. So let's build and put our team together in a different kind of fashion, find the ultimate success in going a different route. And look, our Hawks found this success in the last 10 years beyond balance, because you didn't go take a first round quarterback. You didn't take the quarterback first. You built the super team, and then you took a 3rd round quarterback. You had built up that whole team, and then you brought the guy in because you said, oh, he'll be able to excel with this, what we got on the outside, Marshawn with the offensive line. At that time, by the way, beyond balance, you were spending the most amount of, we talk about how much money you were spending on the offensive line. Is it any irony or any great, strangeness that you were spending the most amount of money on your offensive line the moment that Russell Wilson walked in the door, and that you were then having your most success as a team within that, versus how you lost that success when you stopped spending money on that line? It's going to change things. I think beyond balance, Jalen Hurts, a little bit out of the 2nd round pick, not a prime round guy, right? So there is going to be these guys, I think, that allow for these teams to get a little more imaginative beyond balance in their approach and less regimented into it being, got to get our top guy in the draft. That's the only way to build a team, is you got to get your top signal caller in the draft, and then everything works from there. Now maybe NFL organizations will start to think, let's build the team first, and then we'll get the quarterback situation figured out down the line. Thank you though, man. Thank you Beyond Balance so much for all your donations on the chat today. I really do appreciate it. Spectre 7, thank you for a $5 donation as well. It says 2013 Seahawks versus the 2022 Chiefs. Who takes it and what's the score? I still remember old Sherm getting beat deep to seal the 2019 Super Bowl for the Chiefs. Yeah, but that was a different Richard Sherman at that time. That wasn't prime Richard Sherman. That was Richard Sherman post Achilles, where I don't think he had the same kind of, not that he was a speedy guy before, but I think he certainly lost some speed after having that major injury like he did. Who wins between the 2013-2022 Chiefs? We win. The reason being is that offensively, would they be able to score some points on our defense? Maybe some. We would be able to lean into the fact that we wouldn't have to worry about the run game, and we could just lock it and stopping the pass, and we drop a lot of guys in the zone, and I think we could find some success with that. Then you look at us offensively speaking, and how are the Chiefs going to stop our offense? Percy Harvin and all that at the time, Marshawn Lynch, Russell with him, young legs Russ, and that Chiefs defense in the way that was constructed last year, I think you're just going to outscore them. So somebody was mentioning earlier about a Bills, Bengals, Seahawks Super Bowl in the future in 2024 at like 32-20 or something. That's the kind of game you'd get, like 34-20, 34-21. They might score a couple of touchdowns on that Legion of Boom defense, but we're going to far outscore them offensively speaking, in my opinion. On that one, yeah. We got measly. But yeah, Rich got beat badly on that in that 2019 Super Bowl. He got nailed with a shock inside release, man. A shock inside release on a 9 route. That's hard on a corner. That's tough. Shows you how talented Sammy Watkins was to pull off that move in that moment, like he did. Thank you, though, Sector 7, for the $5 donation. Beyond Balance with another $5 donation as well. You guys are amazing tonight with all the donations. It's just been tremendous. It always is, but it never ceases to amaze me. He says, where would you put Geno in the NFL rankings? I put him number 5, but everyone calls me crazy. I would put Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert. I think I would put Lawrence ahead of him. That's not going to be a popular take, but that's 5. I'm currently thinking, by the way, so I'm going through my mind here. I'm contemplating the great what ifs. Ooh. Trying to go through is who I feel like I'm probably missing somebody. I guess I'm driven a little bit to say 6th at this point. Somewhere between probably 6 to 9. I guess I would go in there. I can't go quite top 5. I think I would find people sneaking him top 5, but I like him better than Dak, Kirk Cousins. I do like it better even than Lamar Jackson, who I think is not going to be the same player going forward that he's been prior. And he doesn't even really do like quarterback things. It's really relying on him being a running back. I think Hurts, it's the supporting cast that helps to elevate him. Like I was talking about a second ago, we're discussing here Beyond Balance that quarterbacks are driven a little bit by the supporting cast at times, and I do believe that, and that's built into my evaluations of these quarterbacks in addition to that. So who's the guy that's over the top of him at that point? Beyond that, Deshaun Watson wasn't close to what he was with Houston. Tua Tagovailoa, I ain't buying in that. I ain't buying that concussion protocol, that walk-in concussion protocol. Thank you, though, man, for the donation. I'll go 6th. Final answer, 6. I don't think you're crazy for that. But there are some people out there that make the argument like Daniel Jones is better. Like, what? The Drunk Squidder says, which rookie wide receiver besides JSN were you a fan of? It's kind of a tough class. I mean, I had good ratings on these guys. I'll give you an answer of like Jordan Addison, I guess. But this class of wide receivers was kind of not good. There's a lot of guys in this draft that just they don't have a lot to offer. They're small, little T-Rex arms, slot only guys. And not like Jackson Smith slot only, like not as sudden as him, not as good change of direction as him. Very, very, very meh class as far as the wide receivers were concerned for me. I got to struggle to find one that I liked, Drunk, that I thought was good. Central Valley Kings, Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray is one of the reasons Brock Purdy was a 7th round pick. And Russ is not liked by NFL fans because the media would never criticize him and overlooked the corny and the fake. Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray is one of the reasons Brock Purdy was a 7th round pick. You're right with the media not necessarily criticizing Russ. I would give you that for sure. I think Brock Purdy's not taken in the 7th round because Brock Purdy didn't have an NFL arm. I mean, the thing I'm not a fan of Baker Mayfield or Kyler Murray, but they both do have NFL arms. Brock Murray's got arm limitations. There are certain NFL throws that he just can't make. And on top of that, you had with him also the size limitations. I'd reckon to guess that Purdy's also probably about 10 to 15 pounds off those two other guys as far as the weight goes. But I think Purdy was really the arm thing that held him back from being drafted as much as anything else. Whereas those guys got a little bit of that. Drunk says, yo, Brando, off topic, but why do the Mariners suck at hitting baseballs? This problem has been happening since 2014. Is it coaching or lazy offseason, not getting good hitters instead of going cheap? Definitely think at this point in time, I'm starting to lean into a little bit of the Mariners' inability to go out and spend money is a little bit of what's hampering this. When you look at their payroll, when you look at them earning the profit margins they're earning and not being willing to then spend money on the payroll, it certainly gets you up a little bit and going, come on, guys, spend some money. The biggest problem that comes into play here is that they go to find talented hitters and they don't lean into finding talented hitters that are going to go out there and work counts and are going to get on base and just try to lay the bat on the ball at times, that are going to be higher average hitters. They're going to be higher on-base percentage players. They find a lot of guys that are home run and strikeout guys, all or nothing guys, and not even guys that really draw a lot of walks in addition to that. And they've stacked their whole lineup year after year after year with guys like this. And you do this while you meanwhile playing in one of the biggest ballparks, one of the more pitcher-friendly ballparks in all of baseball that is necessitated in playing small ball. The reason you won 116 games back in 2001 was because you had a team that was built to play small ball, not try to hammer home runs all over the ballpark. And so they've constructed a team that doesn't exactly fit the park that they play in. And they just absolutely refuse to control any counts. I've watched a lot of Mariner games over the last couple of years, and these hitters have absolutely no control of the strike zone. Eugenio Suarez, Cal Raleigh, at times with Julio, times Jared Kelenic. I mean, it's almost, you can almost, the less guys you can name, the more guys you can name. Just do not control the zone at all. Do not know what is a strike, what is not a strike. And I know the pitchers are throwing nasty stuff now, but they have absolutely no idea what they're looking at up at the plate. And it's like they're just guessing every other pitch. So it's really derived, I think, as much from that, and that you've got to start bringing hitters in here that can hit a little bit more for average, work the full field, be able to get on base with walks. Our strikeout to walk ratio is ridiculous. We'll strike out 14 times and walk twice. It's no wonder that they fail when that's their approach, and it continues to be the problem year after year after year after year after year. Central Valley Kings, look at all the quarterbacks who got drafted this year because of Purdy. I can't quite see look at all the guys that got drafted because of Purdy. I mean, Jake Haener, I guess you can go into that realm of things or something, or whatever. There's always going to be the middle round guys taken where they're taken, but none of the top guys were taken because of Purdy. I'm not sure there was a Brock Purdy effect on this past draft, Central Valley Kings. I don't know. That's a bit of a leap for me on that one. John Balance Russ had the longest time before throwing the ball. If I was GM, I wouldn't find an O-line that can do the impossible, especially when I'm always picking late. Makes sense. That would make sense. D-Boy says, Brandon, what is the big hype with Arch Manning? I don't see nothing special with him. From what I've seen, he's really not that good. What do you think? Is it just name, or am I missing something? It's always hard to evaluate a kid that's not even played one snap of college football yet, D-Boy. We're looking at, I think, snaps from him in spring games and stuff like that. He's kind of just figuring it out. And I think the expectation is that he's supposed to hit the ground running and be this ultra amazing guy from day one. And if he's not that, then he's a failure. It's probably a little too early to make much of an evaluation on that. I don't have a really great read from him off of the tape. He seems to be more mobile than most Mannings are. He seems to have the good arm and accuracy and throw a good ball like they did. Smooth mechanics. Can't question any of that stuff. But I think it's a little early until we can actually see him in games. But there is also the time where these guys that get hyped up, D-Boy, that you think are going to be the next guys to ascend, kind of fizzle out. This happened with, of course, Heward there at UW, right? We all thought Heward was going to be the next big thing out there and never able to quite get it together out there at UW. So, it happens, man. It happens where guys do get overhyped at times. I just don't have enough of a feel for it quite yet at this point. Beyond balance, damn, I thought Joe Burrow was a WSU quarterback. My bad, boss told me that. I believed him, my bad. Yeah, you threw me for a loop on that one. I was like, I know he transferred from Ohio State. Was there a pit stop at WSU at one point? Threw me for a loop. Donnie says, TheSeahawksNest, well, I must go now. Thank you, Brandon and all. Have a great week. And remember, no matter what side you're on, we're all human beings. I love you all. Go Hawks. Love back at you too, Donnie. You have yourself a great week this week. Don't work too hard. And don't forget, go Hawks. D-Boy says, Brandon, I watched the Cameron video before I joined the live. Great video, by the way. Thank you, D-Boy. I appreciate that, man. I had a lot of fun putting that one together. I'm sorry I couldn't be a little more positive with it, but just the tape said what it was going to say, The tape spoke the tale of 1,000 losses. Drunk says it makes sense. Look at Sam Howell and Desmond Ridder getting chances to start. Geno and Brock Purdy shifted the way quarterbacks are looked at now. I think it is shifting. I think that pendulum is moving back in the other direction where teams are starting to realize that, man, if I pay 15 to 20% of my salary cap to one position, that's kind of hard to build out the whole rest of the roster. And is that guy that I'm paying 15 to 20% of the salary cap, is that guy tilting the room in a way that is worth those losses I have to take on the other part of the roster? Is he tilting the field? Take a guy like Kirk Cousins and all of the money that he's made. Does Kirk Cousins tilt the field for the money that he demands? No, he doesn't. And this is where I agree. This is where the shift has to start to change, I would hope. And it'll be better for the sport if it does. Way better for the sport. D-Boy says, Brandon, in 2013, we won the Super Bowl. By the way, it's been 10 years since it feels like yesterday. Do I think Malcolm Smith should have gotten the MVP? If not, who? I believe Cam Chancellor should have gotten the MVP. He set the tone with the initial hit on Demaryius Thomas. You knew from that first hit what time it was. He was great in coverage on Welker. He had the interception. He was the physical presence that he had been for the team throughout. It wasn't an easy selection to be made. There's a couple guys that could have gotten it, but I probably would have given it to Cam, to Bam Bam Cam. Beyond balance, beyond getting the high draft quarter pick, I think teams might be valuing giving a chance to quarterbacks who have been on the sidelines. They should be given more of a chance now, especially with saving the money. It's a significant amount of money you can save beyond balance. Significant amount. And what you can do with the rest of that money. If I'm paying the quarterback position $5 million, $10 million, versus paying 40, 45, 50, 55 million, that's a lot of players that you could stack into that amount of money that you could build on your roster going the different direction. And does that quarterback who's making the 50 million carry the day that well? You better have a freaking cape flying off your back if you're demanding that much money, if you're demanding that much amount of the salary cap. And there are few, my point on it is that, and your point too, I think beyond balance, is that there are a few quarterbacks who have that tape blowing on in the wind. It's harder to find than it is more commonplace. Moose says 2013 Seahawks also went against the Denver Broncos that had an insane offense, highest scoring offense at the time. We did for sure, man. That's right. If we shut them down, at the very least, you'd be able to at least hold back a little bit of that Chiefs offense, I would think. And Will Daldez, I agree. I think Lynch would have ran all over that Chiefs defense. They would have had no answer for them. Then they would have brought up extra resources to stop Lynch, and then we would have just beat him over the top with the deep ball. And then wash, rinse, repeat. D-Boy, Brandon, which game did you enjoy more as an entertainment? 2013 Super Bowl, Denver versus Seattle, or the NFC Championship, San Francisco versus Seattle? The Denver versus Seattle Super Bowl was more enjoyable because there was just less stress and it was just all about partying, D-Boy. I mean, you almost knew from the start that you had that game won and you could just feel it. And I'm in New York at the time and I'm partying up in a Manhattan bar with a bunch of Seahawks fans and just a different vibe. The championship game was stressful as hell, edge of your seat. Anything could go wrong at any given moment. That was the harder one for sure. Moo says, currently I'm put Geno in 10 to 6, mainly because we've only gotten 1 year with him. That's a fair point. It's a fair point to say I am not quite getting as high because we only do have the 1 year of production. And that is true. And you don't like to tend to rank a guy top 5 if you only have the 1 great year of production, even if it's explainable in his case where the first opportunity he'd gotten in 10 years. But yeah, okay. But still, I'm not super comfortable doing this, Megan, you have yourself a great night. Thank you for all you do in the chat with your modding. I do appreciate it, and I hope you have a good one. I'll see you on Wednesday. Beyond Balance, Geno's number 1 in completion percentage, number 1 in touchdowns, over 20 yards, number 4 in touchdowns, number 7 in yards. Awesome, great stats, man. All of those are great stats. D-Boy says, Brandon, who's a better wide receiver, DK or Stephon Diggs? I would go with DK. Stephon Diggs gets moved into the slot at times so they can manufacture some touches for him. DK gets more double teams than Stephon. Stephon might have some more production, but he's getting more opportunities, more targets to go and get that done. He's getting more single opportunities in coverage to go get that done because he doesn't demand the attention I don't think the DK demands. I know the production is going to be better with Diggs, but for my money, DK is more of a problem. If I have a defensive coordinator in the league that I say, okay, coming up this week, you got to deal with DK, or coming up this week, you got to deal with Stephon Diggs, I think the majority of defensive coordinators in the league would pick Diggs as what they'd rather deal with than DK. Seattle Boom Shakalaka, what are you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Got to watch out for those T-Rex arms. Got to watch out. Beyond Balance says, man, I don't know about that M's team being built for small ball, but maybe Ichiro and Cora were, but Griffey and Buhner all hit time. So Beyond Balance, I was talking about 2001. I'm not talking about 1995. I'm talking about 2001. The team that won 116 games. You did have Buhner and Edgar, technically, I think, on that team, but that team was more built, Randy Wynn, Mike Cameron, Ichiro Suzuki. It was more about being able to move guys over, draw walks, control the zone. We have John Olerud over at first base. You had a lot of heavy contact guys. It wasn't just a whole lineup that was filled with home run hitters. And of course, at that point, Beyond Balance, Griffey wasn't on the team anymore. So you did have Edgar, you did have Buhner. It's kind of your only real home run hitters outside of maybe Brett Boone having his weird outlier year that he had at second base. But everybody else was kind of small ball in it. A-Rod was gone, I believe, by that point. So Drew Eyes says 9 quarterbacks got drafted from rounds 4 to 7 instead of letting some hit. You drafted quarterbacks. Yeah. There was also this year's talent base of quarterbacks. There was just more guys. That's where their talent landed in at. You had more Clayton Tunes, Dorian Thompson Robinson, Tanner McKee types, Jake Hainer types. That's just kind of where the draft fell for the talent that I don't know if for me, Central Valley Kings, that's just how the talent laid out in the draft. I don't think that was all directly representatory of Brock Purdy. And if it is directly representatory of Brock Purdy, I think we've got to establish a little bit more evidence of that beyond these guys got drafted through rounds 4 through 7. So then logically, vis-a-vis, this is all they were driven by their drafting status by the success of Brock Purdy. I think we need a little bit more. I'm willing to come to that conclusion. I just need a little bit more of a certain case and how that comes together on that. Drunk says after the Texas Rangers series, the Mims have to get their S together. Embarrassing. They need to trade for a couple of bats and review their plate approach. How do we have 4 hitters with a high strikeout? Because you don't control the zone at all. And it's not been a thing that they've obviously put at the forefront of what matters as a team and when they go up to the plate. But it should be, because it's costing them. It's costing them games, costing them runs, costing them all the way around. Well, Valdez, nothing like the Kurt Russell pregame hype show. I still go back and watch that. Who are these Legion of Boom heirs? Who are these young guys? It was perfect. Russell was the perfect pick to have go out there and do that, man. Absolutely was phenomenal for that. Sector 7, thank you for another $20 donation. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate that. 3 $20 dono drops today by Sector 7, so thank you. Spectre 7 for all of the donations tonight. You are amazing, brother. Absolutely appreciate it so much. He says, with Woolen versus sauce goes on food, not a football field. I'd return that jar of marinara if it kept grabbing me halfway through a route. On top of that, Jets fans don't stop about the Adams trade. With Woolen versus sauce goes on food, not a football field. I'd return the jar. Sauce goes on food, not a football field. Yeah, the grabby stuff, we're going to be seeing if the NFL is going to continue to let that guy get away with it. I imagine they are. If they're going to let you get away with it as a rookie, why wouldn't they let you get away with it into year 2 and 3? But I'm going to keep completely trolling any Jets fan that come into my chat trying to talk about Sauce being better than Woolen. And I'm going to say, but how? He doesn't pick the ball off. He grabs everybody. Well, by what measure? By what measure? And the Jets fans, Sector 7, they got a right to crow a bit about that Adams trade. They have come out resolutely on the other side of that trade with the success. They've won that trade outright, no doubt about it. We traded, we spent the money, they got the picks. It's helped to make their team better. I will see they've not yet been able to test any kind of playoff success on the back of making that kind of trade. Hopefully Rodgers will be able to go for a full season this year. I know that calf's already a little dodgy for him as it starts things off here, but trade is what it is on that one, Spectre 7. I can't do much to, I give the Jets a hard time about Sauce. I can tell you, overrated as hell. Like you say, Sauce should just be going on food, but he can't touch Woolen on the football field to me as a player. He's a good corner, but he's not in the realm of what Woolen's going to be as far as the superstardom that I think Woolen's just about on the cusp of capturing. But yeah, when it comes to that Adams trade, it's not a great trade. It's a desperate trade. And desperate trades usually end up finding the team that made the trade in desperation, paying the ultimate price for making those deals. And that's what that deal was. Hopefully they can avoid it in the future and they learn their lesson from that one, Spectre 7, and why that one went wrong. That's the most important part. Not the fact the Adams trade blew up in their face, but why did it blow up in our face? Well, what was it that it caused us to have the conditions that allowed this thing to go in the direction it's gone? Some of it's the randomized portion of Adams' injury situation, which is upended this, but some of it is also of the desperation factor that caused you to give up as much assets as you gave up for Jamal in the first place, knowing you were going to then have to sign him. Drunk, you've got Drew Lock as the quarterback of the future? All right, man, it's possible. Geno is kind of on a year-to-year deal right now by the way that things are structured, and he only has that 1 year of production. So he's got to come back and prove it again this next upcoming year, that's for sure. Edgar Martinez, don't forget him. I wouldn't forget Edgar. Never forget Edgar, man. I believe that's a Chinese name. So sorry if I can't pronounce your name on that. But he says, do you think Jonah Tavai could take the nose tackle spot? So he's really undersized. He did do a lot of the nose tackle spot at San Diego State, but San Diego State also moved him all over the defensive line. So he was even moved at times to the edge and operated out there. I think he's going to be a little bit too small to operate out of the nose at the NFL level. He's just a little bit, it's not quite big enough. He's probably about 20 pounds light, probably about 3 inches short, probably about 1.5 inches too short on the arms to be able to make it go. But I'll tell you this, his tape splashes all over the place at San Diego State. You see him all showing up all over the football field, impressively so. Impressively so. Beyond Balance says, how many records does Geno have to break before people stop saying someone else is our future? I think if he does another year, back-to-back years of productivity this upcoming season and puts up something similar to last year, even if it's a dip a little bit below where he were last year, I think people will be pretty comfortable knowing what we've got in him and knowing that he is legitimate. I think that it's okay to question after only just 1 year of production. I'm still in favor of the contract they signed him for. I'm glad we got him on a good deal. I'm happy to have him as our guy going into the future Beyond Balance. So I'm not in the realm of thinking that I want to see us be looking in other directions of things. But I can understand if there's those that need to see it for a second season. Just want to see that he can continue to maintain it, especially that the last of the year did kind of end a little bit clunky at times. Not all his fault. Some of it was the supporting cast around him, but it was a little bit not as strong as his start through the first 12 games was. Joker in the house. What's up, Joker? It's good to see you, man. Joker says, do you think with our current running back room, they will line up running backs kind of what the Packers do with Aaron Jones playing pass catching role? I do, but only with Kenny McIntosh, Joker, do I see them doing that. Not with Charbonnet and not with Kenneth Walker. But McIntosh can do that because he can still be a threat to run slot routes, to still be a threat as a slot wide receiver. Beyond balance, we can draft someone and Geno will help them grow on the bench just like he did for many years. For sure. I think that's the ideal path to go down. You're only going to Drew Lock if something's failing out with Geno. So that's definitely not the ideal, is not to pivot off of Geno, but to have Geno continue and maintain his success. Because like you say, then you can better set up the future too, on top of having a guy performing really well in the interim. Joker, maybe Kenny McIntosh or Zach Charbonnet. I only see Kenny McIntosh being the guy that can do a Joker. I don't think Zach Charbonnet is going to be as much a threat to running, to be much like a receiver or whatnot. Joker, why doesn't Pete blitz more? Because to blitz more, you then have to be willing to give up the big play. No defense covers everything. You've got to make a choice on your defense. If you go with soft zone coverages, as we tend to do, you're going to give up short completions, and a lot of them. If you're going to be a team that's going to want to be a pressure-based team, casino blitzes, send the house, well, then you're going to be opened up at that point to giving up the big play over the top. So Coach Carroll, from a philosophy standpoint, foundational standpoint, says, I do not want to give up big plays. My defenses will begin with two things. First, we're going to stop the run. Second, we're not going to give up the big play. So that means that blitzing becomes the sort of sacrifice at that point to make that happen. Beyond balance, I'm kind of actually excited about Tavai. Again, maybe I'm crazy. No, he's one of the guys I'm going to highlight in my undrafted rookie free agent video that I'm putting together, and a guy that he splashes all over the tape for San Diego State. He truly does. Beyond balance, he actually was clunky at the end of last year, but let's be clear, we viewed it as a clunky, but that's only because the first portion of the year has 0 interceptions. So we viewed the last part bad. That's not my take on it. Beyond balance, I'm viewing the last part as bad is because he played at a worse level. The turnover-worthy throws, just his decision making, his level of control of the offense all went backwards a little bit. My opinion is that happened not because he was regressing as a player, but because your pass protection started to fail in a pretty major way. Your running back room got decimated, so you couldn't consistently put guys out there that could challenge defenses like you could when Penny and Walker was running out there at full health. So there was a reason why there was a little bit of the aggression to me. But to me, there was a regression. And you're right, he played outstanding through those first 12 games. But he, I think, led the league NFL-wise in turnover-worthy throws last year, right? There was a lot of throws where he threw it into defenders' arms where they had the ball right in their hands, could have been picked, and they just happened to drop it randomly. But those are the type of stats that can also see a regression as well long-term, like year to year. And I think he can correct it. I think he'll be born to the first 12 games. I think he's going to be successful here. I do. So I'm in the camp you are with a Beyond Balance and having a lot of confidence that he is going to be able to return back to where he was last year. And because of those explanations, your offensive line is going to be better. You're not starting 2 rookies at tackles now. They get the year forward. Your defense should be a little bit more improved. You should have a running back room now that's at least deep enough to be able to sustain itself. Joker says, are you a fan of the Aaron Jones roles? Pretty much a wide receiver, jet sweeps, all good stuff. I am, Joker. It's desperately needed more in this offense. And it's something that's been missing here for years. It's been missing since Waldron came aboard. And it frustrates me because that's at the centerpiece of Sean McVay's offense. And I don't know why you want to, if you're going to bring on Sean McVay's offense, I don't know why you would treat it like a buffet and not implement more of these design calls that are a bedrock of that said offense. So I would love to see it, but they've not shown a willingness to utilize it up until this point. Inspector, we're going to hit the hay. Was wondering if you had a Twitter. Or some way to DM you. I have an interesting idea for possible content I want to suggest. I could help with it though. Yeah, I do. It's Seahawks at SeahawksNest on Twitter. You can hit me up there, Spectre7. You can also email me at heyhawksnest@gmail.com. So either of those 2 methods I do check up on. Beyond Balance, age is an interesting point. He isn't old, but he hasn't been playing. He hasn't been playing for most of it. Will be interesting to see how much the abuse matters. For me right now, injury doesn't factor with Geno at all at this point. Because like you say, he hasn't been hammered to hell. There's not been a major injury. I think he's still at least fine for the next couple of years. I don't know if he's going to play till he's 40, but, next few years at least. Does Geno get better from here, Drunk Squitter asks? I think he improves over last year overall. Yeah. Because I think for the reasons I was just talking about with Beyond Balance, that he's going to be able to have an offensive line that's going to be better. His running back room is going to be more improved and deeper. He's going to have a slot wide receiver that's actually going to be functional for the whole season. Theoretically out there with Jackson Smith and Jigba. So if he's got that much as far as a better supporting cast around him, wouldn't it just be logical to conclude then that he himself will also be a little bit more improved as well? Maybe not significantly so, but at least some. George Samuel, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat. I hope you're doing well. Catching me kind of here just at the end, my man, but I hope you're having a good night. Beyond Balance, didn't know the stat of most turnover-worthy throws. I need to look that up. Crazy being a leader in a completion percentage and turnover-worthy throws. That's a crazy yin-yang stuff. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's an odd one to kind of put together on. But it is one that is not merely Geno being a bad decision maker. I want to put that at the head of this Beyond Balance. It does come down to, you've got a defense that fails. Let's go to the back half of the schedule. The defense is failing and failing bad, right? Can't stop anyone in the run game. So now the offense knows it's got to score every possession. Meanwhile, Geno is seeing his pass protection go into the crapper. At the very same time, his running game is not able to be as effective, as consistent as it had been in the early part of the year. It all comes together to me. It all is that perfect storm then that swells, that then now has Geno having to press, because if he wants to win games, he's got to force those throws in there. Let's take an instance here for on this Beyond Balance. The Falcon game at the end of the game. He's driving the team up the field. Looks like he's going to put him in a position to score and take the lead and take that game on the last drive of the game. But then we have back-to-back plays. First, we have the play where there's, I believe, the holding call on Austin Blythe, which takes you back 10 yards. And then the very next play, Blythe, I believe, gets his butt beat by Grady Jarrett for an instantaneous sack on Geno Smith. So now he's in a 3rd and 26. You're in the last drive of the game. You got to get down there and go and get a touchdown. He's got to make a throw, right? You don't want him holding onto the ball in a 4th down, and he throws an interception. You know, that's really a moment where it came full, where all of the stuff that's working against him came into a real vibrant fashion there, a real, representatory point of the problems at play. But that's where a lot of those turnover-worthy throws came from, in my opinion, too. Yeah. Drunk, who had the most pass interceptions in 2022? Probably, let's take a look at it. So Dak Prescott had 15 interceptions, and Davis Mills had 15 interceptions. Cousins had 14, and Derek Carr had 14. So, Drunk, what do you think Dalvin Cook goes if he gets cut? Dalvin Cook will go to the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Cowboys for Dalvin. Yeah, I like that one. I have a good feel for where he might be going. Joker, the 3 games we should have won were all against the NFC South, the Panthers, Falcons, and Saints, all easy winnable games. Agreed. All games where you had teams that weren't good teams necessarily last year, all teams that came into that game that had some holes to them that you could have taken advantage of. Certainly, those were games that you should have won. I'd throw the Raiders in there as well, Joker. That'd be another game where you should have come out with that one too, when you look at last season. Beyond Balance, so you're saying we constantly had the classic come from behind issue at the end of the last year, so we had to force stuff. Other teams figured it out so they could just run it down our throat. That's it. Yeah. Succinctly and well put, man. But yeah, that's basically it. When you're offensively, when you're pushed in a position of having to score every time, or know that your defense is going to give up a lot of points over the course of a game, that puts pressure on the offense to try to extend outside of itself rather than operating within just the realm of the offense, within the constraints of the offense. And I think Geno started to extend himself out a little bit more, tried to get a little bit more into the hero ball approach of things, which I can't fault him for. He's trying to win games. That's what competitors are going to do at times when things are failing in that manner like they were. But it's also why I have faith in him as we go into the future here. Will Valdez, I think Dak had a lot of turnover-worthy throws as well. Well, and he led the league in interceptions too, Will. So, yeah, he's definitely up there. Well, Joker, why do the Seahawks lose easy games? Times makes no sense. Well, I think you have teams. You had a team last year that was really young, Joker. Young teams are going to be very inconsistent. So they may have a much better talent level than some of these teams they were facing, but they might have caught a young player in a given week that he was kind of struggling, or he'd hit the rookie wall. When you have a young team, though, you're going to get a fluctuation in performance, and that's not to be surprised. If it continues into the future as your team gets better and better and a little bit older, then that's more concerning. As you hear Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka, Brandon, what are your thoughts on DeAndre Hopkins getting released and where might he land? Patriots are trying to make a hard play for DeAndre Hopkins, last I heard. A lot of teams that are kind of out on him as well. So I would say that he either goes to the Patriots or the Cleveland Browns would be my two most likely places he lands. Cardinals are smart to release him. You got to eat the dead money, but the Cardinals are very obviously in a position right now where they're going to retool and rebuild through. Both the Rams and the Cardinals have made a decision this next year that we're not going to be competitive. We're going to turn this thing over, and we're going to fully commit to it. And that means not just keeping DeAndre on for the sake of keeping him on the roster. And so I think the Cardinals are very smart for cutting bait and moving on from him. Still a trade that worked out great for the Cardinals in trading from originally. Don't forget what they got Houston to eat, that David Johnson's contract in that trade. But I think DeAndre is pretty much at the end of the line. He can still get open. He can still be a good slot guy for you. He can get you 50 catches over the year in more of a supplemental role. But I think the days of him being a 10 catch a game guy are long over at this point. Beyond balance, I put 1K on 10 wins before the season last year. It was 100-1 odds, so effing sad we missed it. We should have had it. Oh, dude. Just missed it. 100-1, you would have $100,000. Woo! That would have been a hell of a bet turn. Hell of a bet turn right there. Damn. Just missed it, man. Just missing it. Beyond balance is losing easy games, winning against champs. Welcome to being a Seahawks fan. That's just the way of the world sometimes, man. It's the way of the world. Joker says maybe Dak, finger, and interceptions have a correlation. They could. Did he have a finger thing going on last year? I didn't know he had the finger thing last year. But yeah, that absolutely, we saw that with Russ, man. You get your throwing hand finger jacked up and your accuracy definitely goes out the door and fast. Joker, yeah, we don't tank here. Something we don't do, that's for sure. But it's not above the Cardinals, when you're that kind of organization. I mean, it's kind of common fare for you, right? Sort of just like a normal part of life, It's like a circle of life. Like, has it been 5 years? Yep. Okay, we're in rebuild mode then, huh? Yeah. Again? Yeah. Joker, I don't think Keenan Allen's done too. No. Keenan Allen's got a little bit more size than he's got a little more size than DeAndre Hopkins. They're both in the back nine of the career. They're certainly not long for the NFL world, that's for sure. But I think Keenan Allen still has some productivity ahead of him, especially with his chemistry that he has with Herbert, where those guys are really on point and in sync together. He also has got Mike Williams over on the other side of him, able to take some of the heat away from him. And so I think there's still a little bit more to be had there with Keenan Allen as a player. Now, he is a guy that is struggling to stay healthy in recent years. That's probably the big question with him. Whereas I think DeAndre Hopkins will be healthy enough. I know he's got some injury stuff too. He'll be healthy enough, but I think with DeAndre, it's more of just the physicality stuff, his ability to run anymore. Like I'm reading on some of these people, like he just can't run anymore. There's a reason DeAndre Hopkins got popped for PEDs a year ago, right? He's probably taking those PEDs because he's noticing his times are going down in the toilet. And he's like, I got to quicken this thing up. And so I think that's probably representatory of the fact he's not the same place in that respect. Beyond balance, did you see Sims' take on Geno? He's going. I did. He said he made as many wild throws as anybody on tape. Said he was looking to he'd love to raise him up the list higher than he had him placed, but it was only on 1 year of production. Sims was very, very over the moon on Geno, and it was wonderful to see. And Gino's got some very impressive throws on tape last year. Stuff that stands out. Like he said, like Sims was talking about. Aggressive throws. Aggressive throws. Anna Jackson's love for Zach Charbonnet. Please, first Cambodian descent in the NFL. Hey, much love for Zach Charbonnet. He's going to be a good player for us, too. Looking forward to watching him go out there and run the rock. Megan says, love seeing the Cardinals choke. Drives my brother mad, even more than Ollie being a Hawks fan like Auntie Meg. Well, he knew that was inevitable. Didn't he, Megan? He knew that was inevitable. That's for sure. All right, folks. Well, we are 5 hours on into the stream here. I'm going to put a button on this one up here as we had another tremendously great stream. I'm going to be back over here on Wednesday. So Wednesday, we'll be doing a show around Bobby Wagner, ranking the greatness of Bobby Wagner. Where does he stand all time amongst middle linebackers in NFL history? We're going to be looking at that on the show here on Wednesday. So we will be back here very shortly. And then on Thursday, I'll be doing, of course, my members only show. So members of my channel, please be on the lookout for that as well at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Appreciate Megan. Thank you for all you've done here on the Modern and the donations. Spectre 7, thank you for the big $20 donations. Another $5 you put on top of that. Beyond Balance, you were amazing with the questions and all of your donations as well. So thank you to guys for all of the support on the channel. It's just as amazing as ever. I can't believe the bang for buck I get as far as donations here versus subscribers we have to the channel. And we've got a lot of subscribers, but I've got, I think, as much support from a community standpoint as just about any YouTuber you're going to find out there. And it is amazing to see every time I do go live. Thank you guys for watching, for listening. Even if you're listening to us on replay, do me a favor and do hit that like button if you could. We are also on the road now to 15,000 subscribers. We've turned past 12. We're almost halfway through 12,000 subscribers. We are firmly on that road to 15,000. So if you're not subscribed, what are you doing, man? What are you waiting for? Okay? An invitation? Let's go. Get on board. Get subscribed up. Come on board the Hawks Nest here. Get on. We're going to be doing some big things here as we go forward. Thank you guys to all of you out there. Appreciate you guys. The chat was wonderful again tonight. Just everybody in sync. We're just talking into the football depths of things. Great disagreement, great respectful disagreement. It's what we see here week in and week out, show after show after show. You guys are so tremendous in that respect, and it's so unusual to what you do see online in this YouTube community and world at times with the interactions that happen between folks. I really appreciate it. We've got a great, vibrant, wonderful community here at the Hawks Nest, and it does not get lost on me of how special that is. You guys are just completely awesome, wonderful in every way. I'll be back on Wednesday, but until that time, we're in the off season. It's summertime. You're thinking about camping. You're thinking about the 4th of July. You're thinking about sunshine and kicking up your feet and pools and being cool and being warm. While you're thinking of all that stuff, though, don't get lost in the sauce, okay? Don't be like Ahmad Gardner out there pulling and grabbing along out there, not finding your way, because there's something that should be very clear to you guys as we go forward this upcoming season. We're about ready to contend. We're about ready to push this ball forward. We're about ready to shot. I say shot the NFL. Why not us? Is what they said 10 years ago, is what they would say in their group huddle. Why not us? Why shouldn't we think big? Why can't it be us? Well, I ask you now, why not us this upcoming year? Yeah, we're young as hell. Yeah, we're going to be stacked up with a lot of first and second year guys that we're hoping and can carry the day. But as I've said once, and I'll say it a million times before the start of the season, we got the one right coach who's just put together in the right kind of fashion to take that young team up to the mountaintop. He did it once before, I tell you, youngest Super Bowl winning team in the history of the NFL. And if he's done it once, why can't he do it again? You tell me, why can't he do it again? My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. Please don't you ever, ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.